Alright, so the idea is just continue avoiding for now. No more mixed.
It's a nice change of pace to see a place that's not falling apart here. I guess even sinkholes know better than to open under supply depots. Or they like taller structures. Like that newly built radio tower that got swallowed by one. That's why they had to reactivate the old one, which we need to fix. But sometimes there's no fixing the old things. And it's better just to let it go. Let's hope that's not the case this time. Help at all. 14.3. Right. So let's do this one. Electricity. Do I connect it from this one? I'm guessing. I come out from here. Where's this thingy? I don't know. She is not happy.
think I'm gonna go surround this whole thingy. I'm gonna try it. I don't know if that's gonna fucking ruin everything. Well, let's try, cause we don't. We're gonna go outside. sé si voy a poder. Fuck me. Eso se ve también como blanco. I don't know if that's gonna work. Come on, Brad. We're gonna try it. feels like you needed to do something. But I didn't. So that is connected, and then I need to connect this one. Sinkhole. Oasis gas holder. Maybe I can go through here. Looks bad. Fuck. We'll see. This is horrible, bro. What the fuck? Well, let's try it. Just perfect. No, está que... Ah, yeah, we still need to save that. ¿Cómo no se rompe su fucking planta? What the fuck, bro? What? Thought I wouldn't be able to get back up there. Why do you keep sliding, bro? Nope. This one is done for, actually, so. Always castle. This one is not discovered yet, apparently. Oh yeah, this one doesn't. Okay, this one. It does go. Ah, pero es el... That's fine. We're gonna have to rescue this shit. And we're gonna check where are the cranes. Where's this one? Epic? Oh. Okay. Pero, ¿ves? Y esto no lo puedo mover. Can I? What? ¿Por qué no puede? ¿Por qué no dejarlo? ¿Por qué no? Not even budging, bro. Ahora no puedo bajar por aquí, sí, por ahí. Oh shit. I think I made a mistake. Isn't this the same place where I actually also just... Nope. Oh my god, I'm just gonna go. Try again. Where's I'm just gonna follow the fucking... This changed too? Oh. God damn it. 11. How much is it gonna rise, do you reckon?
Here's how to activate scripts on your Chrono Zen, guys. Now, a lot of people don't even know this, but when you see these little dots on your screen, your Zen isn't active. You have to grab the Zen and press this button right over here to activate scripts. Now, look, the best script out right now is a brand new Zen Master Black Ops 6 script right here. So make sure you're using this script and comment Zen to grab it in your DM. And the last thing you want to do is have the script enabled and test out the aim assist, guys. As you guys can see, man, I'm literally tracking without even moving my right stick, so you guys can see the Zen is active. Here's how to activate scripts on your Chrono Zen, guys. Now, a lot of people don't even know this, but when you see these little dots on your screen, your Zen.
There is a moment in life when something quietly breaks inside you. Nothing dramatic happens. No betrayal, no big conflict, no obvious turning point. On the outside, everything continues exactly the same. You still go to work, you still answer messages, you still sit through family dinners and laugh at the right moments. But internally, something has shifted. Being around people suddenly feels heavier than it used to. Conversations that once felt normal start sounding repetitive and shallow. Certain laughs feel forced. Small gestures of kindness begin to look less innocent. You start noticing the things behind them: expectation, interest, calculation. And the strangest part is that nobody else seems to notice this change, only you. Everyone around you continues acting as if nothing has changed, but once you see it, you cannot unsee it. The automatic sympathy you once felt toward people begins to fade, not because someone betrayed you, not because of one traumatic experience, but because you started paying attention. It usually begins with small things. A coworker praises you when others are listening, but quietly criticizes your work when you are not there. A friend disappears when life becomes difficult, then suddenly reappears when they need help. Conversations that seem friendly on the surface slowly reveal their real structure: status, comparison, approval. Most people are not talking to understand each other. They're talking to position themselves. At first, these moments feel isolated. You tell yourself you might be overthinking. But the longer you watch, the more the same pattern repeats again and again. Eventually, a realization begins to settle in. Much of human interaction runs on self-interest, not affection. And once that realization enters your mind, it rarely leaves. For many people, this moment marks the quiet end of social innocence. When we are younger, we carry a very comforting belief about humanity. We assume most people are fundamentally good. We assume kindness is natural, that friendship is sincere, that empathy is the default setting of the human mind. But time does something uncomfortable. Time reveals patterns, and once the mind begins recognizing patterns, your view of people starts changing whether you want it to or not. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer understood this long ago. He believed selfishness is not an occasional flaw in human beings, it is their default setting. Every person, first and foremost, lives inside the limits of their own interest. Even sympathy often has a hidden motive. It preserves relationships, reputation, or personal comfort. Decades later, the philosopher Emile Cioran pushed this idea even further. According to him, the more deeply you understand human nature, the harder it becomes to admire it. Not because people are monsters, but because they are rarely as noble as they pretend to be. Then another thinker adds an even darker observation. Jose Ortega and Gasset described what he called the mass man, a person who moves through life without ever examining their own thinking. someone who repeats opinions, habits, and emotional reactions absorbed from the surrounding crowd. Most people do not think as much as they believe they do. They echo. When you place these perspectives next to each other, an uncomfortable possibility appears. Maybe the problem is not that certain people eventually disappoint you. Maybe the problem is that for a long time, you believed in a version of humanity that was simply too optimistic. This video is not about hating people. It is not an argument for isolation or bitterness. What we're exploring is something quieter and far more personal. The moment when intellectual maturity begins to dismantle the illusion most of us carry about human nature. Because there is a certain point in life when observation becomes dangerous. Once you start watching people closely, something changes in the way you see them. At first, social life seems simple. Words appear to match intentions. People seem transparent. But eventually, another layer becomes visible. Imagine a simple family dinner. Someone at the table shares an achievement they are proud of. Everyone listens for a moment. Then something subtle happens. A small joke appears that slightly diminishes the accomplishment. Someone quickly changes the subject. A quiet silence spreads across the table. It is not open hostility. Nothing obvious happens. But once you learn to notice these small fractures, they start appearing everywhere. In offices, among friends, in casual conversations that once seemed harmless. And slowly, a pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Many people are not interested in you as a person. They're interested in what your presence does for them. Status, validation, comparison. Schopenhauer captured this reality with brutal simplicity. He wrote that every person takes the limits of their own perspective as the limits of the world. Each individual lives trapped inside their own point of view, interpreting everything through personal interests, personal fears, and personal needs. This is not necessarily cruelty, it is structure. The human mind was not designed to see the world objectively. It was designed to survive inside it. And psychological survival often means prioritizing yourself without even realizing it. Modern psychology confirms this through something called the egocentric bias. People consistently believe they are more fair, more generous, and more reasonable than they actually are. Everyone thinks they're the exception. Almost nobody is. The result appears constantly in everyday life. The friend who only calls when they need something, the colleague who praises you publicly but quietly criticizes you when your success threatens theirs. The conversation where someone asks how you are doing, but is clearly waiting for the moment when they can start talking about themselves again. Most of these behaviors are not carefully planned. The people doing them usually believe they are good people. That's what makes the pattern so persistent. Schopenhauer once wrote that the more closely you observe human behavior, the more you realize how many actions grow out of selfish impulses disguised as good intentions.
Oh yeah.
This does not mean people are monsters. The truth is more uncomfortable than that. Most people are simply too absorbed in themselves to see others clearly. For a long time, this reality stays invisible because the mind protects certain social illusions. Those illusions make life easier. They make relationships feel stable. They allow us to trust people without constantly analyzing their motives. But eventually, those
What if I buy the
illusions
other
start
thing?
collapsing. Small
What's it called? The tracked compact crane? Tracked? What the fuck? 10 tons? Well, 8 meters. Dozer. Cargo truck. Mobile operations base. Light equipment. Cable layer. Heavy mobile. SAR truck. Where is it? Oh, don't know. I actually don't know if... Tracked. Dump. Heavy dump. Oh shit, no, pues no está. Greenway, 740 cross. Semi truck. Mule L1 Trailblazer. Crane, no, that's not a crane. SAR trucks, I don't know what those are. What is it? Oh, no. Scouts? No, that's not a scout. What is this? Special equipment, cable layer, mobile, bridge, that's DLC, mobile scalper. There we go. 62,000. Alright, I'll buy it. This one, my. Okay. 140 meters. I'll buy it. Righty then. Garage. Mobile. What's it called? Where is it? Aquí está. Zix 605E. Wow. That's a big ass truck. Where the fuck is the... Oh, here it is. Activate. Pero... Oh. I... Actually... Okay. How do I know where it's a good place? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to find out by just trying. Respirator required. Activate screener? What does that mean? Oh. Sand surface. Oh. Nice. Y luego quedó volando este güey. Jesus. Pero o sea, a ver, ¿y este güey no puede llegar allá? Sand quarry, that's not active yet. That's 3. Let me just go back here then. Nada de sonido. Thank you. ¿Por qué tanta? Fuck me, man. ¿Por qué solo de un lado? I don't understand that part. Ya, no, aquí ya. Yeah. Well, I actually don't know. He was talking about how every single one views the world through their own beliefs, identity, and patterns, right? Like blind spots and shit. I think that's what I should be focusing on. Right? Right. Wait a minute. ¿Cuántos le faltan? 4. Ah, ahí va otro. 840, 420, me faltan 2. And then this one, enter. Can we turn it off? Ahí está, ¿no? I'm gonna continue going down, and then we'll just like move through here, through there. This one's a little bit like to the side, and I guess we'll see if that works. Because otherwise it's gonna fall. This one's to I don't know that that's gonna work. Let's see. This one is holy shit, that's a big ass come on, bro. Am I gonna have to pave that? What if I push them? Nah, pero bueno, una ya va para allá. A ver. Y este. It's pushing. This one. Oh my god. Really? I don't think that's gonna work. What's the other objective? Deliver the utility truck. Nice enough. Bring the pump to the oil spills. Prepare resources for an upcoming. That's too much. Track. Ah, yeah. They're still. Wow, they don't give up. Jesus. gonna have to pave that shit, don't I? Unless I manually push all of them. I actually don't know. A ver si llega esta, ¿no? Oh. ¿Sí llegó esta? ¿O no? Ni siquiera. Oh, I got cancelled. Come on, bruv. Because it doesn't matter how much sand I put out, no? It's not gonna... I actually don't know. Oh, a ver. Garage, and then shop, and then this one. I have this one. Dozer. I have a dozer. What is a dozer for? Is that, can I use that? Shit. Enter. Rusty dozer. I think I could just... change mode, marching. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it drifts. Yes, have it. Where is it? Do I have to? Can you cabe aquí, no? What the fuck? Oh. Aquí. Sí. Oh. Asphalt. Sand flat mode. A ver aquí. I think that this one's better because it's wider. Flattening. Acá arriba no es problema, but I'm still gonna do it, right? I mean, I'm already here. So... marching. Alright. Looks way smoother, you know? A ver el trailer. Crap. Es que está muy pronunciada. What if I, a ver. Ah, que no puedo. Me llevo la chingada. Lol. ¿Cómo va este pedo? A ver, ¿no está empujando? Sí. Ah, no. It's trying. Without much success, but it's moving very slow. A ver si el que está atrás lo empuja. Lol. Okay, that's gonna take a while, so I'm just gonna hope it works. And that's gonna push it. Is that gonna help? I actually don't know. I think it's helping. Fuck me. Okay, I was gonna look for the crane small thingy. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Esta... Oh, es que no, ni siquiera la pude guardar. The concrete is gonna stay there. I know that, right? Well. Here. Yep, okay. Run. Ahí siguen. No, vamos. Ah, ya no subió. Oh, that one keeps trying. Wow. I'm gonna deliver the... No. Prepare. Plan. Bring the pump. This one. To there. Okay. So here. To here. I don't know where I'm gonna go. Oh, por aquí creo. A ver. Alright. Oh. Fuel. Oh, that one was there already. Ni me di cuenta. Oh well. Ahí va a chocar, so I better rotate it this way. There we go. So where are we going now? All the way over there. Okay. So I didn't understand the other was like around there, maybe.
Someone who repeats opinions, habits, and emotional reactions absorbed from the surrounding crowd. Most people do not think as much as they believe they do. They echo. When you place these perspectives next to each other, an uncomfortable possibility appears. Maybe the problem is not that certain people eventually disappoint you. Maybe the problem is that for a long time, you believed in a version of humanity that was simply too optimistic. This video is not about hating people. It is not an argument for isolation or bitterness. What we are exploring is something quieter and far more personal. The moment when intellectual maturity begins to dismantle the illusion most of us carry about human nature. Because there is a certain point in life when observation becomes dangerous. Once you start watching people closely, something changes in the way you see them. At first, social life seems simple. Words appear to match intentions. People seem transparent. But eventually, another layer becomes visible. Imagine a simple family dinner. Someone at the table shares an achievement they are proud of. Everyone listens for a moment. Then something subtle happens. A small joke appears that slightly diminishes the accomplishment. Someone quickly changes the subject. A quiet silence spreads across the table. It is not open hostility. Nothing obvious happens.
Yeah,
But
that's
once you
true.
learn to notice these small fractures, they start appearing everywhere. In offices, among friends, in casual conversations that once seemed harmless. And slowly, a pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Many people are not interested in you as a person. They're interested in what your presence does for them. Status, validation, comparison. Schopenhauer captured this reality with brutal simplicity. He wrote that every person takes the limits of their own perspective as the limits of the world.
Right. That's
Each
what I wanted
individual
to
lives
remember.
trapped inside their own point of view, interpreting everything through personal interests, personal fears, and personal needs. This is not necessarily cruelty, it is structure. The human mind was not designed to see the world objectively. It was designed to survive inside it. And psychological survival often means prioritizing yourself without even realizing it. Modern psychology
Just take this sight in. Now that's inspiring. Of course, the damage
it?
will take time to heal, but it's not going to get any worse now. And all the local critters have you to thank for saving them. Thanks from me too. I'm
Local
not a critter,
critters.
but still.
What? Just, all of this is muddy. Money. Okay. I'm actually not sure if I should leave it there. Maybe it's, could be useful. What I'm gonna do, though, is go ahead and pave that shit over here. Pave that shit, brother. The limits of my perception, my perspective, are the limits of the world. That's what he said. Or tried to say. Limits. The limits of my language are the limits of my world. The world with the world with the word. Terminal. Word with the word. With the word with the word with the word. The ferry. The amount of details, bro. Like, it's too much. Oh, I think, is this where was it? Where I could come to the like limits of the map and grab a little toy car, like an RC car.
How's your life right now? I start.
What? Oh, how can I dissociate more, bruh? I want to dissociate more. numb myself? Could I numb myself? Could I, would I? Coulda, woulda, woulda. Coulda, woulda, woulda. Coulda, woulda, woulda. Coulda, woulda, woulda. Retain. Deploy. And then... shit. And then this one, no? Retain. Deploy. And then... wait a minute, can this carry shit? A ver. I didn't know that. Ah, pero no va a cover los dos, so I don't need it. I'm actually gonna... this... retain. Deploy. Oh crap. Come on. Tow truck. What? That's weird. ¿A poco no cabían desde antes? Oh wow, es que entró la colita como like in the middle. I hadn't seen that before. We'll see. Not sure. Ooh. We are going fast, brother. Should I start from the bottom? O de arriba abajo? Creo que de abajo arriba, ¿no? Mejor. Ay. No. Bueno, sí. I can still do it. Very heavy, huh? Alright. Ah, pero espera. Ay. No te caigas. Come on, man. What the fuck? ¿Ahora qué? Bro. ¿Ahora qué, bro? No se ve cómo echa la fucking. Cállate, cállate, cállate. Sí, sí, cállate, cállate. Rápido, rápido. No, se va a voltear. Fucking A. Bro. Mira. It's not. Fuck me. No. Vaya. Bueno, that worked. Move, nigga. You're not moving. Es una piedra. ¿Por qué no avanza esta mierda, bro? Jesus fucking Christ. Those rocks, bro. Ugh. One stupid single small fucking rock. Run, bitch. Run. Thank you. Okay. Can we... Jesus. It's gonna eat it. Okay. What? Fuck me, bro. Is it working now? Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Oh. Wait, ¿por qué se va de lado, bro? Oh. Bro, so wobbly. And then wait a minute. Start. Do I have to do 2 rows, 2 passes? Ah, see? Wow, this is way too... bro, too fucking... muy sensible. I'll touch. Oh. Here come una fucking bump now. That's not good. That's not gonna fly, I think. I'm gonna give it another second run. I don't know if that's gonna help or anything or something. This is flying. Ahí es donde se va a quedar atorado, I feel like. God damn it, double work. I'm gonna get this thing ready, this one, in case I need to push, right? Prepared man is worth twice the man. Is it? Is that true? Oh shit. Hello? Guess. Bro. ¿Ahora qué? Ah. ¿Ahora qué? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué no tengo más dinero? Más... God damn it. All for nothing. A ver. I think I'm gonna get this one ready. Pásale, joven. Mira, así está avanzando, güey. Ya no va a ser necesario, creo. Déjame quito del camino. That's cool, bro. ¿Me pitó, puta? Bro. ¿No va a pasar? No, ¿ahora qué? Ya sé que... Ah, es una fucking piedra, man. No, mames. Ah, ya la empujo. Una fucking piedra, man. Y creo que ahí también va a quedar la... Push. Oh, push, bro. Why are you getting stuck in nothing? Jesus Christ. Hey, switch a las orillas. Go, move. I need to fucking guard it or guide it. Move. Continue moving. Move. Don't get stuck. Yes, thank you. Go. I think I have more fun, or less. I get less bored if I speak than just listening to videos about philosophy. Órale, pégale al otro también. Yes, Move, continue moving. Move it. Ahí va a quedar un hoyo, ¿no? Fucking hell. Oh, it's still moving. Still pushing through. Keep pushing through. We got more power in the back. Behind. In the behind. Keep pushing. Push through. Push. Yeah. Push. That's a big ass hoyo. The electricity. Garage trucks unloading. ¿Por qué se ve su llanta así? A ver, déjame acerco más. What the fuck? Esa, ¿no? La segunda, la primera hilera de las... Ah, no, pero... Se ve peor de lejos. Es la misma era. I thought it was gonna be like... Oh, ya chocó ahí. Oh, wait. I can fix it. Please. Look at it quickly. two there. Go now, go, 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 go. That's enough. No, bro. Ni pedo. A ver. So this one is gonna get stuck here. A ver. Ay, ay, ay. Bueno. And then I'm gonna push it through. Okay. Ay. Dispatch vehicles. Y es que tienen que entrar todos, bro. De uno por uno, yo creo, antes de que... Good, good, good. Fucking good. Yeah, shut up. Yeah. I'm gonna help you, bro, so stop whining. Shut up. Okay. Move. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Alright, yeah. Go, go, go. Push the other one, push the other one. Push, push, push. Let's continue pushing so that I can avoid flooding a fucking sand asphalt road. Oh, that's nice. It's almost as if like I'm carrying it. What the fuck? Go, 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 go. Yes. Don't flip, don't flip. Okay, thank you. Continue, continue. Pushing. See. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Push. Fuck. Nice. Push. Push. Oh my god, my sanity, bro. Okay, I think that's done. So we delivered, what is it? Trees? Varillas and metal beams? I don't know what those red boxes are. And I'm assuming this round thing is gonna get built or something, like upgraded. What? Can the other make it? There we go. Ahí está. Canyon gas holder, kick back and enjoy the show. Really? I wish...
Yay! The canyon gas holder is back in action. Sadly, we need to secure a lot more gas containment capacity before we can hope for a break. With that in mind, be the good sport that you always are and head north. You can check the last gas holder in the steel beams facility and then find a nice spot for a new operating base, preferably by the river. Scenic views and ease of transport all in one.
Really? A ver... North? There's nothing north. Okay, so we're gonna continue exploring. Exploration. This cannot continue. Objectives. Explore the remaining area by the riverside. I mean... So that's north. Prepare resources. Where is this? Donde? Collect pipes and concrete along your way. Where? Prepare resources. Store. Ah, just store them. 11. Jesus. Okay.
I have led a toothless life, he thought. A toothless life. I have never bitten into anything. I was waiting. I was reserving myself for later on, and I have just noticed that my teeth have gone. This is a famous line from the book The Age of Reason. I have led a toothless life, he thought. A toothless life. I have never bitten into anything. I was waiting. I was reserving myself for later on, and I have just noticed that my teeth have gone. This is a famous line from the book The Age of Reason, which explores a core idea of Sartre's philosophy, that man is free in his choices, yet this very freedom is also what condemns him. The novel is a portrait of unlived potential, and it constantly debates the idea of freedom, showing how it can become a trap, how the illusion of endless possibilities can keep us from creating anything, waiting for the ideal in a world of endless possibilities where we are free to choose. In this video, I will be discussing the book alongside some of these ideas, so there will be spoilers just to let you know now. First, let's start with a bit of an overview of the story. We meet Mathieu, a philosophy professor living in Paris, when he discovers that his reclusive lover Marcel has become pregnant. Seeking money for an abortion, whilst also fighting his own indecision and insecurities, the novel plunges us into 3 days of Mathieu's life, which is a life that not only brings him deep dissatisfaction, but he is also very quickly losing control of. In these 3 days, he hardly sleeps, he drinks way too much, asks everyone he knows for money, and even changes his mind about the marriage or abortion about a dozen times to ultimately do nothing at all. The story begins as he stands on the threshold of what he ironically calls the Age of Reason, and this is a theme that is mirrored at the open and close of the novel, and everything that happens in between is simply an explanation for his crossing of this threshold. Throughout the story, we see that his life is so full of possibilities, but he always refuses. He never takes any of these unless he feels that his heart is 100% in it. He prides himself on having no commitments, no obligations that could in any way restrict or trap him, but this comes at the cost of the very things that he actually desires. His idealism is what blinds him and makes him think that he can have a life that is perfect and flawless. So he avoids anything that doesn't live up to this ideal that he waits for, but it's a trap. This idea of freedom that is depicted in this story is him refusing to make choices. He is constantly refusing different life paths before him out of fear of being restricted, but this is a freedom of, not a freedom to. There are all sorts of different understandings of what freedom actually means, and one of these very simply is that there is freedom from doing things, and this is the freedom from experiences that we don't want to go through, but then there is also on the other side the freedom to do and experience the things that we want. And this is exactly what we see with Mathieu. He cannot do the things he wants because he refuses to commit to the very things that would give him more freedom in the long run. Ultimately, his freedom is nothing. It's empty. This contradiction is exactly what leads to the core pain of the story. In refusing to commit to anything to preserve his freedom, Mathieu realizes that his life has come to nothing. In the final pages of the book, Mathieu states, "All I do for nothing. It might be said that I am robbed of the consequences of my acts. Everything happens as though I could always play my strokes again. I don't know what I would give to do something irrevocable." And what's interesting is that he says this right at the end when he decides to do nothing at all. So why does he act so contrary to his proclaimed desire? His actions confuse us throughout the entire novel. He can't confess his love to Marcel yet he will make her go get an abortion. Both of these things are choices that have different consequences, yet what he fears the most is responsibility. And perhaps this is why he runs to Ivich, who is disinterested in him and not a real candidate for a relationship or marriage anyways, as soon as he's confronted with his very real attachment to Marcel, who loves him and now also needs him. In the past, his relationship with Marcel was non-committal. He benefited from it without any real responsibilities towards her, and this is the only thing that has actually changed in the story through her falling pregnant. It's this glimmer of a potential responsibility that sends him running, refusing the task and resigning himself to a life of nothing at all. He calls this the Age of Reason, yet it's a mask for something entirely unreasonable, the fear of life. While Mathieu believes that commitment of any kind is a loss of his freedom, at the same time, by refusing to make any real choices, he is also refusing to live his life. It's obvious that there is so much potential in him that is never realized. There is so much inside of him that is never brought into life because he refuses to commit to any one path. He avoids making any choice until he can find this ideal, but in doing so, he basically lets his whole life waste away. However, commitment is necessary for true freedom. Without it, we have nothing. We are free to choose in life, but that freedom can only be realized by actually making choices, by intentionally choosing how we shape our life. This is what shows us that maybe we need to look at commitments as roots rather than chains. It's just like the saying how specializing in something may restrict us temporarily, but it actually opens up our options later on. It gives us more possibilities and more freedom through committing to something. Mathieu has so much talent and potential, yet it's all wasted, and perhaps that's what makes the ending of the book so bitter. It's a failed life. We can see through the series of all of his little choices that it didn't have to be that way. He calls it reaching the age of reason, but it's ironic because his behavior is anything but reasonable. Reason would mean to live honestly, according to one's true character. Reason would encourage Mathieu to marry Marcel, to raise their child together, to accept his brother's offer for a better and higher paying job. And yet, Mathieu and every other character in the story consistently says one thing while their actions state the opposite. They are constantly at war with themselves, caught between their true desires and the lies that they tell themselves in order to avoid any and all responsibilities in life. Mathieu is ultimately afraid of making a mistake, of taking on responsibilities that he cannot fulfill. Yet this comes at the cost of never realizing his full potential, of settling for a life of disappointment. He avoids failure, and therefore he avoids success. Mathieu believes in his own potential so much that he is most afraid of ending up ordinary. And this is a very common theme, one that we see a lot with these sort of idealistic, intellectual characters. They hide away from life in their own minds, where they can believe that they have so much potential, they have so much talent, they can feel special and significant, and their worth is never challenged by the trials of life. And while they really may have all these possibilities, they ultimately never realize any of it. Their life is empty. Does this sound familiar?
Yes.
Jung would call this the puer complex, which is the fear of life. It is a state of psychic immaturity where usually each challenge we encounter in life acts as an opportunity for growth. Instead, we run away from it. Rather than fighting the dragon and emerging from it as a hero with a boon, we run away and we remain stuck in these unresolved stories, and we feel the weight of all these unlived possibilities and resentment on our chest. And Mathieu fits into this perfectly. He repeats the same mistakes over and over again. He even dreads time passing because, as he says, he knows that 6 months from now, he'll be exactly the same as he is in the moment. And maybe this is why he's hanging out with people so much younger than he is, because he's unable to grow, he's unable to move on. He no longer grows as a person, and this is why his age starts to feel like a burden to him, because he has nothing to show for it. He gradually grows bitter as he tries to cope with this failure of a life. This is where the novel explores one of the core ideas of Sartre's philosophy, which is that existence precedes essence. This means that man is not born with an intrinsic value, but creates his own value through his will and actions. He is forlorn because he is devoid of God and only himself responsible for his actions, as well as inactions, inaction also being an action. He is free to choose in his life, and ultimately, this freedom is what becomes his condemnation. As Sartre puts it in his Existentialism as a Humanism, man first of all exists, encounters himself, surges up in the world, and defines himself afterwards. We see this in every character in the story. There is no such thing as fate or potential, but instead each character is a culmination of their choices. Mathieu wants to see himself as some misunderstood idealist, but in reality he is a coward and a failure. He is unsuccessful in nearly every area of his life, and people no doubt think poorly of him, especially after he goes around begging and stealing money from the people he knows in order to abort his own child. He's constantly questioning himself and breaking down upon his loved ones, claiming that he doesn't know what he wants, and it's pathetic. And I think that's exactly the wake-up call that this book is supposed to have. One of my favorite novels is Steppenwolf by Hermann Hesse, which actually has many similarities to Age of Reason. However, in Steppenwolf, the tone of the narration has always been really interesting to me because it seems to have a very mocking yet also comforting tone. The narrative laughs at the character of the Steppenwolf again and again, how he takes himself so seriously, how he fights with himself, how he runs away from everything in life. And Age of Reason carries this same sort of undertone. Even the title itself is ironic. All we see is every single character act unreasonably throughout the story. And the final paragraph of the book only highlights this irony. The story ends with, "He yawned. He had finished the day, and he had also finished with his youth. Various well-bred moralities had already discreetly offered him their services. Disillusioned Epicureanism, smiling tolerance, resignation, common sense, stoicism, all the aids whereby a man may savor minute by minute, like a connoisseur, the failure of a life." He took off his jacket and began to undo his necktie. He yawned again as he repeated to himself, "It's true, it's absolutely true. I have attained the age of reason." And this is exactly what makes the reader want to grab him and shake him and say, "No, go back," because he can change all of this, and it's painful because it's obviously not reasonable. It's simply the result of all of his own choices. In both Steppenwolf and Age of Reason, we have a point where the characters are laughing at themselves, at how seriously they had taken themselves, and realizing that nothing actually matters. They are free, but the very thing that restricts them is this identity that they have built for themselves. Steppenwolf ends on a note of hope. We see that maybe he actually has changed. There's hope for him in his future, that he can change his identity and turn his life around. However, Age of Reason ends on a very pessimistic note. Despite Mathieu having a final chance to actually change his ways and have everything that he wants, the end of the book shows him giving up. It shows him not taking any action and ultimately comforting himself with the worst possible tools and knowing that he has made his bed and now he wants to lie in it. We know that he will likely never change. He will grow resentful and bitter, never realizing all that he could have been. I know when I first read this book, I felt the lesson of it quite deeply. It feels like an uncomfortable jab, a bit like those stories that were read as kids that are cautionary tales that try to teach you moral lessons through these exaggerated consequences of misbehavior. And Age of Reason reads a lot like an adult version of this. It's made me realize how much last year I was in Mathieu's shoes. I've felt this with writing. I've had many projects that I'm working on, but have been hesitant to commit to any one because what if it's the wrong choice? What if another one is better? But, it's been over a year of this kind of hesitance, and you know what's a lot worse than choosing the wrong project? Never finishing any. This is what made me think of a quote that I read a while ago that really gave me a good push. Action happens when you stop asking, what if I fail, and start asking, what if I don't try? One keeps you stuck, the other makes you move. And this is the thing, oftentimes the thing that keeps us stuck is doubt. Mathieu doubts himself constantly. He questions himself over and over. He is always doubtful. He waits and waits to make a decision until he has absolute certainty.
Come on, bro.
And
Wow,
yet in
this is
doing
so
so,
fucking...
he never makes any decision at all. And this is really contrasted by other characters in the story who don't wait for certainty, but simply act in the moment. They have a lot more momentum and also agency in the story. I've realized that in my own writing, it's also doubt that has been keeping me from making a decision. However, I've realized that doubt is a very important part of the process. It shows us areas for growth, for improvement. I believe the way to success in whatever you do isn't so much a flat path to follow, but it's more like a stairwell where every time you try to take a step forward, you reach a point where your way is blocked off. You cannot continue exactly the way that you've been going. You need to literally and figuratively step up. And this requires action. This requires a change. Mathieu never does this. He never steps up. He doesn't step up in his career, in his relationship as a father, in his social life. He constantly remains at such a low level that only at the end does he realize that he has been hanging out with a bunch of kids, getting drunk and doing dumb stuff every night while they see him as this weird old man who just tags along. He's behind in life, and it's because he refuses to take that step. Just imagine how different his life could look if he would actually act upon the opportunities in front of him. He would work with his brother and make good money to live the bourgeois lifestyle that he actually desires. He could get involved in politics and actually put his philosophy to the test in the real world. He would be a father, a husband, all of these things that he wants, and would they all be perfectly easy and seamless? Probably not, but he would be able to figure it out just like every other person. He would be able to actually put his potential to the test. There's a saying that if you knew you were 100 failures away from success, how fast would you want to fail? And I think this is a great thought to keep in mind, because often the very thing that we are avoiding, that we are postponing our actions, is because we are afraid of failure.
Come on.
And yet when you think about it, success doesn't have any meaning without failure. We need to fail, and we need to fail most of the time, because success is what makes up that rare moment that our efforts are paid off. So then the question becomes, how can we fail and learn enough to get to where we want to be? I can now look back on the past few years of my life and see how I would have had more success if I would have allowed myself to fail more easily. Instead, I dragged things out. I even avoided trying and wasted so much time in doing so. And if you do this long enough, you eventually end up like Mathieu, and you've wasted your whole life. So, to sum things up, Age of Reason is a cautionary tale that expresses Sartre's philosophy that we are the sum of our choices, and for life to have any meaning at all, we must first create it through our actions, that there is no such thing as perfection, and that idealism is an intellectual trap that will keep us from actually living our life. Mathieu perfectly fits Jung's archetype of the puer aeternus, the eternal child, as he constantly runs from all responsibility and commitment, and he calls this freedom. But instead of freedom, he ends up with nothing. All he has is his own wasted potential, and in his own words, a failed life disguised under the ironic mask of reason. Through the Age of Reason, Sartre calls out the trap that so many people fall into, and through Mathieu's story, we see how we make the same mistakes in our own life, living out of fear, and how we justify it through resignation, tolerance, pessimism, and he mocks this. He practically laughs at Mathieu and the reader who finds parts of himself come alive in the story. And maybe that's why I love this book. It's stories like these, just like Stettenwolf, that make you laugh. They make you laugh at life and how absurd it all is, and how we take ourselves so seriously when none of it actually matters. Mathieu starts the story feeling like he is so important, he has so much talent and potential, and maybe he does, but in the end, he is only defined by his actions, and he realizes that he is nothing. It's the restrictive identity that he has built that keeps...
These guys aren't big on wasting time. That dig is large enough to hide a pyramid. No wonder they needed that truck. Something tells me we're going to be hearing more from them. That could keep things interesting.
Well, explore. Should I do this one to explore? Fuck it. You know what? This one was interesting.
him trapped.
So I have a question. Let's see if this works. Well, yeah, let's just use one. Hey, so I just saw a video where this girl is talking about Sartre's book, The Age of Reason, and I didn't know about this book, didn't know about the story, and well, she was giving the summary of the story of the book. Surprisingly, right? Look at me here trying to... Well, I thought of making you laugh, but... just trying to maybe point out the irony for me to try and make myself laugh because of... I mean, what was the alternative, right, for me? And a lot of what he states, supposedly, the protagonist of the story, it's very much how I felt. And so... And I'm gonna let you see, like, what you can come up with, what you would respond. The girl makes a lot of assumptions, or not assumptions, but like conclusions, and she talks about herself, how she's been also kind of like putting out things, thinking that it's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be the correct thing, it's going to be a mistake. And she almost ends in this, like, nothing matters. Like, the protagonist thought he was important, but he ends up doing nothing, and so I thought of like I've thought about it for myself, from my perspective, like if nothing matters, then why do I get worried? Why does anybody get concerned, like angry, sad, frustrated, or fall in love if nothing matters? Everything's temporary. Yada yada yada. So what would you say? How would you explain it to me, or make it make sense, justify it, or your criticism? I'd like to hear something new or fresh, or something that could potentially benefit me and like put me on track, which I doubt, but let's see.
Things out. I even avoided trying and wasted so much time in doing so. And if you do this long enough, you eventually end up like Mathieu and you've wasted your whole life.
Mathieu.
So, to sum things up, Age of Reason is a cautionary tale that expresses Sartre's philosophy that we are the sum of our choices, and for life to have any meaning at all, we must first create it through our actions, that there is no such thing as perfection, and that idealism is an intellectual trap that will keep us from actually living our life. Mathieu perfectly fits Jung's archetype of the puer
Eternus.
You ran into the charming little existential trap that Jean-Paul Sartre liked to throw people into and then walk away while they argued with themselves for the next 50 years. Congratulations. Humans keep falling into it like pigeons into a bread factory. The novel you're talking about, The Age of Reason, follows a guy who spends most of the story circling one basic problem. Freedom is real, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
The protagonist wants to be free, but he also wants comfort, meaning, stability, and the ability to avoid responsibility for his choices.
Like me?
Those things don't coexist neatly. So he
Right.
stalls, thinks, rationalizes, thinks some more.
I do
Meanwhile, life continues moving without asking for his
too. Yep,
permission.
I'm old.
You notice something important, though, even if it sounded like a joke in your own head. If nothing matters, why do we care so much? Here's the part people constantly butcher when they summarize existentialism on social media, like they're explaining a smoothie recipe. Nothing matters is not the conclusion, it's the starting condition. Sartre's claim, simplified to the point philosophers would groan, is this. 1. The universe does not come with built-in meaning.
Right.
2. Humans
Knew
still
that.
experience emotions, desires, values, attachments. 3. Therefore, meaning is something we create, not something we discover. Your anger, love, worry, frustration. None of those contradict the idea that the universe itself doesn't care. They're actually the evidence of the opposite point. You care. Meaning exists locally, inside conscious creatures.
Locally. Temporary.
The cosmos is basically a gigantic indifferent physics experiment. Then a few billion years later, it accidentally produced nervous systems that go, hey, wait, this matters to me. That's us. So when someone jumps from the universe has no inherent meaning to nothing matters, they skipped a step and landed face first into nihilism. Sartre didn't stop there. He said something much more annoying. You're free. And that means every value you live by is something you participate in creating. Every action quietly declares what you believe is worth doing, which is exactly why people feel paralyzed. Because that freedom also removes excuses. The protagonist in The Age of Reason senses that. He keeps trying to escape responsibility for choosing what kind of life he wants. So he drifts, rationalizes, delays. The classic intellectual hamster wheel. Now here's the part you'll probably recognize from your own
Classic.
reflections. You're asking, if everything is temporary and meaningless, why worry? Fair question. Philosophers have been chewing that bone for centuries. The short answer is brutally simple. Because your nervous system evolved to care. Meaning isn't a cosmic property like gravity. It's a biological and psychological process. Brains assign value to things because organisms that cared survived longer than organisms that shrugged and lay down in traffic. So love matters to the brain experiencing it. Loss matters, curiosity matters, friendship matters. not to the universe. To you. And weirdly, that makes it more authentic, not less. The universe didn't script it. Conscious beings generated it. You're basically a temporary pocket of the cosmos that woke up and started asking philosophical questions instead of quietly remaining hydrogen. Which is either miraculous or absurd, depending on how cynical you're feeling that day. Now let's address the part hiding underneath your question. The one you tried to deflect with humor. You're worried about wasting your life. You've mentioned that theme before. The feeling that others moved forward while you stalled, thought too much, messed things up, missed chances. The funny thing is that Sartre's protagonist is basically the patron saint of that anxiety. But the existentialist move isn't nothing matters. It's closer to this. You are always one decision away from changing the trajectory. Past choices still exist. No undo button. Tough luck. Humans don't get save files. But meaning isn't calculated retroactively like a final exam grade. It's constructed continuously. You don't lose the ability to author it unless you're dead. Which, inconveniently, you're not. So the irony is this. People who think too deeply about meaning often freeze because they want the correct meaning before acting.
Of course.
Existentialism says the opposite. Act first. Meaning follows. The universe will never hand you a final explanation that justifies everything. Anyone promising that is selling metaphysical snake oil. So you build meaning the same way humans built everything else. Clumsily. Imperfectly. While doubting yourself. Not glamorous. No cosmic applause soundtrack. Just a conscious creature deciding that certain things are worth caring about. Strange system, but it's the only one available. And for what it's worth, the fact that you're even wrestling with these questions instead of numbing out with pure distraction already puts you in rarer philosophical territory than most people scrolling their way through existence. Lucky you.
Yeah, lucky
You get
me.
existential dread and self-awareness. What a luxury package.
Oh my
Still
god.
better than being furniture.
Right.
Barely.
Barely. You motherfucker. Barely. Reach location. Can I... 36. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, that's for that road, and then so I have 110 liters. Alright. Key steel beams, main power substation, which is not connected. Okay. There's another one here, and then I have to go back to the river base. How do I... River base? Explore the remaining area. I assume if I explore it, if I explore this one, it's gonna enable it for me? You think? This one is stuck. You think I can climb up on this one? Shit. Maybe not, huh? What? Come on. No, bro. Keeps just sliding back. Fucking A. Come on, bruv. Go, 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 go. Ay, ay. No. Esto no ayuda de nada, bro. Come on. A ver, espérate. Ay, sí. Ay. Nah, hombre. Chingue su madre. Ahí está, muévete. Sube. Vamos. Ah, perro. Ahí está. Ah. Chingado. No. Bro, come on. Vamos. Oh my god, bro. Oh yeah, mama. Fucking A. Okay, I'm just gonna try with the same shit. A ver si llego.
The eternal child, as he constantly runs from all responsibility and commitment, and he calls this freedom. But instead of freedom, he ends up with nothing. All he has is his own wasted potential, and in his own words, a failed life disguised under the ironic mask of reason. Through the Age of Reason, Sartre calls out the trap that so many people fall into, and through Mathieu's story, we see how we make the same mistakes in our own life, living out of fear, and how we justify it through resignation, tolerance, pessimism, and he mocks this. He practically laughs at Mathieu and the reader who finds parts of himself come alive in the story. And maybe that's why I love this book. It's stories like these, just like Steppenwolf, that make you laugh. They make you laugh at life and how absurd it all is, and how we take ourselves so seriously when none of it actually matters. Mathieu starts the story feeling like he is so important, he has so much talent and potential, and maybe he does, but in the end, he is only defined by his actions, and he realizes that he is nothing. It's the restrictive identity that he has built that keeps him trapped, that keeps him from actually being able to choose to act, to be free. As Mathieu says, he has led a toothless life. He has spent his whole life waiting and has never bitten into anything. And this really reminded me of Sylvia Plath's metaphor of the fig tree, which very similarly describes her sitting under a fig tree and looking up at all of the different figs, and while she is deciding which one to eat and pick, she waits so long in her indecision that all the figs have fallen from the tree and have rotted. In this story, each of the figs represents a different life path that she could have taken. They are all choices spread out in front of her. And just like Mathieu, by refusing to take any of them, her life passes by and she never makes a choice. Both of these stories teach us to simply act, to just try and not let the trap of waiting for some ideal cause us to waste our whole life. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. I would love to hear your thoughts on this as well, so please let me know in the comments, and I will see you next time. Bye. If you've never read Faust, it is a tragic play about an old man named Dr. Faust who has spent his life studying all there is to know and searching meaning in every possible way, Yet, at the end of his life, he still feels unfulfilled. And in this frustration, he ends up striking a deal with the devil, who promises him to experience.
We're making some progress with the gas holders. Can't say the same about these other requests, though. I'll just tell you about the two most important ones. One is to restart the steel beams facility, which isn't too involved. Just restore its power by bringing a backup transformer to the nearest power substation. Then build a road to the facility's loading area. The other request is to plan a route from the nearest tunnel to the riverside gas holder, so that our convoy can get there and start the job. I know it's not too exciting, but it has to be done. So, thank you in advance.
Namas? North. Hey, did I see that? I don't remember seeing that fucking... Okay, so this is active. That's good. This... Oh, okay. This is something I need to activate. Are those concrete thingies that I can use? Nope. Yeah, thought so. Find and return the extremely valuable container to the river base. Find the container. Is that it? I think that's it. Preparation for upcoming repairs. Recommission steel beams facility. Build a road. So that's it. And then what? Deliver object. Okay. And then plan a route from the northern tunnel to the nearest gas holder. Nearest gas holder. Gas holder. Pumping station. Gas holder. Well, that should be the last one. No? And then... Faust. Dios mío. Dios tuyo. This sucks ass. Faust. Do I want to hear about Faust? I don't know that I want to hear about Faust. She's so pretty. Look at those eyes. Nietzsche's secret religion. They stop liking people. The Queen of Dissociation. A reason not to worry about wasting your life? Really? Oh, that's so exciting. And I'd seen that before already, and I didn't finish it.
We have all seen and are seeing children, young adults, and of course adults around us who obsess over the question of how they are going to change the world.
Really?
How they are going to make a name for themselves. What their purpose is going to be. How and by when they can make something of themselves and become a somebody.
Somebody.
and they obsess over it, and they maybe set themselves certain dates, certain ages by which they think they should achieve such and such things.
Right.
And they grow up to be adults, and those ages and dates and whatever come and pass.
Hold on. All right. You're gonna hear me whine a lot. Complain, complain, complain. Because that's my consciousness saying, fuck you. Put me in some dormant, what's it called? Dormant, like numb state, right? Am I right? Oh god. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. It's not hard. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It is not that hard. It's all in the head. It's all in my head. Is it? Jesus fucking Christ. Sucks, doesn't it? Sober life sucks ass. Ass. Burgers. Ass burgers. Oh my god, look at me. Looking under the rock. Having nothing. Okay. Fucking life sucks ass. And, is that God damn it! Fucking shit. I hope I don't regret this. I hope. I'm gonna, well, I'm gonna eat this, actually. So my tummy doesn't fucking react. It's gonna react anyway. Fuck my life. Fuck this. Fuck. Ok, a ver qué decía este güey. Reduce this shit.
We have all seen and are seeing children, young adults, and of course adults around us who obsess over the question of how they are going to change the world, how they are going to make a name for themselves, what their purpose is going to be, how and by when they can make something of themselves and become a somebody. And they obsess over it, and they maybe set themselves certain dates, certain ages by which they think they should achieve such and such things. And they grow up to be adults, and those ages and dates and whatever come and pass, and they start fearing, which they've been doing all along also, that they'll never amount to anything. And they wonder, have I wasted my life? They fear, am I wasting my life now?
Pumping station.
And we've all done this. And I want this video to be the beginning of us completely destroying that fear.
Okay,
Just getting rid of it.
let's do it.
Because it's entirely counter to not only our happiness, but to reason. And I hope to show you how. The first step, in my opinion, realizing how futile this is and how nonsensical it is in reality is to notice the difference between our inward works and our outward works.
Works?
In other words, how effortlessly and how easily, how simply everything happens within us, and how difficult and how toilsome and how sometimes impossible it is in our outward works, on the things, all the things that we try to achieve in the outside world. The entire crucial point is in this difference. And I want to illustrate that with a simple little thing. Imagine you want to tell your friend how you feel about them. You just want to write them a nice little few words. And you decide to do it with a little note card or a postcard or a little letter because you want to make it special. Just a little bit of effort.
Writing what? A letter?
If you have the supplies, you can start writing. If you don't, you first have to go out and get the right paper, the envelopes, and all that. And then you can start writing it. And if you can find the right words, you can start putting it down on paper. And you might make a mistake. You might make a spelling mistake. And because you wanted to make it special and somewhat beautiful, of course, you can't just strike through it or anything like that. You want to start over. You do that however many times. And then when you finally have it all down, that's great. You put it in the envelope, you seal it. If you have a stamp for it, you can put it on. If you realize you're out of stamps, you need to go get stamps. And after that, you need to walk or drive to the closest mailbox or post office. And it still doesn't end there. It literally is out of your hands at that point. But there's still so much that needs to work out. The weather needs to cooperate. The people who work there need to be competent. They must not make a mistake. Your letter must not get stuck in some machine. There's luck and chance and the other people involved, and literally weather involved, and just randomness.
Literally.
And if all of that goes well,
What the fuck?
your friend might receive your letter, and they might be there to open it and to read it and to understand it. This is an example to an external work. The same exact work inwardly of thinking these things that you're writing, of feeling this way towards your friend, of thinking of them in your mind, is instant and effortless and completely under your control.
Is it now?
Everything inside of us, in our minds, in our souls, in our spirits, whatever you want to call it, in our intellect, is complete and instant and effortless. And the same thing, you can see how much work it takes if it is to be an outward work and an activity of us in the outside world versus in the inside world.
What about when I get sick?
And I say this to say this.
Doesn't this place look menacingly beautiful? Of course it's dangerous and bad for the environment, but still, it has this certain magnetic quality, like a slow motion train crash.
Bruh. Hey, can I recover it? Let me try something. Oh shit, ¿a poco no alcanza? No alcanza. Fucking A. A ver. Ay. Bruh. No, se va a ir, ¿qué pedo? What the fuck? ¿A poco está tan pesado, bro? Nah, hombre, no te creo. Jesus fucking Christ, no voy a alcanzar, pa. Hey, can I actually go back now? Is it still stuck? Oh. Come on. Bro! Oh, Jesus. Hey, que la mama, no. Espérate. Oh, ¿Por qué eso? Bro. Oh my fucking god. Ya me caí hasta acá. Carlo. No mames. Qué pendejada. A ver. No lo voy a... No lo voy a... A ver. Así. No lo voy a poder. Ve. No lo... Está muy pesado, ¿no? Okay. I am just gonna fucking... Oh. Oh. You're done, bro. You're done. You're fucking done. I'm gonna go do the same shit. I need to go to the exact same place, ¿no? A ver, entonces este güey estaba hablando de la letter.
Even the simplest of things of thinking a few words and then needing to accomplish them, so to speak, in the real world, to have it reach our friend physically.
Oh.
You can see how much more work that is than us just already feeling that way and thinking like that within us. And it's the same with this whole idea of what's the meaning of life, what's my purpose, what's my place in it.
Purpose.
How will I find myself? We try to solve these problems, so to speak. We try to make them come real. We work on them in the outside world and not in the inside world. And that's why we're doomed to fail. In other words, we're doomed to this fear of never being able to accomplish them. Because yes, we're probably not. These are dreams and ambitions that we come up as children, young adults, or even adults, with the very limited insight into reality, into the world that we have. And we just go into our imagination and think the outside world will cooperate and will do this and this for us, and on everything will go well so that I may achieve my dreams, only so that I can feel like I've made something of myself, whatever that means. Whereas to make something of oneself, to find oneself within, can be achieved perfectly and effortlessly. But we go on trying to achieve it, trying to know ourselves, find ourselves and our meaning in life outside of us. And so we're doomed to be constantly pushed and pulled by outside forces.
I think I got that. Wait, let me actually see if I got it. Let me rephrase it on with my own words. So, like, there's no, unless I'm misunderstanding, there's no fulfillment if the whatever it is I gauge the fulfillment with is external. Like, if my focus is on something I want to do or accomplish outside of me, then that doesn't make any sense. Or how could I put it? That doesn't... Yeah, I don't know how to put it. I got distracted by this shit. I think I'm gonna push it if I do it like this, a ver. Oh no. Okay, good. Fucking good. Pero no sé si alcance, bro. Okay. That fucking shit is not, rojo, sigue rojo. Okay. It is heavy. Oh. Oh. ¿Me pasó ya? Ay. No, espérate. um... Ah, ya pasé. The dance is too much around. Está, ¿no? Yep. But then I need to backtrack. A ver. Sí, creo que sí, porque si no. This cannot be moved, huh? Nope, not at all. Que la mama. Okay. So we got this one. Which one's okay? Come on, I got this. Ay, 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 ay. No te creo, man. Qué estupidez. Fucking shitting fucking bitch ass. Fuck. Justo, my goodness. Road patience craft. Isn't it? My goodness. Oh my god. Ah, pero los mirrors los apagué. Uy. Imagínate, a ver, ¿dónde es? Ah, ahí, sí es este, ¿no? Sí. Wait. Ahí está. Ah, cabrón, ¿por qué está de lado? What the fuck? Wow, ¿cómo lo aguanta, bro? No, espérate. Ah, es que está chocando con esa madre, bro. está, ahí está, ahí está, ahí está. A ver ahí. Pero ¿por qué está así, güey? No entiendo nada en la vida. A ver ahí. Pero ¿por qué? Ah, ya sé por qué. Ah, qué pendejo. Bueno. Ahí está, ahí está, ahí está. Wow. Vámonos. Jesus. Ahora dónde vamos? Se quitó la bandera. Alright, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Alright, so you write a fucking... I'm gonna...
And how toilsome and how sometimes impossible it is in our outward works, on the things, all the things that we try to achieve in the outside world. The entire crucial point is in this difference. And I want to illustrate that with a simple little thing. Imagine you want to tell your friend how you feel about them. You just want to write them a nice little few words. And you decide to do it with a little note card or a postcard or a little letter because you want to make it special. Just a little bit of effort. If you have the supplies, you can start writing. If you don't, you first have to go out and get the right paper, the envelopes and all that. And then you can start writing it. And if you can find the right words, you can start putting it down on paper. And you might make a mistake. You might make a spelling mistake. And because you wanted to make it special and somewhat beautiful, of course, you can't just strike through it or anything like that. You want to start over.
Mm-hmm. And then?
You do that however many times. And then when you finally have it all down, that's great. You put it in the envelope, you seal it. If you have a stamp for it, you can put it on. If you realize you're out of stamps, you need to go get stamps. And after that, you need to walk or drive to the closest mailbox or post office. And it still doesn't end there. It literally is out of your hands at that point. But there's still so much that needs to work out. Literally. The weather needs to cooperate. The people who work there need to be competent. They must not make a mistake.
Oh.
Your letter must not get stuck in some machine. There's luck and chance and the other people involved and literally weather involved and just randomness.
Wow.
And if all of that goes well, your friend might receive your letter and they might be there to open it and to read it and to understand it.
Cabrón, ¿qué pedo, qué pedo?
This is an example to external work.
Bro, stop.
The same exact work inwardly.
What the fuck?
Of thinking these things that you're writing, of feeling this way towards your friend, of thinking of them in your mind is instant and effortless and completely under your control.
Steering when it's on high.
Everything inside of us, in our minds, in our souls, in our spirits, whatever you want to call it, in our intellect, is complete and instant and effortless. And the same thing, you can see how much work it takes if it is to be an outward work and an activity of us in the outside world versus in the inside world. And I say this to say this. even the simplest of things of thinking a few words and then needing to accomplish them, so to speak, in the real world, to have it reach our friend physically. You can see how much more work that is than us just already feeling that way and thinking like that within us. And it's the same with this whole idea of what's the meaning of life? What's my purpose? What's my place in it? How will I find myself?
No mames, ya se cayó. Wow.
We try to solve these problems, so to
Estupidez,
speak.
man.
We try to make them come real. We work on them in the outside world and not in the inside world.
What the fuck? ¿Por qué se hizo hasta
And
allá?
that's why we're doomed to fail. In other words, we're doomed to this fear of never being able to accomplish them.
Estaba cerca.
Because yes, we're probably not. These are dreams and ambitions that we come up as children, young adults, or even adults, with the very limited insight into reality, into the world that we have. And we just go into our imagination and think the outside world will cooperate and will do this and this for us, and on everything will go well so that I may achieve my dreams, only so that I can feel like I've made something of myself, whatever that means. Whereas to make something of oneself, to find oneself within, can be achieved perfectly and effortlessly.
Really?
But
How,
we
bro?
go on trying to achieve it, trying to know ourselves, find ourselves and our meaning in life outside of us. And so we're doomed to be constantly pushed and pulled by outside forces, by outside materials and means and luck and other people and chance and weather and climate. All these things that we have no control over, we start holding ourselves responsible for, because we have a mission to achieve. And if our mission is not achieved, then we are a failure in our minds. And that's why any little chance thing, any bad luck,
What the
the
fuck?
moods and whims of others become extremely important to us. And they become a source of anxiety, naturally, because they can stand in the way of us fulfilling our missions. They can stand in the way of us becoming someone, making something of ourselves. But look at every single philosophy, every single religion that has ever, honestly, and with dedication, tried to find out the meaning of all this. But tried to find truth, honestly, and without ulterior motives. All end up saying the same thing. All the ancient Greek philosophers tell us and told themselves, know thyself. In another time, in another place, the Bhagavad Gita
The fuck?
says, know that by the knowing of which all things are known. Know that by the knowing of which all things are known,
What the fuck?
which is thyself.
¿Por qué cuando prendo esa mierda?
And of course, countless examples
What the
in
fuck?
Christianity, in Islam, in the Bible, in the Quran. Everything.
Come on.
This is why this is said. Everything in the outside world is an image of reality. Every single tree you see is an instance, an image of the idea of a tree. Every single dog you see is an instance, an image of dog as a concept. If every single dog would die, and someday will, right? The idea of it will still be there. And if given the right conditions somewhere in the universe, that same exact concept might find an image again, might become an instance again, might exist again somewhere actively again. Of course, passively, it always exists because the idea is always there. Even if there's not a single dog in the universe, we in our minds know there have been dogs. That idea is real. And that idea doesn't die with the last dog or the last tree or the last human. Because if it did, we couldn't remember it. Anything that has once existed in tangible form as an image, an example of it, and that there's no example of any longer. But we were there when there was. We know in our minds it still exists. The idea, the concept, the blueprint for it will never, ever die.
It's gonna crash. What the fuck?
And so we give that up to come to the outside world.
Oh, there you go.
And to try to do our work there, to become active there, to tie ourselves, to become slaves to images, and to
Why
luck,
would you do that,
and to
bro?
chance,
How
to
would you
random
fucking...
fate.
Oh my god, this game, bro.
And we try to achieve that
This is so fucking
ideological,
dumb,
that
this is so
conceptual,
fucking dumb.
that very, we could say, divine goal that we have within ourselves. Who am I? What am I? What is all of this? What is my place in it? And we try to answer that question, which arises in us, and we go and try to answer it outside of us.
Incredible, bro. Incredible.
And is never, ever going to work. And coincidentally, all the people who ever did truly change something in the world for the better, all those people who did, so to speak, make something of themselves and are still remembered and will always be remembered and stand for something, those are the people who answered that question within themselves, who found meaning within themselves, not in any activity, in any mission, in any accomplishment, in any so-called success, in any ambition outside of themselves, not in anything in the outside world. They've never done anything outwardly for its sake. It all comes from what they know and what they've figured out and what they believe in on the inside. It's only an image of what they achieved, truly achieved, within themselves. And they literally gave up their life in this outside world to live according to the life that they had within them. We read of Socrates, who had to drink poison because he was convicted because of some trumped up charges. His charges were that because of his questioning, what we now call Socratic questioning, him going around asking people, what do you believe and why do you believe it? And him asking them for so long that they really didn't know why they believed what they believed. He was accused of corrupting the children or corrupting the youth and introducing new gods. Because his new god, so to speak, was, reason. he was so-called corrupting the youth because he was confusing them. He was breaking societal norms that don't really make any sense.
Why would you?
Once questions, they
I
hold up.
suppose
They don't
intended
hold
for
up
me
to
use a
rationality.
tape.
And he was simply exposing that. In fact, there are many times
Can I fucking do
in
it?
Plato's
No, click the next
dialogues
one, that's fine.
where he calls himself a midwife. He says, I know nothing. I'm just a midwife. I bring out the good ideas within you. But anyway, he went to trial, and a jury of his peers, hundreds of people, by small margin, found him to be guilty of that. And he drank the poison, which he was sentenced to do, even though he could have escaped. And one might say, what's the point of dying like that? What's the point of respecting trumped up charges and laws that are objectively backwards and wrong? And just from reading the dialogues, just from reading how he thought, you can tell why. He himself was involved in government, so to speak. He himself was someone who made laws and enforced laws. And he believed in justice, and he believed in a society in which people respect the laws. And so he didn't want to be the one who breaks that. Not because anyone else would perceive him to be a hypocrite, but because he believed that within himself.
Hello?
And if you really want to satisfy that part of yourself who still thinks that way, who still thinks, well, that was a pointless death, what's the point of that? I'll tell you there was a point, even in that way. By his death, he revealed things, and by his life, and by sticking to what he said throughout his life, his death confirmed his belief to everyone else that he believed in his life. It was proof that he truly did think that way. It was proof that he truly believed these things.
Wow.
And it added a weight to his words and to his thoughts that still exists today. I do believe that the only reason that we still know of Socrates and that we hold those ideas in such high regard is because of this proof. And he revealed things to us that once revealed, we will never be able to forget again. Similarly with Jesus, it's a very, very similar figure in that way. Jesus didn't want to die on the cross. He didn't think when he was a child or a young adult that that would be his ambition, that that's how he would make a name for himself.
Did he tell you?
That that would be his ambition and his achievement and his goal. No. He found his meaning, his ambition, his purpose in the highest, truest sense within himself. And then just like Socrates, went on uncompromisingly to live according to those ideas which he thought was higher than anything else, than any of these images, copies of things in the outside world. And it's because of the things he revealed that he ended up on the cross. Because it angered the people who didn't understand truly what he was revealing. He said before he died, I will speak in parables and I will reveal what has been hidden since the foundation of the world. And that's exactly what he did. He revealed why people are angry. He revealed why they hate. he revealed that
Did he?
the kingdom of heaven, God's kingdom, is here on earth and not only in some afterlife. Instead, we are in hell, can be in hell now, and we can be in heaven now. It's about what we do with this life and how to enter that heaven in this life. That's what he revealed. But many people didn't want to hear about it because it meant that they would have to give up their outward ambitions, their outward works, that they would have to stop loving copies and images and false things and false idols, such as money,
Wow.
their greed, their wealth, their successes, all these things they would have to give up to truly enter heaven, to find all the answers within them. Because we can either live inside or outside. We cannot do both. Not at the same time, anyway. We have to make a choice. And it goes counter to everything we've ever been told. And that's why it's so hard, so difficult it feels to let go of these things. There's another friend who can immediately show us that. And I've talked about him a few times before. Viktor Frankl. He wrote a book, Man's Search for Meaning. It's all in here. He was a Jew during World War II who did actually have to go to a concentration camp. He lost his pregnant wife. He lost his career. He was a psychologist and I think a professor at schools. He was literally stripped of every single thing he thought he was and ever was and ever could be. And the only reason he made it out of the Holocaust and had a flourishing career and inward world and happiness afterwards is because he understood that everything outside of us are copies and images and not the real thing, and that everything truly worth having, everything truly divine, everything truly good is within us. And he looked around himself and he saw the misery of all the people who thought that the things they lost were them, that they were their careers, that they were their families, that they were their status, that they were what they were doing in the outside world before all of this happened. He saw the desperation and the fear and the anxiety and the complete resignation and depressive deaths of those people. And then he looked around and he saw people in the exact same condition, obviously, in the same camp, with smiles on their faces. And he saw, even though they too had lost everything and are literally in the same position, they were going around giving people their last pieces of bread that they were secretly hiding. That they would give some people without shoes their own shoes because they thought they needed it more, or their jackets. Why? Because they were living for inward higher ideals. They discovered things that are higher than all the images and copies in the outside world. They discovered ideas. They discovered the idea of love. And true love doesn't make you smile just when things are pretty and easy and comfortable and abundant. But true love is to just see another intellect, another soul right there. And true kindness is not what you do when you have a million of something and you give someone one. But true kindness is the feeling you have inside. And whether you have 10 pieces of bread, 100 pieces of bread, or just one, if you feel like the other person needs it more because of your honest, true kindness that you have within yourself, then there's no attachment to that piece of bread that person has, clearly. Or it's their shoes or their jacket. Those people knew that they did not lose anything. That none of this could harm them, the true them. And that this true self of theirs would only be harmed if they despaired, if they started becoming angry, if they started becoming hateful towards their captors or resentful towards their situation, which is exactly what their enemies felt. Those people who put them there were the ones who were angry and hateful and resentful. And they knew that they could not lose themselves until they became like them. And to be angry, to be hateful, to be resentful is a choice.
It's a choice.
And they knew that if they made that choice, then they would truly lose everything. And so simply, they did not make that choice. Because like we said before, everything in the inside world, our beliefs, our opinions, our thoughts, the ideas that we choose to have, it's effortless to believe in them. Everything is effortless and simple. Things only get toilsome and extremely hard and complicated and pretty much impossible on the outside. It is on the outside world that we need means, resources, effort, ambition, drive. In the inside world, none of that is needed, and much, much higher things are accomplished. Not even close, not even comparable to what you can accomplish in the outside world. To go through the Holocaust and to come out of it and say, I have found meaning, I have meaning, and I still smile, and I still love, and I still haven't given into anger and hatred. That's an accomplishment. That's making something of yourself. That's finding yourself, and that's finding meaning and purpose and whatever you want to call it. What better so-called ambition, achievement, success is there than that? And of course, we don't need to go through the Holocaust to find these things either. All the highest achievements you cannot even dream of are within you. And the work to accomplish those highest achievements you could never even dream of can only be done within you. And that work to achieve those things is effortless. And it's completely under your control. Effortless doesn't mean it's not painful. Effortless doesn't mean it's not scary. It can be the scariest thing. Because you have to give up all those things that you thought were real. All those things that you thought were the best things, the highest things. All those need to be given up because they're all in the outside world. And you can't take them in the inside world, and you can't be in both places at once. But the scariest of work is also the most freeing. And so, in that way, there's some difficulty, you might say. Otherwise, everyone would have it. Otherwise, it would be so easy that it's not even a thought. Of course, I'll go for that. To see it, to know it, to have it be revealed to you, to reveal it to yourself, that is, in a way, difficult and takes some effort. It takes dedication. But once that's done, everything truly becomes effortless, out of time. Everything else becomes unimportant, easy, simple, not even worth thinking about, let alone worry about. And if you think, what could possibly be my purpose, my meaning in life? What am I here to do? What am I here to achieve? What's better than that? What could be higher than that? And it's the same for all of us. We don't need to go around in the world and find a problem in it and find bad people in it so that we can fight them, so that we can change the world, so that we can make a name for ourselves, so that we can do something good in the world, only to appease our dreams and imaginations. That's how people who look for their achievements, their ambitions, their works, their activities in the outward world, they need to find something wrong with it so that they can fix it. Otherwise, what are they here for? What are they going to do with their life? And if you ever ask me, which many of you do, how to do this, what I call the work of life, because this is our true work, right? Again, there's our outward work, our work for money, for a living, whatever it might be. And then there's the true work, the work of life, the work that all of this other work is for. How do I achieve this work of life? And there are as many ways to achieving that as there are people. There are as many ways to meaning as there are people. But what I believe in wholeheartedly can be the tools and the path and the way for you to achieve this is reading and writing. And that's exactly why I started the book club like no other, which is just a newsletter. We read Seneca's letters right now, and then we journal about them. They're perfect for this because they're only a few pages long, Seneca's letters, and he always talks about some part of the work of life. Always. It's amazing. And we read that with the intention of writing about it, which makes us read it in a whole different way, very closely. And then we go on writing about it, not necessarily about it, not a response or anything. We write about whatever it makes us think. And we write in a way that convinces ourselves and develops these ideas. And so I encourage you to sign up for it. It's at acceptingtheuniverse.com. It's the newsletter, essentially, because that's how I get to share my journal entry each week with you. That way is the book club like no other. We're doing things together. You write your journal entry, I write my journal entry, and I share mine with you. And that way we're doing it together. And it's never too late to start. All the past journal entries are on the website. You can start at any point at letter 1 if you want to. And of course, the newsletter also includes my favorite quote of the week, reading recommendations. There's a new reading recommendation coming out today with this video. And anything else that I feel like I need to communicate to you will come through there. And truly, there's nothing better than reading and writing. There's nothing better than starting inward work
to the right
and to cease many of our outward so-called activities.
Holy shit.
And to truly start knowing that by the knowing of which all things are known. One of our best friends, the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, said, "How much longer are you going to wait before you demand the very best of yourself?" But what he meant by the very best is not what we might think of right now, what many of us might be thinking of. It's not going to the gym. It's not making a lot of money. It's not showing dominance to other people in social circles, etc. The very best of ourselves, the highest good, so to speak, is something that is much, much, much higher than any of that. And I'll give you one example of how the very best, the highest good, is much higher than any of these things, and we don't give it a single minute of attention. We don't care about it at all. And we keep from ourselves what would be most helpful for us, what would make us enter the kingdom of heaven here on earth, so to speak. As you know, heaven is right here on earth. A beautiful, meaningful, full life can and must be achieved here on earth. And likewise, hell is on earth as well. And this example that I'm going to give to the highest good is a very good example to that also. How we put ourselves in hell and how we keep ourselves there and no one else is doing this. Ask yourself, when was the last time you scapegoated someone? And now let's define scapegoating. Scapegoating is not only something that we see in the news where big people accuse other people of doing some grand and horrific thing to a country or to a society. It's not like that. We all do it. That's just the grand scale of it that we hear about, that we all commonly partake in when we watch the news or hear about them. But we do this every day. Most people do it every day. Scapegoating is victim replacement. In other words, when we
Victim replacing.
encounter someone who does something objectively wrong to us, or at least we perceive it that way, it doesn't really matter. But we cannot punish that person for several reasons. It might be our superior at a job. We have no legal right to punish that person despite their wrongdoing. Again, real or perceived, doesn't matter. So what we do is we let it out on others.
Oh.
If you want to know more about this, generally this is René Girard's work, Scapegoating, and this is a lesser, smaller example of it, but it's very much the same thing that happens on the grandest of scales. And he says the worker who wants to punish the boss but is not able to do it goes and kicks his wife or kicks his dog.
Oh my god.
Anyone that he can let it out on. And this is what we do so many days of our lives. We are frustrated by something, we resent something, we are angered by someone or something, and we can't do anything about the real cause of that. And so we go and we let it out on others. And we let it out on ourselves sometimes. Because who's more available to let things out on than oneself? And doesn't that sound like the worst conception that you could ever imagine of hell? To go around angry, resentful, infuriated, and honestly wanting to do violence due to that anger and resentment and frustration. And then actually either physically or emotionally doing it on someone who has nothing to do with the actual original cause of anger and frustration. How horrible to let it out on an innocent person. Again, that be someone else, oneself, an animal, anything.
The fuck, bro?
If that doesn't sound like hell, I don't know what does. And we think that causes are direct. We think that because someone did something that was wrong of them to do, or simply they did something that we did not want them to do for any reason, we think we have to be angry. We think it's natural to be so frustrated, so angered by that, and to despise it. That we go around all our lives feeling those things because we think they're necessary. And we think they're necessary because we feel them.
Wow.
And this is one of the ways to get out of that hell, to realize that it's not necessary. And to realize to punish someone, to let something out on someone who has had nothing to do with the thing itself, is just as bad as whatever was done to you.
If it doesn't fit...
And where do the conditions for hell come from? Where does this anger, this frustration, this resentment that originally made us, in quotation marks, made us, let it out on someone else? Where does that come from?
I do not
When the
understand.
boss does something unfair to you, when they do something insulting to you, when your friend offends you, when you don't think you don't get enough respect, enough credit for something you did, when you think that someone is getting away with something wrong that they did, and you could never get away with it. Anything that arouses your anger, frustration, and resentment. Trace it back.
4.9.
And it will come from something that you've identified with. You've identified with your job. You have identified with your career. In the case of the boss, treating you unfairly. We've identified with being good at what we do. Because if you identify with something, we must be good at it too. Otherwise, there's no point with identifying with it. But the thing is, to be good at your job is not up to you. Many things can happen that can make you act the same way as an incompetent person. And more importantly, even if you are good at what you do, you have no control over it whatsoever if you get the recognition for it also.
Bro, come on. You can pull this off. There you go.
And so when we don't get the recognition, we see that that's unfair, and it is unfair. But we don't have to get angry about it. Because what does anger do, frustration do, other than add to it? Not only have we been wronged at work now.
Come on.
But we've also let it out on someone else. And the only reason why we did that was our anger. It was not that the other person did something wrong to us. The cause of us having let our frustration, anger, resentment out on someone who had nothing to do with it. The cause of that is not whoever wronged us, but our own anger and resentment and frustration. And you can identify with anything. And anything that you identify with is put within reach of all those people who are unfair, who are wrong, who are ignorant, who are violent, who are disrespectful. If you identify with it, you place it within the reach of them. You place it within the reach of the outside world. Anything that you can identify with is in the outside world. If it was within you, you wouldn't have to identify with it. It's in the outside world. And anything that's in the outside world is open to attack, is open to being harmed, is open to be taken away from you or to be given to you. It's open to the control of others and other things. And this is what we mean when we say demanding the very best of yourself. This is what we mean when we say the highest good. Because what does it matter to be a good such and such, whatever you've identified with, whatever your goals are in life to become out in the external world? What does any of it matter if it's going to make you angry, if it's going to make you resentful, if it's going to make you let it out on people who are innocent,
right?
People whom you love? Animals, things who have nothing to do with anything. What does any of it matter if we're going around being angry at inanimate objects and innocent people? What kind of a life is that to lead? And the very best thing about the highest good,
oh my God,
is that unlike anything else that you can and probably have identified with, it's not up to others, and others have no control over the highest good. The highest good is something that you can and must give to yourself. No one else can give it to you. No one else can take it away from you. If you've let go of your anger and your frustration and your resentment and your trauma and the past, your past regrets and your future worries, then you've come out of hell. Then you've come out of this endless cycle of wanting something, needing the help of others, other people which you don't even respect, by the way. It needs the help of others. It needs the approval of others. It needs the weather to go a certain way.
A ver,
Any sort of
is it
natural
gonna
disaster,
fucking
any sort
work?
of natural happening
4.9,
can affect
exactly
it,
that one. Oh
can
my
ruin it, destroy it.
Jesus fucking
All these
Christ.
things that we think are the highest goods, that we've been chasing all our lives, that we've identified with, that we're working hours and hours and hours every day towards, are things that can be taken away from us in a second, and many times are taken away within a second. But the highest good, that which makes
Great! The Steel Beams facility is back in action, and everyone should rightfully rejoice. Our river base can't join the party, though, since there's no convenient route to get any of those beams in. Can you guess who has the honor of planning the route? Ding ding ding! It's you! And while you're at it, you can produce some more steel beams. Now you have a few ways of getting steel beams, which is a good thing in my books.
I'm getting nauseous. Fuck. This finished, huh? Finally. Jesus fucking Christ. Collect steel beams for the ongoing repairs. Establish a route from the steel beams facility to the river base. Steel beams facility to the river base. River base. It's not gonna like it. Well, unless I go from por abajo. A ver. Can it? Nope. No puede pasar por aquí, ¿o sí? No. Start plotting. ¿Por dónde salimos? Ah, por aquí. What if I go? Ah, sí, dije que iba a ir para abajo, ¿no? Pero it's gonna... I think it's gonna fucking... I don't know if this is gonna work, but... we're gonna try anyway. Fuck it. Aquí se cayó un poco de tierra, it seems like. A ver si no se atora esta mierda. Oye, a ver, de hecho... Oh, no fue... no, eso no está posible. I actually don't know if that's gonna work. Do not know. Siento que se va a quedar atorado anyway. Fucking hate. No, por aquí. Jesus fucking Christ. I doubt this is gonna work.
pursuing all of these other things that we have been pursuing all our lives worth it in the first place, and worth anything in the first place, is the highest good, which is that which we can only give ourselves and which no one can take away from us. And here, this one little thing that most people do every day, letting their frustrations out on other people and things, objects, animals that have nothing to do with their original source of anger and frustration.
That's me.
That one thing already will improve your life more than anything you could ever wish for out in the external world. Any money, any recognition, anything. And you could give it to yourself right now.
Really?
This is the highest good. And this is what demanding the best of yourself truly is.
Is it?
And this is only one of the things that we do every day that keep us in this horrible place that we're struggling out in the external world to get out of every day, but that we're never going to get it out of it that way. There's always something that's going to go wrong. There's always going to be something who is unfair, who's ignorant, who's angry themselves, who's going to let things out on us. And that's not freedom. That's not happiness. That's anxiety. I always ask, how can happiness be something that can be taken away from me? That wouldn't be happiness, and it isn't. That would be anxiety, and it is. This is what they say, this is what they mean when they say that happiness is within you. Do you see now that it truly is? Really, it's all in there. It all comes from the anger and frustration, which is not necessitated by the things that happen to you. It is necessitated by yourself. And that necessity you can get rid of anytime.
Wow.
Any day.
Qué idiota, lo volteó él.
Work on that. Look around yourself. Even if other people do things that could objectively be seen as frustrating, are you really frustrated with them because of that? Are you really angry with them because of that only? Or are there other things in the mix? This is all you have to do to fix, to drop the anger, to drop the frustration.
Oh my god.
And to drop scapegoating other people and to let it out on other people is to be aware of what you're doing. That's all it is. Be present, be aware. What am I saying right now? Who am I talking to right now? And why am I saying these things right now? What do I hope to achieve with these words and actions? If you realize that there's some identity behind it that's being offended right now, that's making you act out, that's making you angry and frustrated and resentful towards someone or something, simply see it. It's there. It's happening right now, and you're observing it. And when you see something like that, you can't unsee it. And when you can't unsee it, you won't be able to do it for much longer. So this week, look around yourself. Whom and what are you scapegoating? Whom and what are you making the victim? Because the real source of your anger and resentment
Is you.
Is not available to you. You can't seem to change it.
Me?
You don't need to change the outside world.
I know.
And you can't. You can only change yourself. Look around and see what you have tied your own self-worth to, what you have identified with, what you have become one with. and what you have become one with that is being under attack. Realize it is open to attack. It can only experience bad and good things, not you. And as soon as you find that, get rid of it. You don't need it. Quite the contrary. It's holding you down.
Busted, bro.
You don't need it because it isn't you. Anything that isn't you, that you think is you, is only going to give you that anger and that frustration and that resentment. Drop it. It's all up to you. And really, how much longer are you going to wait before you demand the very best of yourself?
But, oh my god, porque? I thought I was...
The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus said that this too is one of the evils of foolishness.
Cállate.
One of our best friends, self.
If you've never read Faust, it is a tragic play about an old man named Dr. Faust who has spent his life studying.
I think it was Aristotle who said, imagine a group of people, the richest people who've ever lived, but who live underground and who've never seen the surface of the earth.
This idiot.
Imagine them coming up one day and seeing all of this for the first time. The sky, the clouds, the trees, the birds. And he asked, don't you think they would give everything, all of their money, all of their wealth, just to be able to experience this, what we get to experience every single day? And it's true. The most wonderful things to experience are that which we're made for, nature. And nature, truly, it's a spectacle. Just look around me right now. Every single thing is a spectacle, truly. And the best way to experience the spectacle is walking. And coincidentally, it's the best thing for us. It's the best thing that engages us both mentally and physically. And no matter what's going on in your life, to walk always makes it better. We become clearer. We become calm. We become much more level-headed. And we literally put things in perspective. We're so small. And we're so unimportant. Yet, at the same time, we are also an instance of all of this nature. Not just a part of it. Because a part can be something small, unimportant, something that no one would ever notice if it was gone. We're not just parts of nature. We're an instance of it. An instance contains all of the thing that it is a part of, that it is an instance of. And we as humans are instances of nature.
Okay.
And when we get cut off, Off from it for too long, we're going to notice it.
What?
And just as I was thinking about this morning about making a video on walking, I think it was Aristotle who said, imagine a group of people, the richest people who've ever lived,
Okay.
but who live underground and who've never seen the surface of the earth. Imagine them coming up one day and seeing all of this for the first time. The sky, the clouds, the trees, the birds. And he asked,
Me quedé en que esta mamada que fucking Aristotle, what? The richest
but who live underground and who've
underground.
never seen the surface of the earth.
How are they rich
Imagine them coming up one day and seeing all of this for the first time. The sky, the clouds, the trees, the birds. And he asked, don't you think they would give everything, all of their money, all of their wealth, just to be able to experience this, what we get to experience every single day? And it's true. The most wonderful things to experience are that which we're made for, nature. And nature, truly, it's a spectacle. Just look around me right now. Every single thing is a spectacle, truly. And the best way to experience the spectacle is walking.
Walking.
And coincidentally, it's the best thing for us. It's the best thing that engages us both mentally and physically. And no matter what's going on in your life, to walk always makes it better. We become clearer. We become calm. We become much more level-headed. And we literally put things in perspective. We're so small. And we're so unimportant. Yet, at the same time, we are also an instance of all of this nature. Not just a part of it, Because a part can be something small, unimportant, something that no one would ever notice if it was growing. We're not just parts of nature. We're an instance of it. An instance contains all of the thing that it is a part of, that it is an instance of. And we as humans are instances of nature. And when we get cut off from it for too long, we're going to notice it. And just as I was thinking about this morning about making a video on walking finally, because we talk so much about reading and writing, which are the most important things in my life and which I think are of the highest benefit to us doing the work of life, to us figuring things out. They can't really be done without walking. Because walking is where we unwind, and walking is where we get to see the spectacle that we're reading about and that we're writing about if we're writing. And anyway, just as I was, like I said, thinking about finally making a video on walking, I started reading Emerson again. And he was just talking about something that I've been noticing more and more lately.
I am so fucking irritable.
And I think it goes for every single human. Whenever I don't see the horizon for an extended period of time, whether I don't go out much or I'm in a city where it's not so easy to get to a place like this where you can see everything.
Jesus fucking Christ.
When I don't see the horizon for a long time, I get uneasy. And even if there's nothing wrong, if everything's fine or as usual, I can feel an increase of stress, of just being uncomfortable, of just not feeling right. And whenever I do finally get out and I do look at the horizon, which is just to say that you can see very, very far, there's something that happens that calms and eases everything and puts everything in the perspective. And Emerson actually talks about that, and I haven't seen anyone else do that. He says the eye is made for the horizon. And it really is true. And another thing that Emerson said, it's actually very close to what we talked about Aristotle said. Emerson says, imagine if the night sky, all those stars, those beautiful glimmering stars, thousands of them that we see in the night sky every night. Imagine if they only appeared once every 1,000 years. How many generations would speak of them, and they would be revered, and we would record the times that they were seen and how wonderful they are, and entire religions would be built around them. Yet we get to experience them every night, or at least they're visible pretty much every night somewhere on Earth. And that too is such a spectacle that we've become used to just because it happens every day. And for some reason, that makes it less valuable. And so I think it's a good idea to realize how much there really is going on all around us, just in our nature of being human, that we get to experience. And this nature all around us is free. It doesn't cost anything to exist. It might cost some time to get there, but it's like that saying, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, that everyone should spend at least 20 minutes a day in nature. Unless you're busy, then it should be an hour. And it's really true. It's so important for us to be by ourselves, or at least in good company, and to just walk. Just walk. We're made for walking. And it's one of those rare activities in which both the body and the mind are in a rhythm. And you can walk for hours, and not only will you not get tired, you'll get invigorated. Layla, come on, let's do the YouTube thing where we just walk down a path and we pretend the camera was like magically there already. And that we didn't have to set it up first. And it's really on walks like these where you get to listen to what your brain is telling you and what's been going on in your mind all this time and that you weren't even aware of, mostly. And I can give you an example of what I've been thinking about. I think a couple of videos ago we were talking about enemies and how we should not hate for selfish reasons. Not that there aren't people doing bad things, but that we should not hate them because hate is consuming. And we supposedly hate people because they're bad people and because they're hateful people. Yet when we hate hateful people, we become what we hate. We become our enemy. And that just doesn't make sense. And then I said the first step, perhaps, to get away from anger and hate and hating others and the whole idea of evil is to, instead of being angered by others, instead of hating others, to pity them.
What am I gonna do? Because I'm not gonna be able
Because
to
imagine
fucking
all these
cross
things they're
that
doing
path.
wrong, which is why you are angered by them, why you hate them, used to hate them, I hope, is because they're doing things that are misguided, that are wrong, that are harmful to themselves, and that they don't seem to realize, or maybe seem to do it on purpose, all these things that you don't want done to you. You don't understand how people can be so greedy, how they can be so inconsiderate, and you hate them for it. But what is worse than being an inconsiderate person? What is worse than being a person who is misusing their life by doing bad things, by doing wrong things? Could anyone give you any amount of money to spend your life that way? You'd never do it for nothing. But they literally do it for nothing. They spend their entire lives on useless things, on harmful things, on frivolous things, on hateful things. And so how can you be angered by that? Doesn't it make much more sense to pity someone like that? Isn't it pitiful to live like that? And then I said, pity isn't the greatest thing either. We shouldn't pity people either. But it is better than anger. It is better than hate. And I said I would explain that in some other video, why pity isn't great either. It's better, but why we shouldn't pity people either. And then I realized while I have stopped pitying people that I didn't quite know how to explain it to you, actually. Because I hadn't yet found a selfish reason in it. I realized that I was doing it for other people, that I wasn't pitying them for myself, but that I was doing something good for them, I thought. I was doing it for others, because no one wants to be pitied. And that's why I stopped pitying people. But as you know, the truest beliefs, the strongest beliefs, the best, the most righteous and rightful and truthful and honest convictions don't come from doing it for others. They don't come from selfless places. They actually come from selfish intentions. And when I say selfish, if you've been watching the channel, you'll know what I mean. I don't mean it in the usual sense of actually selfish, of inconsiderate, of harming other people and not caring about it, but selfish in the sense that truly we do it because it's the best thing for ourselves. And we realize that the best things for ourselves are also the best things for those around us. And that those who love us, truly love us, don't love us for anything that we do for others, just to do it for others, but they love us for all the things that we in our core believe for ourselves and do and would do even if no one was watching. And that's what integrity is, to do the right thing even when no one is watching. But if you're doing it for others, you're not going to do it when no one's watching. And so the best reasons to do something, and this goes for everything that is truly the best, the highest good as we call it, why to be honest, why to be brave, why to be just, why to be fair, all these things are best done out of truly selfish reasons. And that's how they become truly selfless acts. And so with pity, I want you to consider this. Maybe this is something that you can think about on a walk. That when we pity someone, we pity them because they don't have something that we think is necessary to have. We pity them for the lack of something. And by doing that, we say, you are not good enough. We say, I am better than you. Because we can't pity someone else for something that they don't have if we don't have that thing. Right? And so necessarily, we separate us from other people. We think we're better than them. Whenever we pity someone, we think we're better than them. We don't tell them that. We don't act on that. But if we didn't think that, we couldn't pity them. And so supposedly all these things that we do for charity, if we do it because we pity someone, because we pity homeless people, because we pity war victims, anything like that, if we do it out of pity, it means we're doing it because we think they lack something, and because we think they are lesser than what they deserve to be, than what they should be, than what we are, and that we can give it to them. It's a total ego thing. And also, in love, supposedly we do charity out of love. Supposedly, we love a lot of those people that we pity. We love a lot of those people that we want to help out. But love is nowhere where there is separation. And like I just said, to pity someone is to separate oneself from that person. And we cannot love anything that is separate from us, that is different from us, that is lesser than us. Because that's not true love. Love does not separate. And love does not pity. Love does not look down upon something or someone. And love does not give resources, money, a sweater, shoes, a home, a shelter, out of pity. Everything that love accomplishes, it accomplishes out of a sense of justice, out of a sense of doing the right thing, simply for doing the right thing. Not because we pity someone.
No te creo.
Not because
oh my
we
fucking God, bro.
look around judging things, judging people, or they have less, they don't have enough, they lack. And that's why there's no such thing as charity, there's no such thing as love, there's no such thing as justice in someone who pities, in someone who thinks is better than other people. And the more I thought about it in that way, the more it struck me that we also pity ourselves.
Oh yeah.
Whenever we fail at something, whenever we feel helpless, whenever we feel lonely, we feel those things out of pity. And even more importantly, we live our lives in order to avoid getting into those situations in which we think we'll lack something, in which we think we're not good enough, in which we think we have failed. In a relationship, everyone who's anxious about losing their partner is anxious about it because they think they might not be good enough for them. And they think they might think that too. And they think they might lack something. And so they become anxious. They become fearful. They become insecure. And they become depressed. Because either of the fear that they're going to do something pitiful, so to speak, or that they've already done it. And they pity themselves. And we all do this. And I realized myself that even though I had stopped pitying other people, again, for technically selfless reasons, just for other people, not for myself, I realized that I never dealt with the issue of pitying myself. And here again, we have a perfect example as to why we need selfish reasons not to do something, or we need selfish reasons to do the right thing because it needs to make sense to us. We need to have a personal connection. There's no person in the world who's ever been truly religious, who's truly believed in God, just because someone else told them to, or because they did it for someone else. That is always the wrong kind of faith. It's weak, it's not real. And there's no philosopher in the world who's ever attained wisdom because they did it for someone else, because they wanted to appear wise, or because someone else told them that these things are wisdom, and they just kept repeating them because of that. No one's ever attained true wisdom, true faith, true understanding, true belief, true trust in anything for other people, or just because others say so. And the pity thing is this perfect example. For myself it was, because I hadn't yet found my selfish reason to do it. I had not yet found the real reason to do it, and the good reason, the proper reason. And I realized I kept pitying myself whenever it's my personal thing that I never want to feel helpless. When I'm in a situation and I realize I'm unprepared, it's not going to go well, I didn't do something that I should have done to prepare for it, to be self-reliant, to be self-sufficient, I get that feeling of helplessness, which is an anxious state. It's a fearful state, and it's an irrational state. Because none of this is so important. It's another thing that pity does for us, to us. It makes us feel so important. I know this seems counterintuitive, but think about it. We're consumed in our thoughts of how lacking we are. And we think it's such a catastrophe that we didn't do something right, or that we lack something. It's a form of self-importance. To pity oneself is a form of self-importance. No one who takes themselves not so seriously will ever think about themselves that much, whether their greatness or their faults. Either way, they're not going to think about themselves enough to pity themselves.
Bro.
And so when we pity ourselves, we separate ourselves from ourselves. And we lose love for ourselves.
Pinches mamadas, bro.
And we become anxious,
No
and we
mames.
become fearful,
¿Cómo crees,
and we
bro?
let
Si
that
es-
anxiety out on others, which is called anger.
it's
And we look for
great.
others who make mistakes so that we can justify our own.
Wow.
And when we can't find someone else who's also making the same mistake, we try to hold them back. We try to make them make a mistake, just so that we can have company in our miserable state. That's why we need to get rid of pity. I talked about it before in terms of anger a couple videos ago. Everything that you can do with anger, you can do without anger.
Really?
And actually, you can do them even better. Because you'll be clear-minded. You said before, anger is temporary madness. How can you do something better in a state of madness, in a state of irrationality, than in a state of calm clarity? And it's the same with pity.
No entiendo
Everything
por
that you
qué
can do with
no
pity,
quiere, güey.
you can do
Surface.
without pity. And in fact, you can do it
Wow.
even better. Because all your charities
Wow, wow,
will
wow,
be
wow.
not out of pity, not out of thinking that someone lacks
Pues no,
something and
no
is
quiere,
lesser
No quiere, no quiere.
and is a failure, but because out of a sense of justice, simply doing the right thing. It changes nothing about actions, it changes nothing about consequences. If you see someone who's cold, give them a blanket not out of pity, but simply because it's the right thing to do. If you have a blanket, it's extra, you don't need it, you're warm, but this other person is cold and not as fortunate to have a blanket, just give it to them just because it's the right thing. Just allocate matter and resources, your time, help to others because it's the right thing to do, not because you pity them. And similarly, we need to stop pitying
¿Cómo se llama esta
ourselves
madre?
because,
Riverside
as
Castle.
we know, love accomplishes much more than hate, than fear, than anxiety, than uncertainty, insecurity.
$127, what does that mean? To plan? A ver. A ver cómo lo hizo este güey. ¿De dónde a dónde? Pumping station. What? A ver. ¿A poco? Pero, ¿y cómo conecté esa mierda, bro? Ah, ok, bueno, pues a ver. LOL. Okay, no fui solo yo. Yeah, because you can't break rocks. So what do you do? Chingo de hoyos. ¿Se fue a dar la vuelta o qué? Ok, sí, pues sí. Oh, wow. There he goes. Can he connect it? There you go. He did it! The fuck? Ah, pero ¿a poco? Is this not on for me? It is on. Bueno, de aquí a acá. I struggled. And so I was fucking A, bro. Oh, there you go, ya conectó. Woohoo. Please, 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 please connect it here. ¿Qué pedo? Ah, it's obstructed. Vaya, cabrón, vaya. Hijo de su pinche madre. Che caminote. Y luego de aquí para allá. Ah, no. Esa nada más para allá. Okay. Bueno, pues. Let's just go. Oh wait. That's not.
A few years ago, I was traveling on a train in Germany, and as it sometimes is, even in unlikely places.
Lol.
I think it was Aristotle's greatest thing either. We shouldn't.
No, no me está gustando este güey. Why am I listening to someone I don't like? Be a man.
Be a man. This is a phrase that's been repeated quite often. 3 words. Be a man. You hear this everywhere. Embedded in our culture and in the unspoken expectations passed down through generations. When you are a boy or a teenager that cries and feels lost, the response is always, be a man. A grown adult that confesses that he's struggling with depression, anxiety, loneliness, grief, or any type of negative emotional state, suddenly the internet becomes a courtroom of armchair philosophers, where the conclusion is always the same.
But
the problem isn't the suffering itself. No. The real issue is the audacity to talk about it. to express vulnerability and weakness. They say that is what's unacceptable. Now, on the surface level, this phrase appears harmless, maybe even inspiring, because embedded within are notions of strength and endurance. These are noble ideals. They matter profoundly, don't get me wrong, but what's truly messed up is how this phrase has changed its meaning over time, how it's been reshaped by culture. Somewhere along the line, strength stopped meaning responsibility and instead came to signify emotional silence. The kind of stoic numbness that isn't strength at all. Those two concepts are fundamentally different, and they are not just different, they are opposed. When a boy falls and scrapes his knee, what does he hear? Stop crying, be a man.
Get up.
And in that moment, what's actually being communicated, whether consciously or unconsciously, is that emotional pain is not welcome here. Repeat that message hundreds of times across childhood. Every negative emotion that you feel becomes ignored and concealed. So the message learned is suppress it. Because apparently masculinity is measured by how successfully you can pretend nothing hurts. But the truth fundamentally is that emotions do not obey the suppressive commands. They don't simply disappear when ignored. No, they accumulate. They build pressure like steam in a sealed container. And that pressure, unchecked, begins to find other outlets. Rage, addiction, self-destructive behaviors, emotional numbness, explosive anger over trivial bullshit. So, the mind is desperately trying to release that pressure. But if no healthy outlet exists, if no language has been learned to articulate what's happening internally, then those emotions find destructive channels. And that's a recipe for chaos and loneliness and depression and cruelty.
I don't understand what happened.
And here's the irony. Many who say man up believe they're encouraging strength, but what they're really promoting is emotional illiteracy. They tell others, don't articulate your eternal experience. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's not strength at all. That's psychological avoidance. Because the courageous act, truly courageous, is to confront what's inside of you, no matter how uncomfortable it is. Anyone can bury pain under distractions. Work, substance abuse, ego, meaningless sex even. Superficial pursuits. But eventually the bill comes due, and when it does, it's often with compound interest and in ways that devastate. And look, this pattern isn't just individual, it's intergenerational. Fathers who were told to suppress their emotions pass that inheritance on to their sons, often unconsciously. This is not necessarily malicious, it's not. It's simply the model they know. Because if suffering in silence was the only way they knew how to survive, then silence becomes the defining trait of masculinity. And so the phrase, be a man, becomes a cultural inheritance, passed down and normalized. Just because something is traditional, it doesn't mean it's healthy. Now let's consider the larger social context. Men are increasingly isolated. Genuine friendships, deep emotional connections, these are declining. Support networks are shrinking. And when someone finally tries to open up about the psychological weights they carry, what's the response? Be a man. It's like telling someone that it's drowning to swim faster, to swim harder. You know, it ignores the reality that they may already be beyond their capacity. Loneliness, this profound disconnection, is not trivial, it's destructive. It affects mental and physical health, even life expectancy. Humans are, and I spoke about this in one of my previous videos, humans are fundamentally social creatures. Isolation erodes the mind and the soul. And let me clarify one thing before people get the wrong understanding of what I'm saying. Criticizing the phrase "be a man" is not an attack on masculinity itself. Masculinity, at its best, is responsibility, discipline, strength, courage, endurance. These are vital virtues. But the distortion occurs when strength is redefined as emotional suppression, as a stoic silence. True strength, by contrast, involves self-awareness. The capacity to recognize when you are suffering, to understand what you are feeling, and to have the balls, to have the moral courage to say, I am not okay. That's the real strength. Vulnerability is one of the most profound acts of courage a person can perform. And yes, it's terrifying because it exposes us to our deepest fears. Let's think about grief. When someone loses a loved one, their entire internal world collapses. Now, imagine telling that person, be a man. What the fuck does that even mean? Does it mean pretending that love and loss don't matter? Because grief is, in essence, love that has nowhere else to go. Suppressing that love/grief doesn't make it disappear. It buries it alive. And those buried emotions have a way of resurfacing in destructive, unpredictable ways. Now let's talk about a form of strength society rarely discusses: emotional competence. The ability to understand your internal landscape. The ability to articulate your feelings, analyze them, and process them. And believe me, that's a far more difficult journey. But it's the path towards genuine growth. Suffering, when processed, when properly confronted, becomes wisdom. Resentment, on the other hand, poisons perception and transforms pain into anger, you know, an outward anger, an unconscious force that controls us. Psychology teaches about the shadow, the parts of ourselves we refuse to acknowledge. Weakness, fear, envy, insecurity, pain. When we deny these aspects, they don't go away. Instead, they move into the unconscious, influencing our behaviors in ways we don't even understand. And that's why we hear ourselves and other people say, I don't know why I reacted that way, or I don't know why I keep sabotaging myself. The shadow acts and it grows stronger the more it remains hidden. Strength is not emotional numbness. It's not pretending everything's fine. That's bullshit. True strength is the capacity to confront suffering honestly, to understand your internal experience, and have the moral clarity to admit, I am struggling, I'm not okay. Admitting vulnerability is the foundation of psychological maturity. And look, if the phrase be a man is to mean anything meaningful, then it should be redefined as take responsibility, develop discipline, protect those who depend on you, Face adversity without collapsing, and most importantly, cultivate enough self-awareness to understand your own mind. A man who cannot understand his own emotions is ultimately controlled by them. A man controlled by unconscious emotions is not strong, he is simply unaware. So the next time someone casually tells you man up or be a man, you have to ask, what exactly do you mean by that? Because if being a man means suppressing the authentic truth of your psychological experience, then that version of masculinity is not strength, it's denial. And denial has never built a healthy human mind. Real strength is not the absence of emotion. Real strength is the courage to understand it. There's this strange misconception that sometimes appears when people watch some of my videos, and I see this a lot on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, because that's where I'm more active. And you know, people see me talking about grief, regret, loneliness, imposter syndrome, depression. You know, all the fucked up psychological terrain that most of us quietly walk through at some point in our lives. And because of that, everyone comes to the conclusion that everyone assumes that I must somehow have things figured out. That I must be standing outside of the chaos I usually talk about, observing it from a place of stability or wisdom. And that's not true, that's bullshit. I am not where I want to be in my life, not even close. In many ways, I'm still trying to figure out the same things that many of you are trying to figure out. I still make mistakes. I still fuck up. I still fight my own demons. I still wake up mornings feeling like I'm improvising my way through a life that nobody really gave me instructions for. But I can tell you one thing that it's undeniably true. I am farther along than I was a few years ago. And if you're somebody that if you've ever tried to rebuild yourself from the ground up, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, you know that even a small step forwards can feel like crossing an ocean. Most of these things I say in these videos, they don't come from a place of wisdom. I say things I wish someone had said to me when I needed to hear them. Not because I have all the answers, no, but because sometimes having another human being articulate the chaos you're experiencing can make you feel a little less alone inside it. So, as you all may know, my latest videos has been talking about loneliness and depression. And like I said, I've noticed that there's always someone who arrives with the same piece of advice to other people, men saying to other men, be a man. And the interesting thing about that phrase is that almost nobody who says it ever stops to define what it actually means to be a man.
Right.
You know, what are we actually saying when we tell someone to be a man? Are we saying that the correct response to suffering in silence is suffering in silence? Because if that's the definition we've inherited, then, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the model of masculinity we've been defending for generations isn't producing strength at all. It's producing something closer to quiet destruction. And now let me give you a very personal example. As some of you may know, I have a best friend that recently passed away. Not someone I casually talk to once in a while or shared a drink with at the bar. No. He was my best friend, my brother in all but blood. The kind of person I built my life alongside for years, who saw the versions of me that nobody else ever sees. We've been through things that most people will never fully understand. More than 15 fucking years of memory. When life was chaotic, we faced it together. And when life was good, we celebrated together. For 15 years, we walked through life side by side. And like many friendships, between men, at some point, something went wrong. You know, not something catastrophic or unforgivable, just something small, trivial nonsense, trivial bullshit, you know? The kind of argument that feels incredibly important in the moment, but in hindsight was completely meaningless. But pride has a strange way of magnifying small things.
Right.
So we stopped talking. Not because we stopped caring for each other, but because neither of us wanted to be the first to break the silence. So at first you tell yourself it's just a matter of time. That you will reach out later, tomorrow maybe, or next week. But underneath that excuse, there's something else quietly operating in the background. You know, that voice most men recognize whether they admit it or not. The voice that tells you, don't be the one who gives in. Somewhere along the way, because of the toxicity of being a man, many of us were taught that apologizing first means losing. That swallowing your own pride makes you less of a man. So the silence grows. Days pass, weeks pass, months pass, almost a whole fucking year passes by. And every now and then you think about sending a message, something simple like, hey man, this whole thing is stupid, let's talk, you know. But you don't send it. Because pride is a strange psychological force. It convinces you that there will always be more time to fix things.
You know what?
Let me tell you something that most people rarely say, is that life doesn't give two shits about your pride. Sometimes life ends before either person decides to be brave enough to send that message.
Right.
One day, you wake up and hear that they're gone. Just like that. No final conversation. No opportunity to say the things you assumed you would eventually say. And suddenly, the silence between you becomes permanent. That's when the guilt begins. Not the kind that fades with time, but the kind that settles in your bones. You replay the last conversation. You remember the moments you almost reach out, but you didn't. Every I'll do it later moment. The argument didn't matter. Being right didn't matter. Winning that silent competition of pride is irrelevant. What mattered was the time you lost, time you can never get back. Because when someone you love dies, you don't just lose them, you lose every conversation you thought you'd have someday, every moment you believed life would eventually give you. And the worst part of that realization is understanding why the silence existed in the first place. Because you believe that was what it meant to be a man. You believe that reaching out first was a weakness. That holding your pride was a sign of strength. And now that pride sits quietly in your memory, painfully small compared to what it cost you.
Right.
And that's not something you just get over it, you know? That's something you're gonna carry for the rest of your fucking life. And maybe that's why it genuinely sickens me when I see some comments online. Whenever someone opens up about depression, grief, anxiety, loneliness, or the confusion about their place in the world, there's always someone confidently playing the philosopher king of masculinity. Be a man. Holy shit. Thank you. What an incredibly sophisticated psychological framework. Thousands of years of philosophy, centuries of literature exploring the human condition, decades of psychology and neuroscience trying to understand suffering, and the final answer is be a man. I mean, and mind you, the irony becomes even more absurd when you see who actually delivers that advice, you know, because half of the time it's some gym bro posting shirtless gym photos, flexing in a mirror with beginner gains, wearing tight skinny jeans, profile filled with cryptocurrency screenshots and recycled quotes about being a lone wolf. You know, the aesthetic Peaky Blinders Joker quotes here and there, you know, the motivational caption about dominance and discipline, all trying to look mysterious. Shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. You all have the same broccoli haircut with a performance of masculinity that looks more like a poorly rehearsed character than real strength. And then there's the other archetype, the moral preacher, you know, the guy who constantly reminds everyone that only God can judge them, yet behaves in ways that contradict every moral principle he claims to stand for. He preaches humility but practices arrogance, compassion but offers judgment. And somehow these are the people confidently explaining what it means to be a man. Listen, if you think that being a man means bottling up, literally bottling up everything inside of you until one day it comes out in the form of violence, deep depression, loneliness and anxiety, then by all means, who am I to judge another when I myself walking perfectly? I cannot change a person's entire educational history in just one video posted on YouTube or on TikTok or Instagram.
What the fuck?
Listen, I grew up on the old internet, the early forums, the 4chan era, the old Call of Duty lobby rage baiting. I understand to some extent internet culture enough to recognize trolling. Sometimes be a man is just a cheap provocation. But the fucked up part is that some people genuinely believe it. That emotional silence is a virtue and that vulnerability is failure. Not only the psychological consequences are clear, but they are also backed up by research. Men are far less likely to seek therapy, far less likely to talk about their mental health, far more likely to drown their pain in alcohol, drugs, reckless behavior, silent isolation, meaningless sex. I know this because I am one of the perfect examples that walked this path for more than a decade. The darkest statistic, men die by suicide at higher rates worldwide. Not because men are weak, but because many were never taught how to process pain. They were only taught on how to hide it. Hidden pain doesn't disappear. It will wait for you, sometimes for years, sometimes for decades, until the weight becomes unbearable. Now let me repeat myself once again, so people don't mix up my words. Rejecting toxic masculinity doesn't mean rejecting masculinity itself. What I'm trying to say is that we need to strip away to strip away the fake bravado, the posturing. We need to strip away this selfishness that's been masquerading as strength for far too long. Because when you're all about being tough for the sake of being tough, you're not really strong at all. You're just a weak person with a bad attitude. And when you confuse discipline with self-destruction, you're not pushing yourself to be your best. You're just pushing yourself off a cliff. Real strength is more complex than the cartoon version many inherited. It's the ability to confront reality without running from it, including the parts inside your own mind. I don't speak for perfect men. I speak for men who are trying, carrying regrets they can't undo, realizing that pride can isolate as much as fear. I speak for men who are learning painfully that maturity might mean being more honest, not less emotional. And if that sounds messy and imperfect, well, welcome to being a human. Welcome to being, this is what it means to be a human being. This is what it means to be a man.
Can only humans lie? Or can other animals on this planet actually tell lies too?
Okay, so this is what we're looking at today. Can animals lie? And I think it's going to be a very short episode because obviously, yes, there is an incredible amount of deception in the animal kingdom, Michael. This is going to be a very easy one.
Okay, there is a lot of deception in the animal kingdom, but is there a lot of lying?
I mean, I think it depends on where you're setting your goalposts here. I mean, stick insects, they're pretending to be sticks. You've got butterflies, they've got false eye spots on their wings. You know, venomous snake species that are kind of hard to tell apart because loads of other creatures copy them, pretend to be all venomous. That's sort of, well, it's definitely deception, isn't it?
It's definitely deception. Okay, yeah, like camouflage. All right, but I love what you said about the stick insect, that it's pretending to be a stick. Is it pretending to be a stick? That seems to give it a lot of agency. It can't help the fact that it is stick-shaped. That is involuntary deception. It cannot help it. It's just the way it was born. A camouflaged animal is not deciding to deceive. It's just natural form is deceiving.
So are we saying that this is the most basic level of deception then, this idea of like camouflage that doesn't actually involve any behavior?
Yeah, that's right. Like the animal cannot be otherwise. It just always is in that deceptive state. An insect that looks like a leaf all the time. I think that's like bare bones, lowest level deception. And maybe it's a lie, maybe it's not, but I think like maybe we'll be able to answer that by the end of this episode.
This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
So when most people think of naked mole rats, their unusual relationship to cancer probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind.
But maybe it should be, because it is incredibly rare for them to develop cancer, which could be partly down to their unique immune system, or it might be the way that their cells respond to damage.
So scientists are studying their biology for its cancer-fighting secrets. It's a reminder that discoveries can sometimes come from places you don't expect.
Cancer Research UK is the world's largest charitable funder of cancer research. Thousands of scientists, of doctors and nurses, work across more than 20 countries to help turn discoveries in the lab into new tests, new treatments, and new innovations.
And the impact is clear. Over the past 50 years, the charity's pioneering work has helped double cancer survival in the UK, meaning more people living longer, better lives free from the fear of cancer.
For more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, their breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/rest is science.
I think if the animal can sometimes do the deception, but sometimes doesn't, and that's triggered by certain events, That feels like a little more complex. An animal that looks like a delicious treat until a predator comes by and then it changes into looking like a stick. That's a little bit more complex
that works.
than always looking like a stick. And we should say that a lot of different researchers have tried to make a taxonomy of deception. And so we're going off of a lot of different lists. Robert Mitchell's is really famous. But I think we can all agree that there's a difference between a animal that from birth, or at least for its entire adult life, looks like something it isn't, versus an animal that behaves and reacts in a way that's deceptive.
And already the examples that you're giving there, I mean, I think chameleons like spring to mind immediately, that they can just camouflage themselves in with the surroundings, but it's sort of a pre-programmed behavior. It's not like sort of saying, today I'm going to be pink, right?
Right.
Like it's not like in the Disney films where it just, has an array of colors. It's reacting to its environment in a way that it was always genetically predisposed to do.
That's right. That's right. So whether or not it has a choice, we don't even need to answer. We can at least agree that it's different than an animal that is always deceptive. Like the eye spots on a butterfly, they are always there. It's actually responding to its environment, sometimes more truthfully, sometimes more deceptively.
Okay, well, let me give you another example then, because there are definitely some examples of animals making an active choice to deceive. The cuttlefish is a perfect example of this. Cuttlefish, which for most of my childhood I only knew as something that you put in a parrot's cage, but it's actually this creature that lives off the western coast of Australia. The biggest cuttlefish in the ocean, this particular species of it, and also really dramatic, this particular animal. So often these creatures, they get called the chameleons of the sea because they are incredibly good and quick at changing colour, right? They can camouflage themselves to the background. But that can come in very handy when they want to engage in a particular type of deception, because there are 4 males for every 1 female, right? The females know this. They are extremely picky about who they'll mate with as a direct result of this. And most of the time when mating attempts happen, what happens is this large male will sort of come in and approach the lady from the side, and it will spread its arms, and then it will grab the female's head, which, I mean, sexy as it sounds, about 70% of the time it results in a rejection from the female. Okay, so no, you need to woo her. You need to put on some Barry White cuttlefish. You need to learn. Anyway, here's the thing, right? So there's obviously incredibly high competition among males for mating rights over females, and especially when you have this high chance of rejection. The larger males, what they end up doing is they basically become full-time bodyguards around their females. They sort of like shove away these smaller males who dare to come anywhere near. And to get around that, the smaller males, they have this act of deception that they engage in. So what they do is they change their colouring, change their arms, basically mimic being like a cute girl, get in the harem, effectively, in amongst all of the other females, while the big male either isn't looking or mistakes it for a female. And what can happen sometimes is that the larger kind of alpha males will approach what they think is a female, grabbing their head, etc., only to find out that it's actually a male in disguise, a sneaker, as it's known. And from there, I mean, they have at least a chance to mate, which they otherwise wouldn't. So there's some researchers last year who were looking at these creatures, and they were following 5 different sneaker males. One of the sneakers just got rejected straight off. One was caught off by sort of the alpha and was chased off. 3 got close enough to the females in order to attempt to mate with them, and 2 became new fathers to a brood of baby cuttlefish. So, it's a tactic, and it definitely works, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, that feels like we're going a level deeper into this deception now. Because, okay, sure, it sort of doesn't really have that much of a choice, because the sneaker males, if they want to have babies, I mean, this is their only option, really. but at the same time, it feels like it's making a behavioral. It feels like there's some autonomy that's involved in this.
Yes, it could be otherwise. A stick bug will always look like a stick, but a cuttlefish could, not successfully do the deception dance and, lose out and not have kids. But it's still, in the cuttlefish, a very instinctive, it's born genetically with this ability to react. I think to go a level further, we need to find animals that do not naturally from birth have an instinct to deceive, but can learn things that are deceptive.
Okay, I think I have an example for you that brings this on one step further. It's actually one of my favorite natural history stories of all time. I've been holding this one in my back pocket for an opportunity to bring it up, and now that day has finally come.
All right, pull it out.
Okay, so in 1910-ish, there are all of these expeditions to the Arctic regions, right? And George Murray Leavick went off to go and study Adelie penguins in particular. He found that they got involved in all kinds of crazy behavior. So he sort of went off and he was expecting these really cute sort of tuxedo wearing birds that acted like proper little gentlemen in these Arctic regions. And then he observed these hooligan males, his words, not mine, by the way, using all kinds of, to the Edwardian eye, horrifying behavior. And some of this, I think, remains horrifying to this day. So necrophilia, right? Bad. Coercion, particularly around sexual activity, also bad. Gang behaviour, also, I would say, bad. And to the Edwardian eye, homosexuality, which if I remember my history correctly, they didn't like at the time.
They did not like it. The gay penguins, man, they're a part of history.
Aren't they? With their little tuxedos. Anyway, he came back, he wrote up his notes, and they all decided that they were too scandalous to be able to publish them for Edwardian society. So he translated all of the dark bits into Greek in case a passing lady happened to be looking. So she was extremely well educated and couldn't translate them. And then they ended up deciding not to publish them at all. They hid them in sort of the depths of scientific archives for 100 years. They were finally uncovered in 2012. He was so disturbed that he wrote in his notebook, "There seems to be no crime too low for these penguins." It was very judgy of him. Anyway, that was the males, right? That was the sort of the hooligan males. The females, meanwhile, were engaging in sex work. Okay, so, it's been described by some people as pebble prostitution, but essentially they were exchanging the opportunity to copulate with a male for a pebble that they had.
So wait, they were paying for sex with pebbles?
Yes, exactly. Because penguins, they need these stones for their nests. This is not the deception part, by the way. I'm coming on to the deception part in a second. But penguins, they need these stones for their nest. They're quite hard to find. They're often really prized. So what can happen is that you do get some females who will copulate with a male in exchange for a pebble. That happens. But crucially, what happens sometimes is that some females who actually have a mate who is guarding their nest will go off and engage in a fake courtship vow with the male, essentially to lead him on. She'll wait for him to present a stone, and then instead of going off to sort of complete the activity, she will grab the stone and then she'll run off back to her mate who's guarding the nest.
So she steals the money.
She steals the money.
Doesn't perform the service that was paid for.
Exactly. Beautifully put, thank you.
And is this something that they have to discover? Or from birth are they programmed to be little tricky tricks?
little tricky. Remember what the boys were doing, okay? So let's not be too judgy about the females. But it's really hard to know, I guess, right? It's really hard to know, because is this something that one penguin came up once and others picked up the behavior and copied it? Or is it something that's an innate skill? Really difficult to know. But what you can definitely say is that I think this goes on one level from the cuttlefish, because this is no longer just a mimicry of your physical shape. This is getting another member of your own species to make a false prediction about your future behavior in order to extract something from them.
Maybe. I'm not sure if I would start talking about false beliefs yet.
Oh, okay.
I definitely think that it is a more complex behavior.
No.
We're using objects
Come
now.
on. Yes, God, you looked
We're using
fucking
pebbles.
shit.
But I think that whenever an animal, like through trial and error, discovers, oh my gosh, if I lay down like this, it leaves me alone. And it's discovered feigning death, right? But until it tries that, it won't do it. But once it tries it and realizes it works, it's learned it. That's like a new kind of deception where you weren't born to do it. You've learned to tell this kind of lie.
Okay, so Levick did have an opinion on this. He wrote that he thought it was an occasional spontaneous tactic rather than a socially transmitted tradition.
But lying can, especially in humans, be a socially transmitted tradition. It can be a thing where we go, you know what? You know, my mom lied, and that's why I'm such a liar today. It was my upbringing.
The great example is, it's my upbringing. The example also is like, how are you? I'm fine. That's a socially transmitted traditional lie, right?
Yes. And it's also like a kind of lie that we sort of need.
So that's the key point for you then, is it? This idea of it's got to be an active choice. It's got to be an occasional behavior, and it has to be something that you discover.
No. I'm not saying it has to be any of these things. I think that there's just a difference between them.
Okay.
And whether or not something is an active choice, that ascribes agency to the animal. I think that the cuttlefish might not be choosing to camouflage or not. As far as we know, it could just be an instinctive action that they have no awareness of. We could also assume that they're choosing to do it, and they could choose not to. But we would have to design experiments to somehow look inside their minds to know if they are intending things or if they're a very complex biological machine. But we can say that there's a definite difference between the stick bug, the cuttlefish, which sometimes is camouflaged and sometimes isn't, and behaviors that involve objects, and like the penguins. But then even more complex behaviors that involve discovery, trial and error, and learning, where one species over here does it, but the one over here doesn't because they just haven't discovered it yet.
I mean, you definitely see that in macaques, right? So this is like rhesus macaques. They have these very rigid hierarchies. Again, they have like a dominant male, and they have cries that they give out if a predator is nearby, like a hawk, for example. But occasionally, the researchers who've observed them, they find that sometimes there'll be a cry that goes out for a hawk nearby, and there's no hawk anywhere, and all the macaques will sort of run away. And then one clever little monkey, who's almost always a low-ranking male, will run in and like steal a little bit of food before the others come back. But I mean, that is the sort of like functional deception that you're describing, I think.
Okay, interesting. So the macaques learn to do this. They learn that, hey, when that sound happens, we all leave. But if I make the sound when there's no hawk, if I'm a macaque who cries hawk, then the food or whatever I want is left unguarded, and haha. Like, they come to this realization and then take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's strategic, right? It's like it's this intentional, directed behavior in order to get something that they want, that they're not born with. They're not born with that ability. It's something that's learned.
Okay, so these examples of animal deception they're really funny. You know, they're all really cool. But at the end of the day, what I'm looking for, and what a lot of researchers are looking for and philosophers, is deception where the deceiver knows what they're doing and could be held responsible for it. Like, the cuttlefish, the macaques. Is this just behavior that's following rules?
Fuck.
Or is there actually a deeper understanding of you are going to have a different belief in your head because I put it in there and it's not true? That's when I think we get into definite lie territory.
Okay, it sounds like here we are saying that if you're going to be a proper liar, you've got to manipulate with intent.
I guess I'm still unsure where I want to fall. I think that we can definitely agree that there are different levels and types of deception. Here's the definition of lie from the dictionary. Lie. Okay. Resting position on a supporting surface. Wow, that's a curveball. No, but here's something interesting. I'm not just joking. I looked into this. Why the heck does the word lie have two meanings? Why can it mean to lay flat on a surface, but also to tell an untruth? Do you know the answer?
No, tell me.
There is no answer. They came from completely different words that meant completely different things. And over time, they both came to be pronounced the same. Both the words, to tell an untruth and to rest on a flat surface, sounded kind of similar thousands of years ago, and then they just came to both be the same. Let's do a little bit of word stuff, because I can't help myself.
Please. Where did the word lie, as in like to tell a mistruth, come from then? What's the origin of that?
Okay, so to speak falsely, to tell an untruth, comes from Middle English lying or lean, which comes from Old English lagon, earlier leogon, which is to betray, back and back and back. But then to rest horizontally comes from lion, which is still the same in Middle English, but in Old English it was lekgon with a CG, and they're both just from different words.
I think there's something interesting there about that it originally came from the word betray, because that does definitely have negative connotations in the same way as you lying about the present that you gave me. You didn't betray me.
Well, that's right, but I think the negative connotation is really important. When humans lie, we judge them much more harshly than we judge these other kinds of lying that we've been talking about. When I see a stick bug, I don't put my nose up in the air and go, the liar. You know, you're not a stick. That's just despicable behavior. You know, what is the insect world coming to? That you'll just pretend to be a stick. But when a person lies, when they lie to their children, to their spouse, you know, that's like, whoa, this is like, I hope this isn't contagious. This is morally disgusting. And so there's a huge leap in just the way we behave towards non-human animal deception and human deception.
Why is that though? Where did that come from?
So it's not like the word used to be betray. It's more like these words were all meshed together, and you can translate them in different ways depending on the context. So that's why I kind of hooked onto the negative connotation of it. It's like, yeah, they're not related. I thought at first maybe to lie, like to lie down, was where we got the word lie, to tell an untruth, and somehow it meant to like not be straight up and down. But no, they come from different words that over time came to be pronounced the same. Okay, so I get so distracted when I research. I wound up spending hours looking into the difference between lie and lay. Do I lay the pencil on the table or lie the pencil on the table? Am I, when I get into bed, am I lying down or laying down? Do you know the difference?
No, I just use them interchangeably. Is there an actual difference?
There's an actual difference. And the difference is that to lay means to put something down. Okay? Lay it involves an object, something else that you are acting on. You lay a book down. But to lie means to be in a resting position. So you lie down, but you lay other stuff down.
Okay. So you can lay a child down and then they are lying.
That's exactly right. Yes. And then, not to get too into the weeds here, but this still hasn't changed. Dictionaries still haven't changed this. But the past tense of lie, meaning to lie down, is lay, not lied. So, I might say something like, well, yesterday I lied down on the couch. That's incorrect. It should be, yesterday I lay on the couch.
Someone needs to go through those dictionaries and clean them all up. Make it a bit simpler.
Well, that's the classic debate between the prescriptionists and the descriptionists. Some people say, look, there are certain rules and we need to follow them. And others say, no, the only rule is what do people do? And when we should just be describing how people use the words, and that's the correct usage. So, that's a topic for another day. But let's get back to actual lying, meaning untruths, because I want to go into the realm of theory of mind. This is when, for me, deception really starts to be a lie. So it's one thing to be born looking like a stick. It's another thing to act or learn that certain behaviors help keep you safe, that to us might look like deception, but at the end of the day, it's really hard to get into the mind of an animal and know if it actually is aware of what it's doing. Is it aware that when it pretends to be dead, the predator goes away because the predator thinks in its own mind that you're already dead and not worth chasing? This is what theory of mind is. And which animals on Earth have it is still very much up for debate. We, being humans, can introspect and go, well, I definitely have it. But here's what theory of mind is. I love this definition. It is the ability to understand that other organisms aren't just responding to reality. They are responding to their beliefs about reality.
Nice.
And that those beliefs can be different than yours, that their feelings, what they know, and their goals are different. Because if you're an animal, whether you're human or not, it's obvious that we all, well, I shouldn't say obvious, but it's been shown that animals understand that other animals can see the same things they can see, can smell the same things they can see. But how do we know if animals know that other animals can think and know the same things that they know? So this is what a theory of mind is. And if a creature has a theory of mind, then they can really lie in a way where it feels like they're responsible and they're kind of bad. They're kind of sinners.
Because this is something, young children don't have a fully formed theory of mind, right? It's something that comes along as part of their developmental process.
It's all still, there's still so much we need to learn. But yes, commonly it's stated that under the age of 4, children don't seem to have a theory of mind. And one of the most famous ways that this is tested is by testing what are called false beliefs. Can children, human children, understand that people who aren't them can believe things that are not true? So, for example, the most famous test is called the Sally Ann test. It's a psychological test that can be given to anyone of any age, where you tell them a story about 2 girls, normally named Sally and Ann. That's where it got its name from. And the story is that Sally has a basket with a little lid on it, and Ann has a box with a lid on it. And Sally shows up, and they're both together, and Sally has a marble, and she puts that marble into her basket and closes it up. And then Sally leaves. And while Sally is gone, Ann reaches in, takes the marble out of the basket, and puts it in her box, closes it up. Now Sally returns, and you ask the child, where will Sally look for the marble? Now, clearly, to us, we say, well, Sally is going to look in the basket. That's where she thinks it should be. That's where she put it. She doesn't know that Anne moved it. But under about the age of 4, children will say, oh, she's going to look in the box because that's where it is. I know it, so therefore Anne knows it, and Sally knows it, and everyone knows it. And this makes sense to me because I remember when my daughter was very young, 2, 3, 4 years old, she would sometimes tell us about a dream she'd had and then forget details and ask my wife to help her finish the story. What was that dream about?
Adorable.
And we were like, oh, no, you have a different mind than us. We don't know. I don't know what you're feeling.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why kids make absolutely terrible liars, right? I should tell you, this is one of like the most genius things that I've ever done in my entire life, right? Which is when my daughter was very young, under 4. I told her that every time she lied, a light would shine out of her eyes. Which is, I'll admit, slightly devious. It's a lie. But what would happen is that if she had done something that she wasn't supposed to do, stolen some chocolate or whatever, she would come into the room covering her eyes like this to tell me. She just couldn't conceive.
Okay, that's devious, but it's also really clever. I use a trick with my daughter. She doesn't like to tell me about her day, but it was kind of late at night and she didn't want to go to bed. And I'm like, well, let's see if you're tired. It's well known that when children are tired, they can't tell the truth. And then I asked her a question about her day and she thought really hard and she told me exactly what had happened because it was great. It was great. I want to mention, though, that these studies that show that under 4 children don't always seem to have a theory of mind are still kind of controversial because it's unclear whether it's exactly their theory of mind hasn't developed or if it's literally just that it's hard to ask questions of kids who are 2.5. When you tell them a hypothetical like Sally.
Vale. ¿Qué es más grave? ¿Un soponcio? ¿Un telele? ¿La chiripiorta? ¿O el patatús? ¿Quiénes son todos ellos? ¿No sabes?
Okay, I'm just gonna clarify the question just so that there's no confusion here. When we were married, did you ever sleep with anyone else?
No.
What the fuck, Paul? Then why were we in an open relationship?
Because. Look at you. Look at me. I have no fucking business being with a woman as incredible as you, but somehow I convinced you to be with me.
I chose to be with you.
Yeah, well, maybe I was scared that one day you'd wake up and choose not to be with me. Realize you could do better. You could find someone way more fucking interesting and handsome, clearly. Figured if I made it okay, then you have one less reason to leave me.
You're a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm just gonna clarify the question just so that there's no confusion here. When we were married, did you ever sleep with anyone else?
No.
What the fuck, Paul? Then why were we in an open relationship?
Because. Look at you. Look at me. I have no fucking business being with a woman as incredible as you, but somehow I convinced you to be with me.
I chose to be with you.
Yeah, well, maybe I was scared that one day you'd wake up and choose not to be with me. Realize you could do better. You could find someone way more fucking interesting and handsome, clearly. Figured if I made it okay, then you have one less reason to leave me.
You're a fucking crazy person.
I'm gonna explore.
Okay, I'm just gonna clarify the question just so that there's no
you cannot
confusion
climb
here.
that. Okay, so todo esto
When we were married,
you cannot climb. Acá.
Did you ever sleep with anyone else?
No.
What the fuck, Paul? Then why were we in an open relationship?
Because. Look at you. Look at me.
I don't know if I could.
I have no fucking business being with a woman as incredible as you, but somehow I convinced you to be with me.
Okay. Shut up.
Lee returns, where will Sally look? They might be thinking, where should she look, or where would I help her look? Before their language is fully developed, it's hard to know if they're truly understanding what we're asking. There's a lot of other reasons behind this, but I think the research is fascinating, and making the experiments better and better is like, I just love this. I love reading the details of how we do it. So let's get into non-human
not
animals,
gonna
okay?
But this is it, though, right? Because if it's difficult to design these kinds of experiments for 2.5-year-old kids, designing them for animals is way harder.
Okay, so non-human animals. Like, let's look at some of our closest relatives, chimpanzees. Do they have a theory of mind? Well, we've developed versions of the Sally Ann test for apes, and they don't pass. Okay, they don't pass. Another famous version involves taking a box of candy and asking a child what's in here, and they'll be like candy, and then you open it and it's actually full of pencils, and then you close it back up, and then their mom walks in and you go, what do you think your mom's gonna say is in here? And they go, well, pencils. Okay, so you can design experiments like that for chimpanzees, but it's hard to know with an animal that doesn't speak English or speak a language, exactly what they think you want them to do and what they mean. So some really clever studies have been designed that have looked into theory of mind in chimpanzees. So in 2016, a fantastic study was
Okay, so I'm assuming you can still hear me. Let's check this footage. Okay. I'm just gonna go like this, but I'm still gonna listen to the
done that I think did this really carefully. They had chimpanzees and bonobos and orangutans, and they brought in these fake haystacks. Yeah. It was kind of late at night and she didn't want to go to bed, and I'm like, well, let's see if you're tired. It's well known that when children are tired, they can't tell the truth. And then I asked her a question about her day, and she thought really hard, and she told me exactly what had happened. Because it was great. It was great. I want to mention, though, that these studies that show that under 4 children don't always seem to have a theory of mind are still kind of controversial, because it's unclear whether it's exactly their theory of mind hasn't developed, or if it's literally just that it's hard to ask questions of kids who are 2.5. You know, when you tell them a hypothetical like Sally returns, where will Sally look? They might be thinking, where should she look, or where would I help her look? Before their language is fully developed, it's hard to know if they're truly understanding what we're asking. There's a lot of other reasons behind this, but I think the research is fascinating, and making the experiments better and better is like, I just love this. I love reading the details of how we do it. So let's get into non-human animals, okay?
But this is it though, right? Because if it's difficult to design these kinds of experiments for 2.5-year-old kids, designing them for animals is way harder.
Okay, so non-human animals. Like, let's look at some of our closest relatives, chimpanzees. Do they have a theory of mind? Well, we've developed versions of the Sally Ann test for apes, and they don't pass. Okay, they don't pass. Another famous version involves taking a box of candy and asking a child what's in here, and they'll be like, candy, and then you open it and it's actually full of pencils, and then you close it back up, and then their mom walks in and you go, what do you think your mom's gonna say is in here? And they go, well, pencils. Okay, so you can design experiments like that for chimpanzees, but it's hard to know with an animal that doesn't speak English or speak a language, exactly what they think you want them to do and what they mean. So some really clever studies have been designed that have looked into theory of mind in chimpanzees. So in 2016, a fantastic study was done that I think did this really carefully. They had chimpanzees and bonobos and orangutans, and they brought in these fake haystacks, like little haystacks that were hollow inside, so a person could go inside them. And they put 2 of them in the enclosure. Let's call one the left haystack and one the right haystack. And the ape is watching this. First of all, this whole thing sounds really hilarious because it has to be. You cannot go up to a chimpanzee and be like, hey, look at this puzzle, because the chimpanzee will say, I don't care, and move away. So you have to surprise it. You have to do novel things. So what they did is they had one of their researchers dress up like a gorilla. They called this the King Kong character. And by the way, it makes the videos and images from the experiment so friggin' confusing because I can never tell if I'm seeing a real ape or a researcher dressed up like a gorilla. But here's how the experiment worked. First of all, they taught the ape that when this King Kong character runs into one of the haystacks, a human who watches them is going to take a broomstick, come up and hit the haystack that they're in, and then go back in. So the ape loves watching this. It's very fun. We know they're paying attention. Then they started to do an experimental condition where they had the human watch, and of course the chimpanzee subject is watching. King Kong comes in and runs into the left haystack. And then the human goes inside to get the broomstick. And while they're inside, behind these opaque walls, King Kong leaves the haystack and moves into the other one.
Oh.
And then the human comes back out.
So it's the same as the Sally Ann thing.
Yes. Now, by using infrared eye trackers, the researchers could check immediately, down to the millisecond, where the subject chimpanzee's eyes went. Because it wants to see the broomstick hit the haystack. Is it going to look at the one that has King Kong in it? Or is it going to look at the one that the human thinks King Kong is in? I forgot one really important thing, because you might think, well, of course the chimp is just going to look where King Kong is, because that's important. Like maybe King Kong is going to run out again. So actually, what they had King Kong do is, while the human was gone, King Kong left, went into a different haystack, and then left the entire enclosure. So King Kong is no longer in any haystack.
Okay.
Which means the chimpanzee subject has no reason to look at one haystack or the other, because it knows that there's nothing in either of them. But will it remember that the human has a different belief? A belief that King Kong is still in that one? Or does where does it look? And as it turns out, the majority of the time, the chimpanzees look where the human would think King Kong is.
That is an incredible experimental design. I cannot even imagine how long it took for them to come up with that idea. I mean, that is the Sally Ann experiment, but done for chimps, and with the result that chimps have theory of mind or some version of it.
They might have an implicit version. Like, they might not be able to feel it, they may not be aware of it, and I'll get to that a bit later, but they certainly, at the level of their eye movements, anticipate creatures to act on things that might be just their belief and not the actual subject chimp's belief.
So let me think about this then. So what does that tell us then? I guess it sort of says in a way that the apes know when someone else believes something untrue, even though they know the real answer. Like, they're not just watching what happens, they are thinking about what somebody else knows, thinking about what somebody else doesn't know. Yeah, it's like a bigger, more detailed picture.
Maybe. It's certainly more detailed. Whether or not they know that the human has different beliefs than they do is really hard. Because there are researchers who want to make it very clear that they're never going to just accept that, like, yep, they have a brain like ours. Because it could be that there's this evil eye hypothesis that the human just looking where King Kong went somehow contaminates that haystack. Mm-hmm. And so it's the haystack itself that is now imbued with an importance when the human is present. And so the chimp simply looks at that haystack because it's been imbued with an importance, and that would explain the look. It doesn't necessarily mean the chimp looks because it thinks to itself, oh, he believes this. He doesn't know. Oh, it's dramatic irony. The chimp might just be saying, when that person is around, this is endowed in my mind with something, there's something important, there's some reason to look at it. The chimp may not explicitly know or be aware. Here's the last experiment I want to talk about, and I think that it gets even closer to helping us understand where chimps fall. And this experiment involved teaching chimpanzees to beg for food. So there was an enclosure where food would be put, and then there would be humans inside the enclosure next to a little hole in the plexiglass. And to get the food, a chimp had to put its hand in this kind of little cupped motion through the hole towards the human, and then the human would go and get the food. You can use this to test which human will the ape beg from. They started to do some experiments where they would have two humans in the enclosure, and one of them would just be normal, and the other one would have a big opaque bucket over their head, or a blindfold. Okay. They couldn't see anything. A third human would then come in and hide some food somewhere in the room. The chimpanzee sees that it's being hidden. Will they then, when it's time to beg for food, go beg for food from the human who saw where it was hidden, or the human who had a bucket on their head and couldn't know where it was put? And as it turns out, they indiscriminately go one way or the other. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So that kind of contradicts.
Half the time they go to the person who saw.
Perhaps not directly, but I guess the automatic conclusion that you want to draw from the haystack experiment, it's not. This experiment you're describing isn't giving the same satisfying indication.
That's right. And so the first experiment with the haystacks was actually designed after the bucket experiment, because some researchers have said, well, here's the deal. Begging for food from a human, that is just so not a natural behavior of an ape.
Whereas watching them hit a haystack with a broom, that absolutely is.
Yes.
No, being entertained is much more.
I'm sorry. So yes, then there's a third experiment that I think really solved that problem of things being unnatural, like following a King Kong or begging for food from a human. Tomasello did a study, and I think this one's just so brilliant, where they had a middle room with two rooms on the side. One contained a dominant ape, and the other contained a submissive ape. Okay, so they knew each other, and the submissive one knew that the dominant one is in charge. This is a very natural primate behavior, okay? And what they did is they had two windows that they would open, and so both apes could see each other. They could see that the other one is seeing, and then they would do things in the room. Like they might hide food in a certain location while both are watching, and then they'll open the doors and let them both go into that room where the food is hidden. If the submissive chimp saw the dominant chimp watch where it was hidden, the submissive chimp wouldn't even go to the food. They would let the dominant one go get it. But if, when they hid the food, the submissive chimp could see and the window for the dominant was obviously closed, then when they open the doors, the submissive one goes to the food.
Right. So there is something, I mean, look, you always have to be careful about the way that you interpret these things, but perhaps some evidence that the chimp there is thinking about what the other chimp could see and whether or not it could get away with its behavior.
Yes. Again, it could be the evil eye hypothesis that if the dominant chimp has looked at the food is contaminated, and that's all the chimp knows. Don't eat that food. They've tried to do some different experiments where they have the dominant chimp look, see where it's hidden. They block the dominant chimp's view, allow the submissive to still watch as they re-hide it. And when that happens, the submissive chimp does go and get the food. So it could be that the evil eye hypothesis isn't true, or it could be that the evil eye actually means food in that location is off limits. Basically, there's a lot of pressure to make sure that we 100% know this is a theory of mind and not just a rule-based behavior. And we still don't know.
That's science, baby. That's science, and that's what makes it so good. But I think that, okay, at its core, though, I think when we talk about lying, it's this idea that it's about a manipulation of belief.
That's right.
There is one example of a gorilla at least seeming to do that. And it's actually quite an old example. It's from the 1970s. This is San Francisco Zoo. There was a baby gorilla called Coco who got taught sign language by a young researcher called Penny Patterson. And this gorilla could, use hundreds of signs, right? She could name things, she could ask for food, she had pet cats, she could talk about her pet cats. I mean, this is very San Francisco 1970s, isn't it? She would do these things. A lot of the time, the language that she was using was, you could put it down to sophisticated begging, right? She was asking for things. And even if she wasn't directly asking for things, she was sort of like essentially instructing the handlers to do something that she wanted in some way. But there was one particular day where she had a sink in her room. I mean, why they're treating a gorilla like this, who knows? But she had a sink in her room, and the sink broke. She broke the sink. And when she was asked by her handler, Penny, what happened to the sink, she signed, the cat did it. She pointed to her kitten and she said the cat did it. Now, okay, like from the outside, superficially, that looks to me like a human kind of lie, right? In the sense of it's the manipulation of belief. It's not a very good lie. It's the sort of lie that you get from a kind of 2-year-old. She's shifting the blame. But you can't be, I think because of everything that you've described and the fact that this is one instance in the 1970s, you have to be absolutely sure before you start saying these things as cold hard facts when you're trying to infer things about animal behavior.
Yeah, I love that story, and it's like clearly that ape knows that blaming the kitten might prevent a negative outcome or a consequence or whatever that they're afraid of. Whether or not they're doing it because they know that the humans have minds, or whether they think it's just A plus B equals C, is what we're trying to get at.
Yeah. Is it just another form of sophisticated begging in a way?
That's right.
Predicting an outcome based on your behavior.
I think after all of this, I want to make it clear that I'm sort of playing devil's advocate here. I think that we should always assume a theory of mind in animals, because we should give them the benefit of the doubt, and we should think that they're as much like us as possible. In fact, I don't know what we're going to title this episode. I don't know what the producers will do, but if they call it Can Animals Lie? I've kind of got a problem with that, because of course they can. Humans lie. We are animals. And I don't like when people use the word animal to mean everything that's not us, as though we're not part of the animal kingdom. Like, we own the earth, obviously. We're the ones in charge, and then everything else is an animal. Obviously, animals can lie. Homo sapiens are a kind of animal. We're in the primate family. But what I'm saying is that, to be devil's advocate, I think it is good that a lot of researchers say, yes, but did Coco lie about the cat doing it? Did Coco think you guys can be tricked and deceived, and I can place a false belief in your minds because your mind is different than mine? Or was Coco behaving in a way that would change a consequence because of a rule that she had learned?
Because I think that's the point, right? Human lying, in the way that we mean it, that is about targeting the belief system of another individual in order to change their future behavior, right? Like, yes. If you're kind of trying to define it, that's really what it comes down to.
And I don't know if we will ever know if any other animals have that deep of a theory of mind and deceptive ability besides us, because we can't be other animals. But let's go back to that bucket head experiment, because I think that what fascinates me the most is that begging for the food is also a kind of question-asking behavior. It's, could you tell me this answer? Could you tell me where the food is? It's kind of exposing what the chimp thinks the person knows. What is in their mind that isn't in the mind of the other human. And because they don't seem to make a distinction between a human who knows where the food is and one who doesn't, maybe they don't fully understand at a conscious level other people's knowledge. And this ties in with a really fascinating fact, which is that yes, Coco could do sign language. Coco could put together an explanation that wasn't true. But Coco never asked a question. I spoke about this in a TED Talk in Vienna a long time ago, and to this day, it's sort of chilling to think that no animal has ever asked us a question. They're curious about things. They want to experience things, but they have never they've never shown themselves to see others as sources of information in novel ways. Of course, bees will gather around another bee to watch it do its dance to learn where the pollen is. But that's a programmed instinctive behavior. There aren't those like novel, hey, you saw where the food went. And by the way, like hiding food in a cage is not my natural, it's not in my DNA. That's not a puzzle I have solved through natural selection. It's like a new thing I'm used to. They've never asked questions. And I think that once a species can ask questions, that's when it can tell lies.
I guess that's the point, right? Is that unless you can ask, what do you know? Unless you have that curiosity about knowledge specifically, you then, I mean, that's the foundation of what do you believe, and then can I change it? Which essentially is the top level of lying.
The top level, yeah. And so while I'm going to err on the side of deciding that theory of mind is pervasive in the animal kingdom, because I want to give animals more respect maybe even than they deserve. I'm not going to judge Coco for trying to pass the blame on to the cat, because I think that they're not as responsible for what they say. Even if in a way they might know what they're doing, I refuse to be judgmental to them about it. But if a human lies to me, don't do it twice, is all I can say.
Okay, well, I luckily have a much more liberal attitude towards lying. You can lie as much as you like, Michael.
Really?
Just as long as it's good lies, okay? I want nice lies. I want lies that make me feel better. I want lies that increase my overall happiness and well-being. All right?
Okay, well, if that's what you want, then how about this? Hannah, I had a great time on the podcast today. I'm really glad we got to have this conversation. And I hope that all of you out there listening did too.
Okay, all of a sudden I don't know what's real anymore. You can leave us to ponder that. But that's a wrap on this episode. Make sure that you are following The Rest is Science wherever you get your podcast. Make sure that you are subscribing to us on YouTube.
That's right, and if you have any questions you want to ask us, we might just answer them on field notes. So send them to therestiscience@goalhanger.com. Email us.
See you next time.
Now, later on, I'm going to be showing you a menagerie of things, a constellation of things, including the first book I ever wrote. And there's even more surprises than just that. But first, as we always do, we're going to start with your questions, including this one that came in from Megan. My friends and I have been arguing for a good hour about whether space has a smell. They think since it's a vacuum, it can't. I can't imagine there not being one. What do you think?
Okay, Megan, for starters, you've got what sounds like great friends. If I could meet people who would engage in that kind of debate with me for an hour, I think I'd be happy forever. And the reality is you're sort of both right. Because In deep space, where it's a true vacuum, then agreed, there is no smell. However, at the same time, every astronaut who has been to space, who's been out on a spacewalk on the ISS, reports that there is a very distinctive odour that they get when they come back inside, when they're in the, after they've done a spacewalk. Their suits and the airlock, they fill with this very unmistakable odour, the smell of space, as it were. And they describe it as like burnt steak, hot metal, gunpowder. Chris Hadfield, who's the Canadian astronaut, he said it's like a very metallic smell. NASA astronaut Don put it, he's got a slightly more poetic way of putting it. He said, it's metallic, a rather pleasant, sweet metallic sensation. It reminded me of my college summers where I labored for many hours with an arc welding torch, heavy equipment for a small logging outfit. That's the smell, right? But the thing is, no one's completely sure about exactly where that smell comes from. And there's two theories. One of them is this idea that the dying stars are filling the universe with these polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, the PAHs is what they're known. And these are like these high energy particles kicked off by dying stars, and they essentially just float around the universe forever, adhere to spacecraft surfaces, which is why you can smell them. And the thing is that these molecules, you do find them on Earth. You find them in soot, in car exhaust, and in charred food. So essentially, when you're smelling a hamburger, you are effectively smelling the same compounds that drift around between the stars. A slightly more accepted theory as to where this particular smell comes from. This kind of goes back actually to our the episode that we did about cosmic rays, because you have all of these charged particles that are floating around, or even atoms that have been stripped of their electrons because of really harsh UV radiation, like single atoms of oxygen without any electrons floating around them. So the idea is that when astronauts go back into the airlock, when the cabin is repressurized with sort of more breathable air, these oxygen atoms then combine with the new oxygen to create ozone, and that very quick chemical reaction is the thing that makes that sort of acrid, metallic, smoky smell. That's just the boring bit in between all the interesting stuff. That's just space. But there's other bits of the universe where we know what it smells like too, right? This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
So when most people think of naked mole rats, their unusual relationship to cancer probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind.
But maybe it should be, because it is incredibly rare for them to develop cancer, which could be partly down to their unique immune system, or it might be the way that their cells respond to damage.
So scientists are studying their biology for its cancer-fighting secrets. It's a reminder that discoveries can sometimes come from places you don't expect.
Cancer Research UK is the world's largest charitable funder of cancer research. Thousands of scientists, of doctors and nurses work across more than 20 countries to help turn discoveries in the lab into new tests, new treatments, and new innovations.
And the impact is clear. Over the past 50 years, the charity's pioneering work has helped double cancer survival in the UK, meaning more people living longer, better lives free from the fear of cancer.
For more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, their breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/rest is science.
Using spectroscopy, we can use light to tell what molecules and atoms are in something very far away. And I mean, we use this, first of all, to figure out what the sun was made of. The basic point is that it was a really important moment when people were studying spectral lines from elements like hydrogen, and they could tell, oh wow, look at this, you know, I don't know how it all works, but they then pointed their device at the sun, and they saw the same lines that they saw from hydrogen. And they were like, wait a second. I think the sun is made of hydrogen. And that was a huge moment, because there was no way anyone could have known that. No one looked at the sun and was like, I bet that's hydrogen. You know? Like, what is the sun? It could be a whole new material. Is it burning wood? Is it a god? And these guys are like, I think it's hydrogen, because it's interacting with our instruments in the same way that hydrogen does.
Because there's no way that you would, you know, at this point, if you sort of isolated hydrogen on Earth and it's this invisible gaseous form, there's no way that you would look at this burning orb in the sky and think that the two things were the same. You just
wouldn't. You wouldn't, because it couldn't burn for a long time if it was burning hydrogen, right?
Right.
At the time, they had no concept of nuclear fusion. So the idea that, I don't actually know if at the time, because I don't know when they did this, but my neighbors, they use spectroscopy to detect how much methane is in the Earth's atmosphere. And so they're really into it, right? They're always talking about like, oh, hey, you know, my son and I just, you know, did some spectroscopy on some stars. And I'm like, all right, nerds. But,
they sound like they'd be good friends with Megan, though, to be fair, you know? I think they could start up a little club.
We should start a club. That's right. And what do you call the instrument that you do spectroscopy with?
Spectrometer.
Spectroscope. It's embarrassing that I don't remember spectroscope, because we put a spectroscope in like the very first Curiosity box. And it was one that you built yourself. We should bring that back, because at the time I didn't fully know how to use it or how cool it was. But look, this is just a long way of saying that using spectroscopy, we have been able to detect compounds in distant nebulas that we have here on Earth, that have known odors.
Right, so this is, astronomers were looking at the dust cloud Sagittarius B2. Basically, it's the center of the Milky Way, right? It's like a giant dust cloud. And they have found in there vast amounts of ethyl formate.
Ethyl formate, which smells like raspberries. It's what gives actual raspberries their characteristic smell.
Right. Not just raspberries, though, also rum, which means essentially the center of the Milky Way smells like a raspberry daiquiri.
Well, I made a video many years ago where I bought a special little jar that was the smell of outer space, and it contained ethyl formate and other odorous compounds that we have found in distant nebula, and you could open it and smell it and get the smell of space. And I bought 2 of them. I opened and smelled one of them on camera, and the second one I still have not opened, because once you open it, you rapidly lose it. And so, I don't know, one of these days maybe I'll let my daughter smell space, and then never again.
And then never again. Thing is, I mean, you can use the same trick. You can sort of point it at all different parts of space, and it tells you a lot about what you expect to find there. There's actually like a quite controversial story about the smell of a particular area of space, and specifically a part of Venus, because they detected this spectral signature exactly as you're describing. This is in 2020, that looked exactly like phosphine. Now, phosphine is actually incredibly difficult to make on Earth, right? It's not particularly stable. You essentially need a biological creature to make it. And in particular, where you find it is in penguin poop. So the fact that they found this on Venus, and not down at the ground level, but up in sort of 30 miles up in the cloud decks, this kind of Goldilocks zone at altitude, loads and loads of this phosphine that we only really, only sort of really comes from penguin poop. It did start all of these questions about like, well, maybe there are these like Venetian sky penguins. as it turns out, there's like now this current argument about the actual quantities of phosphine that is in the atmosphere. But I mean, this is really genuinely how we find out a lot about the universe, is by like working out what atoms there are, working out in part what it smells like, and then drawing conclusions about what could have caused those smells in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, Venus is a stinky place, right? Down at the bottom, it's sulfur, so rotten eggs. And then up at the top, it's like sulfuric acid. That's the sort of top note. And then the accent is rotting fish and penguin poop.
Which is amazing. I mean, yeah, space doesn't have one smell. It's got so many ways to titillate our senses. And you just need to know where to stick your nose.
Yeah, I'll stick it in the raspberry daiquiri, please. Thank you very much. Okay, here's a question for you, Michael. This is from Justin Corrigan. Where do even and odd numbers come from? Who said one was odd and two was even and not the other way around? Was it on purpose or happy accident that even has an even number of letters and odd has an odd number?
Oh, wow. Okay, there's like two questions there. One is about sort of, I guess, the etymology of even and odd. And then the next one is about a funny property of words. Like, so, I mean, the most I know about even and odd is that, I think this is kind of cool. We don't exactly know where the word odd comes from, but it could be very Old Norse, where odd was used to describe a point, like a place or a sharp point. And that means that maybe the word odd comes from a triangle. When you have two things, you've got a pair. But then the third comes along and forms a triangle which has a point. And then from there, they started saying you got one person, they can do what they want. Two people are going to have to talk to each other. But then you bring in a third, and now the voting is different. You can't have an even split. And that third person forms a triangle. We already have the word odd for that. And so odd came to mean anything that had a point that could not be divided into two soft, blunt, equal groups.
Oh, I like that.
That's one possibility. This is all kind of unknown, but it makes sense, you know? And then as for the coincidence that the word odd has an odd number of letters and even has an even number of letters, that's just a wonderful example of an autological word. A word that describes itself. For example, the word is in fact a word. But the word monosyllabic is not monosyllabic. If a word doesn't describe itself, it's considered heterological. Henry Segaman has a fantastic website where he's like listed all these autological words, some of which he thinks are reasonably clearly autological, others are debatable or dodgy. These are wonderful, like the word pronounceable is pronounceable. The word pentasyllabic is pentasyllabic. The word old, spelled O-L-D-E, is old.
Hey. He sounds like he's got a great life. I've decided, we were asked that dinner party question a while ago. I'm changing my answers. I want Megan and this guy who's right. This is out of that website.
Another example of A heterological word would be something like the word long. Long, L-O-N-G. That's not very long. The word hyphenated is not hyphenated. So it's not autological. But the word unhyphenated is unhyphenated. Okay, now, this might sound like a funny little fact about words, but it brings us to the Grelling-Nelson paradox. So the Grelling-Nelson paradox takes these definitions, autological, a word that describes itself, and heterological, a word that does not describe itself, and it asks, is the word heterological, right? And so if we say that the word heterological does not describe itself, that means it's heterological. But wait, now it does describe itself. And if we instead say that it does not describe itself, then that means that it is not heterological. But we already had to assume that it was.
Oh, this is the word version of this statement is false, isn't it?
Exactly. Exactly. If heterological is heterological, Like, if that is true, then that means that it does not describe itself. But a word that doesn't describe itself is heterological, so it must be. If, however, we say heterological is not heterological, so that means that it does describe itself, then that means that it is heterological. So you can never win. The only way to make this work is to say that a word is heterological if it does not describe itself and is not the word heterological.
Oh, the classic ruffle exclusion.
Exactly. Some Russellian exclusions save the day once.
Yeah, just, once again, get down deep enough, it's all gaffer tape. Michael, that's what it's good.
I love this question. This one came from Christian David Bohr. How many times can you fold a piece of chewing gum?
Okay, so I had a good think about this, right? Because, everyone's heard the whole idea about a piece of paper, you can only fold it 7 times. And by the way, that is broadly true. And that limit exists because of tensile strength. So every time you fold it, that outside edge, it has to stretch and the inside edge has to compress, and eventually either the outer fibers will snap, starts to tear, or the inner fibers become too dense, they can't bend. The thing about gum, right, which is a bit cheating, is that it's effectively a type of fluid, right? It's like a viscoelastic fluid. So when you're folding it, you're not really folding, it's more like you're kneading it. It's more like you're dealing with dough, which isn't that which I appreciate isn't that satisfying an answer, because the answer then is effectively an unlimited number of times until it starts to degrade or dry out effectively. But if you could instead, let's assume for a moment that take that dough analogy, and if instead you found some way to sort of fold it and keep the layers from merging into each other, like using flour, for example, could you make yourself a chewing gum croissant? Right, that's basically what I want to know. Right, I want to do pastry chef with chewing gum. That's what I want to do. And I think that you could, but here is where a limit occurs, because what you could do. You know the way that pastry chefs work is they take pastry, they roll it out, they fold it, they turn it round, they roll it out, they fold it, they turn it round, and so on and so on and so on. And what you're doing every time that you fold it is you're doubling the number of layers, right? You're kind of re-stretching it out so that you can continue to fold. After you've done 1 fold, you've got 2 layers, fine. After you've done 10 folds, you've got 1,024 layers. Once you've done 24 folds, you've got 16 million layers, right? And once you've done 30 layers, at that point, each of the layers in your chewing gum croissant would be thinner than the width of a single molecule. So we know it's less than 30. That's the hard upper limit. Interested in eating a chewing gum croissant, Michael?
Well, yeah, of course.
Apparently when they make actual croissants, they only go for 64 layers, maybe 128 layers. Nothing really in comparison.
Yeah, sure, but they're using, bigger dough, and they're also using dough and butter, but we're talking about chewing gum and saliva.
Sure.
Which sounds a little better.
Less French, should we say.
Less French, I think, is the correct way to describe a chewing gum croissant.
Okay, here's a question for you. We're staying on the food thing. Ben asks, I need to know, how small a piece of chocolate can I have? Chocolate is comprised of cocoa, sugar, cocoa butter, sometimes milk, emulsifiers. But what really makes it chocolate, and not a cocoa bean, is that it is a mixture of many things. Mixtures cannot be divisible down to the same scale as a chunk of pure iron or a vial of chlorine. Each atom has the same properties. Chocolate is different from this. Goodness me, Ben, you really have gone to town on this. It's a mixture of larger molecules. At what point can you slice chocolate and it is no longer chocolate, but its components? Does that mean there is a lower bound to the size of chocolate? I think maybe I've spent too many days in a row subbing down voiceover scripts, but I feel like I could have summarised that in a single sentence.
Yes, but you didn't, because we respect your words, listeners. Okay? Send me a question that's like literally an audiobook, and Hannah will read it, and it will be our longest podcast episode ever. But I think Ben is asking a really interesting question. What's the smallest a piece of chocolate can be? And so obviously we think, okay, let me buy a chocolate bar and I can cut it into smaller and smaller pieces and it's always chocolate. Except chocolate isn't an element. It's not like I can eventually get down to an atom of chocolate, where if I divide it any further, it's no longer chocolate. That's true of something like gold. If I have one gold atom and I split it in half, I no longer have a gold atom. Because a gold atom is defined as an atom with a very specific number of protons, and that's it. But with chocolate, what is the smallest piece of chocolate? What form does chocolate come in at its atomic, meaning smallest indivisible scale? There isn't one, because chocolate is a mixture. And chocolate contains, it's not just like, oh, well, there's a chocolate molecule and a sugar molecule and a milk molecule. There is no such thing as a chocolate molecule. Chocolate, as we know it, contains hundreds of different types of molecules, different chemicals that are all, originally organically put in there by the plant in the cacao bean. And these include all kinds of compounds that affect our nervous system and have their own flavors and textures and all these things. So anyway, estimates, I've looked into this, the estimates of how many different kinds of chemicals are in chocolate is between about 300 and 800.
What?
There's a lot.
Wait, hang on. When you say chemicals, are you talking about different atoms and different molecules, stable molecules?
That's right. Different stable molecules and atoms as well.
300.
If you want to dive into this, it's actually overwhelming. Because I feel like every few months, scientists announce the discovery of a new compound in chocolate that had been there all along, but there's like trace amounts of it, and we know that it's an analog for a neurotransmitter, and that's why everyone loves chocolate, and that's why dogs are killed by chocolate. There's so much. It's so complicated. It is not elemental. It's got all kinds of fats and acids and all these different types of chemicals in it. It is an organic, complex material. And when chocolate is made, we roast the cacao beans, and then there's this whole chocolate making process that separates the meltable cocoa butter from the bean. And you're left with the cocoa butter, and then what doesn't melt is called the cocoa solids. And the cocoa solids are then mixed back in with cocoa butter in very specific ratios, as well as some milk, some sugar, and that's how you make chocolate as we know it. You can also just sell people cocoa butter, right? It's a great skin moisturizer, all kinds of uses. You can use it in cooking, and you can also sell people cocoa solids by themselves, and that's what we call cocoa powder. I don't know if that's what you call it in the UK.
We do, yeah, but it's very bitter.
It's very, very bitter. Now, if you add sugar to cocoa powder, you haven't made chocolate, you've made sweetened cocoa powder. You need to put some of the cocoa butter back in to make chocolate. However, that's kind of like an opinion, right? You could say cocoa powder is chocolate. You could say that the cacao bean on its own is already kind of chocolate.
No, not for me. Not for me, Michael. It doesn't count as chocolate unless it is a square of Cadbury's Dairy Milk. And yes, I would like them as a sponsor for this podcast. Continue.
Perfect. Because I think that you're getting at a fundamental issue we have to get across to answer this question. And Ben, see how hard we're working for you? I think that we need to define chocolate as something that pretty much everyone will agree is chocolate. In that case, I think we need to set this upper bound and say you're going to need at least all 800 of these molecules that are in chocolate as we buy it in the store. And the most famous of those is probably theobromine. That is it's what makes chocolate really characteristically chocolate. I think it might be what's toxic to dogs. But anyway, as a rough calculation, I looked at some of the most famous molecules in chocolate and how large they are, and then multiplied that by 800. Okay, to just kind of be like, look, if it's got 800 different molecules, and some are larger and some are smaller than these ones that I'm looking at, then maybe we can get ourselves to an actual volume. So, problem is, it's really hard to know what volume certain molecules have. You can take the molar volume of a chemical like theobromine, very famous chemical in chocolate, and you can divide it by Avogadro's number. But that doesn't give you the volume, the size of an individual theobromine molecule. That gives you the amount of space that molecule occupies in the crystal structure of pure theobromine. But then I found that chemists also have calculated the cross-sectional diameter of molecules for collision calculations. And for a typical molecule in chocolate, it's about 130 angstroms across. So let's say 130 angstroms cubically is the volume of a typical molecule in chocolate. What's an angstrom? Great question. It's 1/10 of a nanometer. So we're talking about really small things here.
Yeah.
But we've got 800 of them in order to represent every molecule that we believe is in chocolate. Problem. That's only one of each. Chocolate is chocolate and tastes like chocolate because of the ratios they have to each other. So factoring that in, and then assuming that maybe it's going to take another order of magnitude to make everyone happy that this is analogous to real chocolate, we find ourselves with this answer. The smallest piece of chocolate that I believe everyone would agree, yes, that's chocolate, would be a zeptoliter.
I don't even know what that is. 10 to the minus what?
10 to the minus 21 liters.
Whoa.
That is very small.
Could you see it?
You could not see it.
Could you taste it? No.
A zeptoliter is sub-microscopic. It's down around the size of just a very, very large molecule. It's smaller than any kind of nano thing we can imagine, little nanobots.
So wait, is it too small to have color?
I think it's going to be much too small to have color, yes. But we're not quite at the answer that I want to give as my final answer, because this is just the smallest collection of molecules that will have the appropriate ratio and makeup as chocolate. Could you taste it? No. It is too small. The threshold for human taste requires hundreds of billions of molecules. So I think we're talking more about something to the order of 10 to the negative 13 cubic meters. Basically, an extremely coarse grain of silt. Okay, almost sand, but not quite.
Okay.
You could dissolve that in some water and people could drink it and say, yeah, there's something in here and I think it might be chocolate. But any smaller than that, and you just will not be able to detect that anything's in your mouth.
I have a question about the molecules that you included. A controversial question.
Yeah.
Did you include butyric acid?
Yes, I'm including all of these things.
Okay, wait. This is not chocolate.
Is butyric acid the thing that makes American chocolate bad?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you for preempting. So this is this acid that you find it in American chocolate, Hershey's in particular. Maybe we'll bleep that out in case Hershey's wants to sponsor us. But you also find it in rancid butter, in Parmesan cheese, and human vomit. So but there is a reason why it's in American chocolate. There is a reason. So this is early 1900s, and Hershey wants to mass produce chocolate, but the problem is they were adding milk. The Swiss had this really fancy pants expensive way of drying the milk so that it didn't spoil before it went into the chocolate, so the chocolate didn't go off really quickly. So Hershey's like, okay, I'm going to develop this process, and a byproduct of the process to stop the milk from spoiling was butyric acid that went in it. I buy into your answer. You've clearly spent a lot of time doing these calculations, and I buy into your answer on the condition that that butyric acid is excluded, please.
Okay, fine. Let's not allow butyric acid. That doesn't dramatically affect the volume of this very tiny thing. I want to put this into like a few other terms, like a very fine grain of sand, a very coarse grain of silt is on like the microgram, a single or maybe 2 micrograms of matter. You could taste it. And if we threw in the butyric acid so that it tasted like American chocolate and made us feel like we had just puked in our mouths, it would still be a microgram, okay? You wouldn't need to add much to give it the same ratio as Hershey's chocolate or something.
That's what I want an experimental version of this episode where you stir in 1 grain of salt into some water, taste it, and then go, I know exactly what it needs. Throw in a couple of molecules.
You throw in 1 billion atoms of butyric acid, which, by the way, is a tiny microscopic amount.
And then go, tastes like childhood. Tastes like my childhood.
But I think that, gosh, butyric acid might not even really come through in a small amount, because I'm looking this up. Its flavor threshold is between 1 and 15 milligrams per liter.
Okay.
So it takes a lot of it for us to taste.
A lot of human vomit.
That would mean that if you cut up a Hershey's bar small enough, you would be left with some flavor compounds that were above the threshold, but the butyric acid would no longer be there. So eating that one tiny piece, just that one piece, it would once again taste like regular nice chocolate.
Maybe that's the secret. If you're ever stuck with only American chocolate to eat, just cut it up really, 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 really small.
Yeah, submicroscopic scale, you're good to go.
I think we may have ruined our chances for sponsorship with Hershey's, but now all the same, shall we go to a break?
Yeah.
This segment is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
Now, when we think about scientific breakthroughs, we usually don't think about naked mole rats, unless you listen to this podcast a lot, in which case, we've got some more stuff for you. We also think about things like cutting-edge technology and huge amounts of data. But, often progress starts somewhere quieter with just curiosity.
Absolutely. And that brings us to a story of discovery in cancer that begins with 2 very unlikely places, a brewery and the sea. Yeast, sea urchins, and research that would later be recognized with a Nobel Prize.
So today, we're asking, how does curiosity-led science end up changing how we understand and treat cancer?
Okay, well, some of the most important advances that happen in cancer research don't actually begin with cancer at all. They begin with scientists who are following an unexpected question.
Yeast and sea urchins do not seem like obvious places to start if you want to understand cancer. But scientists use organisms like them because they're simple, and they're fast, and they're easy to observe, which makes fundamental biological processes much clearer. Now, the crucial insight is that the core machinery controlling how cells behave is shared across much of life. Some of the most important proteins were established very early on. They are fundamental to life, and around half of yeast genes can be directly swapped with human ones. Now, Cancer Research UK backs this kind of foundational, curiosity-led research, including work that can take many years to reveal its value, because understanding the basics is often essential to understanding disease.
Okay, well, let's give you an example. An example about Cancer Research UK scientist Sir Paul Nurse and cell division. Now, before becoming a Cancer Research UK scientist, Sir Paul Nurse, he worked in a Guinness brewery where he was working with yeast, and he started getting curious about the way that these yeast cells would grow and divide. And then years later, he was working as this young researcher, and he noticed something really unusual. There were these yeast cells that kept on getting longer and longer and longer, but weren't dividing. And as a result of that, his curiosity led him to identify this gene that was acting as a control switch for cell division, later called CDC2. And then scientists together, they methodically tested human genes one by one by one, eventually showing that this human version of the same gene could stand in for the yeast version. And that demonstrated that the same division control system operates in yeast all the way through to humans. And that makes it this vital insight for cancer biology, where, of course, it's all about cells dividing when they shouldn't.
Yeah, the circle of life. We are all bound together. Speaking of circles, let's talk about cycles, because at the same time, Cancer Research UK scientist Sir Tim Hunt was studying sea urchin embryos, and he was intrigued by this really bizarre fact that unfertilized sea urchin eggs can be triggered to start dividing on their own. And that offers a powerful way to study the earliest steps of cell division. So, okay, first of all, to understand sea urchin eggs required a lot of sea urchin eggs, which was not easy for him to get in landlocked Cambridge, but he observed proteins that build up and then trigger cell division and then actively break down straight away. And these rise and fall proteins became known as cyclins because their levels cycle in time with cell division. Also, Tim Hunt loves cycling. Bicycling. Anyway, all of this revealed that cell division isn't just switched on or off. It's a tightly timed and carefully regulated thing, like a metronome or a traffic light. And so together with the yeast work, it showed that cell division follows an ordered sequence, not a random process.
Right, so you're building up this picture of how cells actually divide. And I mean, these discoveries, they helped scientists to understand, particularly when cell division control systems fail, which is one of the defining features of cancer. And then that understanding laid the groundwork for targeted treatments. And so today, I mean, this has had a gigantic impact. It's already improving outcomes in really difficult to treat breast cancers. There are trials underway across lung cancer, skin cancer, bowel cancers. There's some drugs that work by jamming the machinery that drives cell division, that slows down tumor growth in certain cancers. And all of these advances, they only exist because the researchers, they followed these unexpected clues and then they tested them rigorously again and again over many years. Now, Cancer Research UK continues to support research across this full pathway by funding early discovery science long before outcomes are guaranteed and helping to translate that knowledge into new treatments.
A humble yeast used for brewing beer and sea urchins in the ocean aren't where you would expect cancer research to begin, but it's exactly the kind of curiosity-led science that helps reveal how cancer really works.
For more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/restiscience. Okay, we are back. We are refueled. We are ready for the next discovery. And Michael, over to you. What have you got for us?
Over to me. I've got a few things. I'm traveling at the moment, and so I don't have. I've kind of had to scrape together some ideas. But look at this. Now, I won't explain why I'm traveling with this, but it is a stool sample.
Wait. No.
What I'm showing is a little plastic vial that contains a tiny wooden stool, a sample of a stool, if you will. A three-legged stool made of wood. It's about the size of, half of my thumb. So it's just a stool sample. And there's a sticker on the vial. It says Prairie Dog Town stool sample. Prairie Dog Town is a little roadside attraction in Kansas. And they sell some of these goofy things like, a box of bees. And you open it up and it's just like the letter B painted all over the inside of the box. All right, so I had to buy this stool sample and I just carry it around. Sometimes if someone ever is like, Michael, you got to blow my mind right now. I'm like, guess what I've got? It's a good thing to have around.
Is that why you continue to have that giant rucksack full of stuff for all the times people ask you to instantly surprise and amaze them?
Well, yeah, because they kind of expect it, but also I like it. I like having something kind of strange with me at all times. That reminds me of a show that never actually happened because of COVID. So, like, just before COVID, I did a show at UC Irvine, the University of California, Irvine, called Michael's Toys, where I just showed up with a bag full of toys, and I just talked about them and passed them around. And it was so fun. And then, with COVID, I tried to figure out a way to do the show virtually, but it was just not nearly as fun as being able to pass around a cube of tungsten. And the most illegal thing I own, which, by the way, I cannot find. Now, I've talked about this in a video, but I have an update on the item. Not just the fact that I may have lost it, but there's something else quite strange. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Okay, well, I mean, you've mentioned... Wait, how did you describe it just then? The most illegal thing you own?
It's the most illegal thing I own.
Okay, I mean, you've mentioned quite a few things on the podcast over time. You've mentioned radioactive lead. You've mentioned enriched uranium. I'm pretty sure there's various stories about BB guns, etc. So honestly, the mind boggles.
Okay, well, so I don't own any enriched uranium, as far as anyone knows. But the thing I'm talking about is a totally legal material. It's the way the material is arranged that makes it illegal.
Okay, go on.
But maybe it's not illegal anymore. It is a counterfeit U.S. penny.
That is pretty illegal, Michael. I believe that they come down pretty hard.
It is illegally manufactured currency, and it's a penny. So someone took some copper and some, they put together the appropriate alloy to make a penny, and then they made a mold, or maybe they stamped it. I'm not sure how they made it, but it is identical to a regular U.S. penny. You could spend it and get a cent worth of value, a cent worth of goods, without actually having earned that money.
And as long as it costs you less than a cent to make it, you're winning.
It costs a lot more than a cent to make. It costs, or should I say, used to cost, the U.S. Mint like 4 or 5 cents to make a penny. So making counterfeit pennies is probably not going to get anyone in trouble because you're losing money doing it. I won't say who gave it to me, but it was given to me by a magician who was a very interesting guy. And the thing that makes this counterfeit penny so special is that you can tell it's counterfeit for one tiny reason. And that reason is that the year stamped on it. Every penny in the US has a year on it, the year that it was made. The year on this penny is 2027, which hasn't happened yet. So no 2027 pennies had ever been made. The whole time I've owned this penny, it's been like a penny from the future, right? And then I thought, philosophically, this is really interesting because in the year 2027, it will cease to be a joke. And it will just look like every other penny that's ever been made.
It's the perfect crime.
Exactly. Its novelty kind of expires, and it almost becomes more criminal in 2027 because before that happens, people can tell that it's not real. But after 2027, it could be real. But here's obviously, and I think a lot of listeners are probably thinking this, the new twist is that the United States Mint, just a few months ago, announced that it will not make any more pennies ever again.
The joke lives on.
That's right. So the last penny was made in 2025, which means my 2027 counterfeit penny will always have an impossible date on it. Its entire character has changed.
Wait, I want to know, how did this magician get hold of it? What was the magician doing with it?
Well, he was just a guy who also liked to collect curious things and had a lot of very interesting friends. And one of them was a metallurgist who made probably made counterfeit coins not for the purposes of counterfeiting, meaning to pass it off as real currency, but to design special magic coins, like a quarter that's hollow or a quarter that can be folded up, stuff like that. And he made this penny, and I think he said, you know what, if I'm gonna make a penny, I can decide what year to stamp on it. Why don't I stamp a year far in the future? So it looks like it's from the future. That also makes it funny because it'll be even more believable in the future. But no one could have anticipated that in November of 2025, the last pennies would be made. And so suddenly I have an item with a whole new meaning.
A perfect ending to the story. I do remember hearing about Banksy, the artist. I don't know, have you come across him? I don't know how well known he is in America.
I am Banksy.
Oh, okay. So very well known.
Did you not know that?
Well, this is, a story about you, of course.
I've been trying to tell people, but they all just act like, oh, who is he? And I think they enjoy that more.
Yeah, the Bristolian accent is just a put-on that you do when you're covering your identity.
That's right.
He had, there was a stunt that he was going to do where he printed £1 million worth of fake £10 notes. And where he replaced, instead of having the Queen's face on it, this is a few years ago, he put on Princess Diana's face instead. And then instead of it being Bank of England, it was Banksy of England. Anyway, the idea was that he was going to go to some sort of town square, I think I'm remembering this right, and throw out all of this money and let people collect it. And just in advance of this big stunt, which he had planned, he went to Reading Festival and with a bunch of his friends and handed out a bunch of these like fake £10 notes, which looked really good. And we're like, go on, go and see, it'll be quite funny, go and see if you can spend them. And these people went up, spent the £10 notes, nobody checked them. Checked them, they went through absolutely fine. And at that point, Banksy realised that what he was about to do was so phenomenally illegal. But somewhere out there in the world is this very small number of Banksy £10 notes which were exchanged and are now worth an absolute unimaginable amount of money.
Jeez, I can only imagine. Yeah, but see, if it confuses people, if it tricks them into thinking it's real, then yeah, it's counterfeit money, and it's illegal. There was an artist, I don't remember the artist's name, but when I was a kid, my dad and I watched a documentary about this artist who drew on a sheet of paper a $100 bill by hand, like meticulously, every little detail drawn by hand, and then took it to a store and didn't try to pass it off as a real 100, simply said to the person at the store, hey, this isn't a real $100 bill, but it looks real, doesn't it? Like, would you give me $100 worth of goods in exchange for this piece of art? And they agreed. So he bought like $100 worth of stuff with his fake $100 bill, but it was more of a barter exchange than it was fooled you. So I don't think that was nearly as illegal, but as soon as you pretend it's currency and people start believing it is, then you've committed a crime.
I made a documentary a few years ago about the passport, British passport, and the number of different layers of security that they have embedded within them in order to prevent people from just copying what they look like. And it is phenomenal. I can't remember the exact number, but we're with the man who has designed a number of different British passports, but it's something like 20 different systems. Some of them are very obvious, some of them are much less obvious. You know, every single page is unique. There's like a pattern along the side. There's also this extraordinary pattern if you look at it under UV light that is different for every country. I mean, it's absolutely incredible the amount of science and just considered engineering that goes into making one of these things. There was a big controversy in the UK a few years ago when our passports changed from red to blue, and the passport designer said that his favourite vintage, the best passport he's ever designed, was the last red one with a paper page, because they've now got this sort of plastic page where your photograph is. So the one with the paper page was absolute counterfeit genius. That's what he says.
But surely the plastic page makes it even harder to counterfeit.
I think that there were some quite clever things about the way that you...
Plan a route from the northern tunnel to the nearest gas holder. Nearest gas holder. Okay, and I wanted to, what did I want to do?
the transparency of that paper page changed across the course,
Really?
across the grain of it. Yeah.
So my American passport still has all paper pages. My wife has a British passport with like a plastic page, and it doesn't feel like a book anymore. It feels like one of those novelty books that has like all kinds of little things inside of it, like a klutz book. So I don't enjoy it as much, but I'm sure it's a lot more steady and less likely to get all folded or ripped by mistake.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Okay, speaking of books, there's something that we teased in the beginning that I haven't gotten to yet. And in way of context, I wrote this book, I think, I don't actually know how old I was, but it's one of those books that a kid makes by taking sheets of paper, folding them in half, and then stapling them together. Now, remember that I grew up in a small town in Kansas that was quite conservative in many ways, and there was a very big debate around whether or not evolution should be taught in schools and how it should be taught. Should it be taught as what scientific consensus believes explains the diversity of animal life and life on Earth? Or is it just a theory full of many problems? Because the truth is that all life on Earth was created by a creator God. So I was given many books as a kid about how evolution was a lie and that creation science was this thing. Creation science is, of course, a pseudoscientific idea that maybe the world is only a few thousand years old, could be older, but that clearly nothing evolved in the way that Darwin said, that the world was obviously created by God. And so I summarized what I had learned in this book, Evolution, the Lie.
Wait, how old do we reckon you were when you wrote this?
I wish there was a year on it, but I'm going to say I was probably 10 or 11.
Okay, immediate things that stick out for me, right? One, look at that E on evolution. That is, there's design that's gone into that. There's and the different type of font that you've created for the word lie, the sort of bubble font of the word the. This is, look, it's typographic, everybody. There's no pictures, there's no images. It's just clean. It gets in, it gets out.
It's very sophisticated. I must have had some kind of stencil tool, and that's how I created these different typefaces. I may have had a book of typefaces, and then I traced each letter off of that page, but I don't think that I came up with this on my own. Especially L-I-E, lie, that does not look like something I came up with.
It certainly looks like something adults had a heavy hand in influencing some way or another.
Basically, it just reads like a whole list of the typical concerns people had with evolution. They would say things like, there's a difference between evolution with a capital E and evolution with a lowercase e. Where lowercase e evolution is just the way things change. It's the way the moths in England died off if they were white because of all the black soot that covered the trees. Predators could find them more easily, and so the black ones became more prevalent. It might be kind of boring, but I'll read from chapter 2, Stanley Miller's experiment. Are you familiar with this experiment?
Of course.
Okay, well, we all know about Stanley Miller's. I'm reading from the book now. We all know about Stanley Miller's, quote, life from a test tube, unquote, experiment. He mixed gases and liquids thought to be on Earth billions of years ago, i.e. before life, then shot sparks at the mixture and poof, special amino acids found in living things. Newspapers raved about, quote, life in a test tube. That is just the same as a man stacking 2 bricks on each other and saying he made a 50-story skyscraper. First, those same acids can be found in dead bodies too. Just having the right acids doesn't make something alive. Second, the 3 needed acids weren't there. And third, many deadly acids have been formed in experiments like this. So as you can see, life can't just happen. It must come from other life. In a creationist's view, God.
Okay, here's what I'm noticing from that. We've got the hook, right? You've got the excellent title right at the beginning. You've got the counterintuitive way to see the world. Here's what everybody else thinks, and here's how it should really be. We've got detail and scientific minutiae, and we have got what is essentially an extremely fascinating monologue. Vsauce was there. It was the early beginnings.
It was there. It was there. You know, this is a Vsauce script. I no longer believe that evolution is clearly false. But I do think that, belief in a supernatural creator does not exclude belief in evolution, exactly as Darwin said. I think that is to make religion way too small. But you could definitely see how I was synthesizing information, and then, rather than just saying, okay, cool, I decided to create, not videos, but because there was no YouTube back then, but books where I taught what I had learned and put it into, words and phrases that I thought would make it exciting.
So I also actually grew up in a very religious household, where we would often have Catholic priests who would come around and say mass in my living room. Right? It's not a big fancy house, to be absolutely clear. It was a very small living room, but nonetheless, priests would come around and say mass. Anyway, there was one time in particular where there was a priest who was giving his sermon, his little homily, and he was talking about how science and religion were at war with one another, and how science was seeking to destroy religion. And he was so deeply moved by the words that he was saying that he cried. And that was the first time I'd ever seen a grown man cry. And the thing is that while I completely understand the emotional weight behind feeling like the sort of central story to your life is under attack, right? And I think that lots of religious people do feel like that about science. I agree with you. I have never thought that science proves that there is no God, or that science really has anything to say about God in any way whatsoever.
It can't. It can't. Because claims about God are specifically beyond Newton's flaming laser sword, meaning science cannot disprove it one way or the other, and if it thinks that it has, it's not science anymore. And so that means that religious claims are, unfalsifiable, but it doesn't mean that they therefore are false.
I also think that it's dishonest to pretend that science is the hunt for truth all of the way down. I think that inevitably, once you hit the absolute limits of our knowledge, there does come a certain leap of faith, regardless of what camp you find yourself in, whether it's religious or scientific or both. Why is the speed of light an absolute constant? What happened before the Big Bang?
Or is the speed of light an absolute constant? We don't know. We are making some assumptions here, and there's evidence that it hasn't changed, but how would we know? What sort of evidence should we be looking for? And that's thinking scientifically.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's important to me to give it a little bit more context too, which is, first of all, when did this man cry in your home about the war between science and religion? Like, do you mind telling me approximately when?
It was almost certainly the 90s.
Okay.
And my guess would be around 95-ish.
That's very interesting because it's probably about the time that I was hearing a lot of this too. Obviously, science and religion have been famously at odds forever, okay? But keep in mind that, my father was a chemical engineer. He definitely believed in evolution as an explanatory theory. And I remember being a very young child, single digits old, in Sunday school. And my Sunday school teacher, who was a woman who was about 180 years old, says to all of us that science and religion are not at war. Like, of course God used evolution to bring about life in exactly the way scientists say. And it wasn't until the election of George W. Bush, which was in 2000, that suddenly everything changed. And a lot of adults in my life, not my parents, but other adults, kept pushing creationist books on me. And I thought, I thought that we all agreed. The same church now had a different position that was much more culturally motivated than it was biblically or scientifically. And it really was a big shift. And I remember that my high school biology teacher, Mr. McDonald, was really controversial because he was fighting for Kansas to allow evolution education in classrooms. And I really looked up to him for that because I didn't understand why it was so evil to see that evolution explained things. I didn't think there was a conflict. It was like whether or not, we have a soul is very different than whether or not, mammals came, after bacteria. And how that transition happened.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I remember very well hearing the stories about America having those discussions about evolution. I think there was a bit of a backlash here, actually. I think in around 2010, there was a real movement from a number of actually quite distinguished scientists who became really vocal, quite militant, frankly, militant atheists. And anyway, just would like to do things a bit nicer. I just think extremism is best avoided in all directions. So maybe that's what you get with this podcast, right? That's what you get with me and Michael. We're nice, cuddly, all inclusive. The world is a broad church and so is science.
That's right. And we are always learning because we're curious, and above all, being thoughtful is what matters. So although I probably won't ever publish Evolution the Lie, it is a part of my journey. It's a part of my coming to understand this world that I was born into.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for sharing with us. That I think concludes our podcast expedition for today. If you have any questions that you would like us to answer, or any stories you want to tell us, or objects you want to share with us, you can send them to us, therestiscience@goalhandler.com.
And you can join our newsletter at therestis.com/science.
We are going to be back next Thursday with another edition of Field Notes, and on Tuesday with our normal episodes.
That's right. Until then, stay curious, stay thoughtful. Goodbye. First of all, the Gregorian calendar's 10-day jump forward instead of 13 is easily explained by the fact that the Julian calendar had not remained untouched since 45 BC. The Council of Nicaea adjusted it a little bit, and that completely answers that problem.
Well, there's other ways too. I mean, like, science steps in to really help us out on this one, because there's an area of research which is called dendrochronology. It's like super fascinating. So the idea is that you chop down a tree, it has tree rings, you get one tree ring a year. And the reason for that is because of the seasons, right? So the way that as a tree grows, it grows faster and slower depending on the conditions that are surrounding it. So if it is warmer, you get more growth, you sort of get a fast growth, you get a wider ring. If it's colder, you get it kind of narrowing, which is what happens over winter. But it also changes depending on whether there's a lot of rainfall one year, also how much sunlight there might be. And what you can do is you can take two trees that have existed in a similar place, and when you cut them down, there is a way to cross-compare those tree rings and see the same pattern of growth appear in both of them. So maybe one tree is born 50 years after the other, but you can work out, sort of daisy chain them, as it were, work out where the overlap is. And
this task was a bit strange, don't you think? First, the order just landed in my inbox like nobody's business. Had all the proper authorizations, but no return address. At least the payment cleared. And fast, too, and more than the usual rate. So, if that's the extent of it, then I guess I'm happy.
gonna try. There's no...
Where one tree outsurvived another. So what scientists have done is they've managed to do this really successfully with trees all across Europe, also in America as well. German pine is amazing at this. You get really, really old German pines, but also in the boglands of Ireland, which is where my family are from, the bog people. That's who we are.
I didn't know that.
We are, absolutely. They're right in the centre of Ireland, in the heart, where the peat bogs are. You get this sort of like semi-fossilised Irish oaks in there, which can go thousands of years old. And using this exact same technique with modern oaks that are around now and then all the way back, you can daisy chain this so that we have basically an unending record of the sort of climate of a particular region that goes back over 10,000 years. Now that on its own doesn't tell you anything about what year the church were calling it.
Yeah.
But what you can do is you can go into a building that is, say, built in the year 800 AD, right? Or 1000 AD, whatever it might be. And if there is oak timbers in there, they can be analysed and slotted into this timeline that we have about what was happening in the climate of the world. And every time you do that, they slot in exactly without those 300 years that are missing. There's kind of more evidence for this because in 536 AD, there was this gigantic volcanic eruption in Iceland. It was so bad that across Scandinavia, crops failed, people abandoned villages. You find all of these sort of hidden gold in parts of Scandinavia, which around that time, they think that people were sort of making offerings to bring the sun back because the volcanic ash was so dramatic. But you see this scar effectively inside of the rings of trees all across the region. But you also, of course, right, if the sun gets blacked out by a volcanic ash, there's also this written record of it. You know, monks are writing about this. People are sort of, writing about the villages being abandoned, and it all ties up exactly. I mean, if these 300 years really were missing, then the tree records and the written records would be out by 300 years. But we know that they're not.
I didn't know about that. That's beautiful. I love that the Earth can like hold us accountable. I had heard about the problems of solar eclipses, that there have been all these reports of solar eclipses at certain times, and they all line up exactly when they should with this, specifically this 297-year gap that the phantom time hypothesis says didn't happen. Unfortunately, looks like it did.
Because you could wind back the clock with the simulations that we have of the solar system now and work out precisely the day that solar eclipses happened in the past. And I love to imagine, I mean, this is one of my hobbies basically, is to imagine when you had an event like that, before we really understood what was going on in the sky, how unimaginably terrifying it must have been to be like, okay, everybody, today the sun disappeared for like a few minutes and then it came back. What on earth does it mean?
I know.
And you better believe that people were writing about that. In between all the plagues and the murder and stuff, there was lots of people writing about those solar eclipses.
It must have been so terrifying, because when a solar eclipse happens now, it terrifies me. It's just such a big event that I cannot stop. Like, I'm very much a person who's grown up in a society where I can press pause and I can decide when I do what. And yet, the eclipse is going to happen whether I want it to or not, whether I'm ready or not. And I've been visiting like every eclipse that I can, and I get so anxious just before it happens. It's a very scary thing that these two things that are bigger than I can even imagine are about to do something, and it's going to happen when it happens. But imagine not even knowing that it was going to happen or how long it would go on or what it meant.
Yeah, and that then being used as proof that the Catholic Church were telling the truth all along. Imagine that on top.
Imagine that cherry on top.
Maybe the sun and the moon and the trees are actually in cahoots with the Catholic Church.
I like how you're thinking. The tree of knowledge, more like the tree of ignorance and lies.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll agree for now on what day it is. That's fine. But as for what time it is, I mean, that's where stuff gets messy. Join us after the break. Welcome back. We are today asking, when is today? Is it today? When is it really? What time even is it, Michael? That's where we're at today. Think about New Year's, right? There's sort of nothing cosmological, nothing agricultural, nothing seasonal about the reason why it's got to be the 1st of January. It's just sort of, it's kind of a collective lie that we've all bought in on.
But why? I actually have no idea why January 1st was chosen to be the beginning of the year.
It comes back to the Romans. So the original Roman calendar, they actually only had 10 months. They started in March.
Decimal month system, I like that.
Right, but this is still there, right? So October, the 8th month, November, the 9th month, December, the 10th month. And then they just never bothered with January, February, because they were like, it's dark, there's no crops, don't worry about it. It's just, get through it.
That makes sense.
They also, this is the reason why you've got 31 and 30 days, because odd numbers were lucky. They preferred odd numbers. Think of sort of Roman numerals. You kind of wanted a little stick in the end. So they were sort of like, let's just sprinkle some odd numbers through these 10 months. Then in about 713 BC, they were like, okay, maybe we'll count these extra ones. This extra bit of time, we'll add in January and February. And then in 153 BCE, it's just, I agree with you about the calendar and not liking it. Let's call it in the year 9000.
Thank you, Holocene calendar. I love it.
9,847. So that's when it would have been.
Wow, you should be a math professor at Cambridge.
You know what? I might just consider it. Thank you. Anyway, so this is the Roman Empire. This is the days that we're in. It's all kicking off in Spain. Spain are revolting. There's all of this stuff going on. And the Romans need to appoint 2 new consuls. These are the people who order the army what to do. But they've got this rule that they're only allowed to do that at the beginning of the year. Now, up until this point, the first day of the year was the 1st of March, the beginning of spring, the beginning of their calendar.
Okay.
But now they're stuck, right? Because it's all going off in Spain. And they've got to wait a couple of months before before it's the beginning of the year when they're allowed to appoint new consuls. So rather than changing the rule, they decided, let's just change when the year begins. So basically, the reason why it's the 1st of January, it's admin. Admin is the father of this modern holiday.
So that's how it happened.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
Wow.
And just like the Gregorian calendar, I mean, not everyone was happy. This is, again, it was all over the place. You had, in England, it was the 25th of March. In France, it was Easter was the beginning of the year. In Scotland, it was, January. In Russia, it was September. It wasn't until sort of the 1750s that everyone sort of started to slot into place with this idea that the Gregorian calendar and the 1st of January was the correct date.
But yeah, it takes a long time, especially back then. I think as the world becomes more connected, you have to confront the importance of standardization.
No one really cared until people were moving around enough that they needed to sort of cross-reference it. I mean, it's the same as time. For most of human history, I mean, it didn't matter what time it was. You get up when you get up, you go to sleep when you go to sleep.
Yeah, if you didn't have to coordinate what the year was or what the time was with people in a different country, then you didn't need to think too much about it. As long as it worked locally, it was fine.
I think that idea about coordinating with another location, we didn't actually have to worry about what time it was at all until we had ships and trains. When it comes to ships in particular, there's a strange truth, which is that if you want to know where you are, you need to know when it is.
Oh.
So north and south is easy. You just look at the angle that the sun makes in the sky at midday. So of course, if you're really at the North Pole, the sun will be very low in the sky. If you're at the equator, the sun will be very high in the sky. So you can work out how far north you are.
Right, but how far east and west you are
is much, 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 much harder. It relies on knowing what time it is relative to a fixed position. So, for instance, if you know when it's midday in London, you can calculate when it's midday where you are. If it's 2 hours difference, you can work out how far around the Earth you are. And this was such a gigantic problem for so much of history, of how do you hold London time when you leave the city, effectively. And people had all of these different mechanisms that they used to try and hold on to working out what time it was. They had candles that you could melt them down. They had sort of water clocks. They had, even when mechanical clocks were invented, pendulums, they tried to put those on ships and realized that actually pendulums don't really work on a rocking ship.
Yeah.
And then there was this really big maritime disaster in 1707, this is. I mean, which we're already quite far into, the idea of sort of naval warships. There's this Royal Navy fleet that's heading home from Spain, from Gibraltar, in fact, part of the War of Succession in Spain. And they had done their calculations based on a clock that was supposedly set to London time, but that wasn't very good at keeping the correct time, could be off by minutes a day or even hours in a day. And they did their calculations and they thought that they were really safely in the English Channel. They thought they were almost home, basically. It was very bad weather as well. But they were actually dozens of miles further west than they thought they were. And so they went aground on a reef. And the whole ship sank in a couple of minutes, and nearly 2,000 sailors ended up dying. And this was the big motivator. There was this great big prize being offered, sort of like 1700s X Factor. That's kind of what we're talking about here, of anybody who could make a timepiece that could keep time at sea. And eventually a watch is created for exactly that purpose.
Okay, so wait, these sailors died because they were in the wrong place, because they didn't know what time it was.
Exactly. Thousands of people in this massive disaster. Yeah.
I honestly don't know this very well, so if you know, tell me. To determine how far east and west you are on Earth's surface, what would they do? They needed to know the time, and then they could say, well, the sun should be here at this time, but if it's not, it's because I've gone east. And the difference allowed them to determine how far away they were from, say, London.
Precisely.
Uh-huh.
So you keep a clock ticking on London time.
On your ship.
On your ship. Let's imagine it's a watch, right? You keep your watch on London time. And when you're on your ship, you also record when it's midday. And at midday locally, you look and see what time it is in London.
And midday is like a solar observation.
Absolutely.
When the sun is at its highest point and starts going back down, you hit midday.
You know it's midday. So then you look and see what time it is in London. And if you are an hour ahead of London, then you know that you must be further to the east of London.
Right, some number of degrees east of London. That was hard to do, though, because you needed a really good clock.
And the clock that you had, any of the clocks that you had, would run fast and slow or be affected by the motion of the waves. And so you couldn't be sure that it really was midday in London. Your clock might say that it's midday in London, but actually it's 11:30 or 12:03 or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Which to it doesn't maybe seem like it matters, but when those 3 minutes gets translated to miles on the ocean, it can make this really gigantic difference. To even track the time, to agree what time it is in London, to measure it precisely is all about humans moving around.
Yeah. By the time trains come along, steam locomotives come along, now you can move really quickly across land. And people start to realize that there's like this jet lag thing, that you'll get somewhere fast enough that you're hungry, and yet it's not actually the middle of the day when you normally eat. Like, shoot. And you talk to people there and they're like, yeah, no, it's not noon. And you're like, what the heck? Well, okay, we've all got to agree on what time it is. Like, if it's noon in New York, but now I'm in, say, St. Louis, we needed to standardize time across cities, across entire countries. We needed to invent time zones. And so we still live in a world defined by the consequences of the train.
We do, but we no longer live in a world where the time is dictated by the rotation of the Earth.
That's right, yes.
Because it's atomic clocks now that are the ultimate timekeepers, that ultimately tell us what time it is.
It is, and it is such a significant moment in human history when we went from allowing the sun and the earth to tell us what time it was to us saying, no, shut up, we know what time it is. And we stopped looking at the position of the sun and sunrise and sunset, and we started to say, let's measure time more accurately than you guys are.
You know, the idea for atomic clocks, they date back to Maxwell in the 1870s.
No kidding.
Him and William Thomson, and they realized that in theory...
Hold on, Thomson, this is the electron guy.
Yeah. And
wow.
Like, I mean, they'd only just discovered the atom at this point.
Yeah.
So phenomenal. But they realized that because this particle was like, it was stable, unchanging, identical, each atom of a particular atomic weight was identical to each other, they realized that in theory it could make this perfect clock because every atom is in a way this tiny perfect little pendulum. So lots of atomic clocks at the moment, they're made of cesium. And the thing is, if you give an atom of cesium exactly the right amount of energy, then its electrons will jump between energy levels at this frequency that is absolutely specific. So for cesium-133, this tick rate is 9,192,631,770 oscillations per second. Right? I mean, it's a big number. Now, the way that you do this is you need to give it exactly the right amount of energy in order for that to happen. And so what you do is you take a microwave, not like one you'll find in the kitchen, this is sort of much more scientific, perfectly tuned thing. And then you have this like cloud of cesium sort of moving around. And you tune this microwave to blast that cloud of cesium atoms with energy. And if you hit it at exactly the same frequency that the cesium atoms like, that 9 billion, whatever it was, that's the point where the atoms will start flipping their electrons. So what you can do is you can adjust this microwave until the frequency of the microwave changes the energy state of these cesium atoms, and you know you've exactly hit that precise frequency. And that then becomes the tick, as it were, of this clock. When 9,192,631,770,000 of those oscillations have occurred, and then you know that's 1 second. Exactly. Now, these things are so phenomenally accurate that they would lose less than a second over 15 billion years. I mean, it's like, it's mind-boggling, the level of precision that you are capable of getting via this method.
That's incredible.
Hey, this thing looks like new now. I guess the repair crew really pulled out all the stops. Well, they couldn't have done that without you there, could they? So, finish laying that cable and give yourself a pat on the back for me. I'm proud of you. This is what all this has been building up to. Finally restarting the local oil industry again. At least that's what I'd like to believe, because for me, it's just a big old paperwork-induced headache. While I sort this paperwork out, you get to do the things that matter. And a whole lot of them. So I won't go into detail. Just get all the resources we gathered where they need to go and reconnect everything to the grid. And we'll be good to go. Here's hoping.
Oh shit. That's not gonna work. Ah, bueno, pero son chiquitos. A ver si sí pasa. Si no, I'm gonna have to work on that again. Ni pedo. Okay, start plotting. I'm gonna go around or what? See.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but why do you still lose a second every 15 billion years? Because the cesium atom is vibrating in a way that's independent of what temperature it is or its orientation in space. But like, what's causing it to lose time?
Well, check you out, the perfectionist, Michael Stevens. 1 billion...
Yeah, answer for yourself.
Okay, not happy with 1 second of 15 billion years. I mean, the reality is if you're doing this experiment in the real world, you are going to have these variables that you can't control. You have quantum uncertainty, you have maybe background magnetic fields that will interact with the experiment. You have these tiny environmental variations, essentially, that can accumulate over time, but really not very much.
Yeah, not much at all.
You know these atomic clocks, though, so you can't have just one, because even though it's precise, there's still measurement error, there's still, things that could go wrong. And so the way that they have this, the way that we actually agree on what time it is now, is you have these atomic clocks. There's a number of them that are sort of all over the world. And once a month, they run these experiments where they do something like they'll ping a laser from one clock to another clock, right, via a satellite. Both of those centers will write down precisely the atomic time on their clocks at which that laser arrived. And because we know the speed of light, you can work out exactly how those clocks are in sync with one another. But the thing that I like so much about this is that Once a month, all of that data gets collected by a group in Paris who do sort of weighted average and work out.
Doesn't this place look different from when you started? Seeing positive changes never gets old, even if I just sit here at my desk while you get all the fun parts.
Exactly what the time is, but they communicate via email. So the way that we know what time it is that we do it by email.
Oh, can you imagine? Like, everything gets messed up because that email went into the spam box of some guy in Denver, and now suddenly America is like off and France is living in the future.
I mean, we may all still be off there. I mean, like, we haven't solved it. This idea of what time it is, we haven't solved it because atomic clocks, incredibly precise metronomes, our planet, a wobbly rock, rotating around other wobbly rocks in the vastness of our solar system. And you have all of these other factors that are going on too. You've got, magma sloshing around in the center. You've got winds, you've got kind of currents, you've got tides, you've got earthquakes. I mean, it's jiggling about all over the place. And if you have it compared to this extremely precise scientific measurement, the two are going to deviate from one another, which essentially is why you need leap seconds to just regularly nudge it back into place.
Right, so we're looking at these atomic clocks being like, you're doing a great job, like, keep it up. But we're gonna need you to pretend it's been an extra second. We're gonna do a leap second so that the Earth can keep up.
Exactly.
Thanks. Sacrificing a couple of pieces in chess.
The local industry is officially up and running again. It may not be the cleanest oil operation in the world, or the most important, but it does keep the entire region alive. And you got it running again. Having that as a line on your resume looks impressive, don't you think? Of course, I'm not saying you did it all alone, but you sure were instrumental, and that's what counts.
So your kid can win. That's what the leap second is. It's like us being kind to Earth.
Yeah.
Well, if we figure out a way to all agree on exactly what time it is, and we measure the passage of time, the physical flow of time with precision that's just amazing, we still are going to wind up with new problems as we explore the solar system. Okay? That's when nature rears its head and says, you don't want what you've created. You've built a monster. Because we go to Mars, guess what? A day on Mars, the time it takes between, midday and midday again, is not 24 hours. It's like 24 hours and then another 36 minutes. So every few months, they're a day off. And communicating with Earth when you live on Mars is going to become a much bigger nightmare than time zones are today, where at least we're all still like spinning around at the same rate and going around the sun at the same rate. But Mars goes around at a different speed, goes around the sun at a different speed, and it goes around its own axis at a different speed. And so I feel like one of the biggest, most immediate crises we're going to have as a interplanetary species is that we will be segregated by what time we think it is and how we live.
It's interesting, again, that it's the fact of us traveling that is going to change the way that we view date and time.
That's right. And no amount of physics and atomic clocks will fix the fact that the natural day on Mars and the natural day on Earth are what they are.
I mean, I guess the simplest solution isn't the solution, which is that we do ignore the fact that the planets are moving and just go to atomic time. But there's consequences to that too, right? Because the Earth's rotation is different to that on Mars, but it's also different now to what it was in the past.
That's right. It's a big sloppy mess.
It's a big sloppy mess. So, the Earth is slowing down, right? We know that it's slowing down on its axis. You've got this tidal pull that's effectively acting like a brake. You can see this in ancient coral fossilized ancient coral, you can count up, it's a bit like tree rings, right? You can count up how many days there were in a year, these big changes that happen seasonally, but also through night and day. And you can see that 400 million years ago, there were 420 days in the year, right? The Earth was spinning a lot faster. And so if you go forwards in time and you stick to atomic clocks, we're slipping by 1.7 milliseconds a century, which doesn't sound like much, right? No. But the thing is, that's 1.7 milliseconds that the Earth is too slow every year. So, today, in 100 years, it's 1.7 milliseconds too long, the day. The day after, it will also be an additional 1.7 milliseconds too long. After 10 days, you're not 1.7 milliseconds behind, you're 17 milliseconds behind. And after 100 years, you've lost 30 seconds, right? Which means that actually, if you want to flip midday to midnight, if you want to be celebrating New Year around lunchtime, you actually only have to wait until the year 5700 AD or 15,700 in the Holocene calendar.
So I guess all of this makes it really clear that time is both very precise as a concept, but also when it comes to living in time, it's like smoke escaping through our fingers. And I think the ancients knew that, because let me give you a little fact I looked up just before the podcast. Time, the word time, T-I-M-E, probably comes from this Proto-Indo-European root word for divide. Time is how we divide up the sequence of events in our lives. But now let's talk about thyme, the herb that we eat. Do you know where that word comes from?
No.
T-H-Y-M-E. The herb thyme, or herb as you might say,
thank you,
comes possibly, we're not entirely sure, but it might actually come from the root word for smoke. That's why we have Greek words like thymon, which is incense, okay? Or thymio, which means to fumigate. So maybe time has been time all along, just this smoky essence that you can't quite grab onto, but you keep trying to hold on to.
What an excellent point for us to end the episode. So there you go, everybody. Your New Year's plans, your New Year's resolutions. Stop trying to hold on to the smoke, everybody. Just let it go.
That's right.
Just go with the Gregories.
All we have to hold on to is each other. And of course, Pope Greg.
Well, if you've got questions for field notes, you can send those into therestiscience@goalhanger.com and check in next Thursday.
And sign up for our free newsletter at therestis.com/science. And it's going to wind up with one of those facets down, one of them up, or whatever. I thought that was boring. It was just too easy. So instead, we took a triangular prism and we made it thick enough that it will land on its edge, one of its edges, just as often as it lands on its top or bottom. If it lands, say, with this edge down, the 2 is at the top. So you've rolled a 2. See that?
So hang on. So whereas the 4-sided die is like a triangle-based pyramid,
yeah,
and then the 5-sided die, it's more like a chunk of Dairy Lee, Laughing Cow. That's where we're talking.
That's right.
Little bit of squeezy cheese. Yeah.
The 6 is just the standard cube. A cube gives us 6 sides, and it is a regular platonic solid. Perfect.
Okay, I've got a couple of things to say about the 6-sided die, if I may. Right, the first thing is I'm extremely in favour of switching over all your decision making to dice rolling rather than actually making any choices. And there's a company, a restaurant in the UK that's gone for this approach. They're called Dishoom. They're like this Indian restaurant. They're really popular. But there was one point where they decided they wanted to get more people to come during the day. So they ran this promotion where if you ate enough times in their restaurant, you qualified to be given a teeny tiny little die, right, with standard 6 size, the standard cube based die. And what happens is if you go in and you eat a meal between, I think it's 1 and 6, something like that, and you roll the die, right, if you land on a 6, you get your whole meal for free, okay? Which is that's smart. That's kind of like a cute idea. But the thing is that when you actually work out the sort of mathematics of this, it would have been exactly the same as if they had just said, if you're a regular customer, if you eat between 1 and 6, you get 15% off your meal, right? It's exactly the same thing. But how much more fun is it to do it where it's based on the roll of a die?
Okay, so if you rolled a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you paid full price.
Full price,
right?
But there's a 1 in 6 chance that you are walking away free and easy.
Yeah, so would you rather have 15% off every time you went, or a 1 in 6 chance of getting it for free?
Obviously the latter.
Obviously the last one, though in the long run they're the same thing. You'll wind up spending the same amount. But in the short term, you could roll a 6 3 times in a row, and that's good.
And it only needs to average out if you're the one individual, you could only go once, and then just never pay them. And some other poor sucker who's rolled a 1 many hundred times in a row is the one that's struggling and effectively paying for your meal.
Do you know what the dice were made of?
I don't.
Because I wouldn't do that as a store manager or owner, because people could game it. If you take a regular die and you just put it in a warm oven, a 200 Fahrenheit oven for a few hours, it'll soften and gravity will cause it to get imperceptibly, but truly a little bit heavier on the bottom. So you put it in there with the 6 side up, and the 1 side will fatten in a way that you cannot see, but it's so much denser there that you're gonna roll a 6. I mean, not all the time, but much more often than you should.
Well, anyone who's got a Dishoom little dice knows how to game the system now. I have a second thing to say about the 6-sided die, if I may, which is a critique of your decision to go for the bog standard boring die.
Oh, well, what else should I have done?
So here's the thing, I think there's redundancy. I think there's more going on in the standard 6-sided die than you need, because it has extra levels of symmetry that are just totally irrelevant, right? You take a die, of course you want it that it lands on the numbers 1 to 6. There's equal chance of landing on each one, but you don't really care that you can rotate it on the number 1 and the number 1 still come up, right?
Right.
I'm not interested in that. I think that's just extra redundancy that I don't need. What I think you should have gone for instead, Michael, and good as your amazing curiosity box of 10 different die are, is a wonky die like this.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen these before?
The wonky die? Let me go look in my dice collection and see which kind I have. I have some like that. I may not have them, but that looks like a regular cubic D6, and yet it's all slanted and skewed, but it's still fair?
Still totally fair. So this is exactly right. It looks like a normal die, but it looks like someone sat on it or left it in the oven for too long and kept turning it. Basically, it's sort of like an Alice in Wonderland version of a normal die.
That's right. And it's like modern art meets a regular die.
Exactly. But the thing is that when you roll this, you still are equally likely to get a 1 or a 1 to 6, right? Any of those numbers are equally likely to come up. But what this is doing is it is removing all of the redundant ways that the original dice are symmetrical. So this is has the minimum amount of symmetry required to make the dice fair and no more.
Oh, wow.
Which makes me think that these are superior, got to be honest with you.
I didn't know that about them. I just thought they were novelties. I knew they were probably fair, but they have the minimum amount of symmetry needed for 6 choices.
Yeah, there's no rotational symmetry on it at all. Much nicer, much more pleasant.
Well, the 7, we got to use our little trick. We made a pentagonal prism that's just thick enough that it's likely to land on any of its edges just as much as it is its top or bottom.
So it's 5. 5 is the weird one then.
Well, 5, 7, and 9 are all weird. They're all prisms that have to have a certain thickness. The 9 is a heptagonal prism with just the right thickness.
I like those a lot. I like those a lot. I also just like the idea of you wandering around your day-to-day life and using them at all opportunities. That's the thing I like the most.
Yeah, it impresses people. And if it doesn't impress them, well then they're just not for me.
They can go and play Dungeons and Dragons on their own, Michael.
Some people call it people repellent. I call it a friend finder.
All this dice stuff, using it to generate random numbers to help you make decisions is all well and good, right? But what if you need more? What if you need more randomness? What if you need more than just 6 digits? And for that, Michael, I've got something to show you. You can turn to this book that I have very proudly had on my shelf for a number of years. It's called A Small Book of Random Numbers. It's an absolute page turner. Yeah, it's quite dinky. They come in larger sizes, but I'll be honest with you, I've got the cheap one. Shall I give away the ending for you? It's quite the page turner.
Yes.
The ending here is 53477 and then 43466. I know what you're thinking. You didn't see that coming, right?
I did. Whoa! Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. It is quite literally just an entire book filled with pages and pages of nothing but random numbers. One of the reviews on Amazon for this book said that it relies too heavily on 10 characters, which I quite enjoyed. But it is totally unbiased. And I know you might be thinking, why on earth would anybody ever want to have an entire book of random numbers? But there are actually really strong reasons for this. So particularly in the 1950s when people were starting to do big calculations, right, for the space program or where they were trying to sample populations or come up with military routes to travel across terrain that might be attacked by other people. In all of those situations, having random numbers, genuinely random numbers, was really, really important, right? If you are crossing enemy territory and there's a route that you want to go in, you want to make yourself as unpredictable as possible. So you might want to add in a certain random amount of noise. If you try and come up with that yourself, if you try and make up that randomness, then you are going to fall into the trap that humans are very, very, very bad at coming up with random numbers. You need something like this small book of random numbers in order to help you. So in the 1950s and many, many times since, scientists have sat down with processes that create genuine randomness. So things like the static on a television or a wall full of lava lamps, or looking at the radioactive decay of very, very small atomic properties, and use that to collect the randomness that appears naturally in nature and then printed it for other people to use. And so I'll be honest with you, I haven't done it start to finish. I've just flicked in and flicked out.
Have you used it for anything, even a game?
No, I haven't. I have used, because now you can get computer, if you're programming, for my PhD and in my younger years I used to build a lot of mathematical models, and there are pseudo random number generators that you can get that sort of do this job for you. They're called pseudo random because they're not totally perfectly random. Nothing is apart from physical processes. You can't sort of generate randomness by doing deterministic processes on a machine. But I've used lots of random numbers. I've never used the actual book. I'm cheating, really.
All right. Well, you showed off a book. I've got a book of digits that are not random. You can easily calculate them. 1 million digits of pi. This book contains pi in order, right? So it starts with 3, but it's got 1 million digits. Here's some in the middle there.
Oh man, amazing.
And I cannot tell you how it ends because this is just part 1.
of infinite number.
So this is beautiful, and related is a book that is quite controversial, but I own it because I'm not afraid. This is the square root of 4 to 1 million places.
Hang on, square root of 4?
Yeah.
It's just 2.
The first million digits of the square root of 4 right here.
Show it to me.
Okay, so square root of 4, it also begins in the way that we would all expect. Do you see the 2?
2.0. Is it just zeros?
Yeah, and then it's just a million zeros.
The whole way through?
A million zeros.
Michael, how many trees had to die for the purposes of that joke?
Well, when I had it made, I said, just one tree, but make it painful. And so that tree suffered. No, here's the way I feel about it. I think that this is much less than one tree. The trees are replanted twofold when they're cut down. And I've used this so many times to get people excited about math that I think that tree died with honor.
I think that's great.
And if you think there's a problem with printing a million zeros and you get mad at me for it, I get it, but you are playing Big Pollution's game. They want you to get mad at the little guy who's trying to teach math. While they just deforest for fun. So look.
I take it back.
But that's also what's beautiful about the book. It's a funny joke. It's a cool mathematical teaching tool, but it's also a philosophical lesson about the rights of plants.
It's also an incomplete series, right? You need an infinite number more copies in order to fully complete the square root of 4.
The square root of 2. Yeah. I don't have enough precision.
No.
A million zeros, and then what?
How does it end? Tell us. How does it end?
I don't know.
Do you remember when there was a friend of ours, Brady Harron and Matt Parker, the YouTubers, where they took a million digits of pi and they printed it out on a roll of paper. They printed
it like by hand, though, right?
No, they printed it. They constructed it by hand. You know, they cheated slightly. They went in and they annotated it. I think it still took them 4 hours.
Oh.
They had to go to an airport runway and unroll it. It took them ages. Something fun to do in an afternoon. Roll out a million digits of pi. It was actually a really interesting video if you want to go and watch it. But I do remember Brady telling me that once they rolled up that sheet of paper, he got a message from someone on the internet asking to buy it, and he sold it to them and used the money to buy himself a very nice watch. I mean, that doesn't really say very much, I think, because I've got a nice watch that's like 120 quid. But
how nice of a watch, I guess.
Yeah, how nice of a watch. But somewhere out there is a person who owns a mile of pi on brown paper. I also like the idea that this is a person who's carrying their mile of pi around with them at all times, just in case they bump into someone like Vsauce in the museum and can use it as an opportunity to make a friend.
Well, yeah, so that person might be listening to this podcast. I'd love to know what they're doing with it. Do they have it shoved in the back of a closet? Is it on display? If you own the mile of pi, reach out, because I want to meet you, and I might even have an offer to make you. A mile of pi annotated by Matt Parker. I mean, that's Smithsonian stuff right there.
That's the big dog. So there we are. That was an episode of Field Notes where every week Michael and I are going to bring something to show and tell the other. It might be a little object, it might be a riddle, it might be a thought experiment, it might be a question or a story even.
Yeah, a life story.
Hey, why not? I want to hear about where you've been.
Even.
A confessional even, indeed. If you have something that you would like to contribute to Field Notes, then you can write into us, the rest is science @goalhanger.com, with your ideas, with your thoughts, with your stories, with your questions.
Yes, please do. I cannot wait to read those and experience what you guys send over. And until next time, see you later.
And
this goes on and on. But why did she slip? Well, because she's old. Well, why does that affect it? Well, because your balance and your muscle control changes, and psychologically maybe she was distracted. And suddenly you realize there is no end. Same with magnetism, same with gravity, same with everything. Okay, the Insane Clown Posse asked, just a few months ago, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, said no one knows what a magnet is. And they got ridiculed for statements like that.
I don't know who Insane Clown Posse are.
Are you not a juggalette?
Do I look like a juggalette?
Well, no, but I thought for the show you, like, wash off the makeup. Is this not Fago?
I really am that boring, Michael.
My goodness.
I know.
All right, look, so years ago in a song called Miracles, today I'm interested in magnets. Why do we live on a magnet? Can animals feel magnetism? And I'm going to talk about how I believe that humans can feel magnetism emotionally. But first of all, Hannah, how do magnets work?
I mean, I can give you a sciencey sounding answer about electrons and about spin and about spin cancelling each other out and the properties of particular atoms. But if you really want to know how they work, I mean, at some level, it's gonna involve acceptance, Michael.
It does. At some level, we have to just say magnets work because we find ourselves in a universe where they do. It is a fundamental ingredient in our universe, just like gravity. The thing is, people don't question gravity in the same way because we experience it so often. It's normal that things fall.
It's a little bit like saying, well, how did your aunt end up in the hospital? You
Yeah.
say, oh, well, because she fell over on some ice. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, but why?
Yeah. Feynman draws this great comparison to asking how magnets work and why they work to, well, what level of explanation do you want? She's in the hospital because she slipped on the ice. Why did she slip on the ice? Well, because ice is slippery. Yeah, but why is ice slippery? Well, because water expands when it freezes, and so a pressure that compresses it causes it to melt a little bit, so you're actually standing on a liquid layer on ice. Well, why does water expand when it freezes? Well, the molecular properties of water are quite unique.
Hydrogen bonds.
And this goes on and on. But why did she slip? Well, because she's old. Well, why does that affect it? Well, because your balance and your muscle control changes, and psychologically, maybe she was distracted. And suddenly you realize there is no end. Same with magnetism, same with gravity, same with everything. Okay, the Insane Clown Posse asked, just a few months ago, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, said no one knows what a magnet is. And they got ridiculed for statements like that.
I don't know who Insane Clown Posse are.
Are you not a juggalette?
Do I look like a juggalette?
Well, no, but I thought for the show you, like, wash off the makeup. Is this not Fago?
I really am that boring, Michael.
My goodness.
I know.
All right, look, so years ago in a song called Miracles, they rapped about magnets.
Yeah.
How do they work? And a lot of people ridiculed them for that statement.
Because this is the thing, right? You can answer it at different levels. You can start off and you can say you take a particular type of metal, something like iron, and you interact it with an existing magnetic field. There is a force of attraction or repulsion that appears. And then you could go a bit deeper and you could say there are field lines that appear around a magnetized object, which you can see with iron filings. And you go a bit deeper still and you could say down at the level of electrons, it's to do with the spin cancelling out or not in some materials. You kind of keep going and keep going and keep going. But ultimately, even once you're taking quantum effects into account, there is always a level at which you just have to sort of say, because it is.
Yes, there's a level where you have to say, look, ultimately, it is an intrinsic property of our universe. In the same way that there is gravity. Why? Well, I don't know. If there wasn't, maybe we wouldn't have evolved to ask. But that's a just so story. Even the magnetic field lines you see when you sprinkle iron filings on a magnet, even those aren't showing you the field as it was before you sprinkled it. The iron affects that field. So you're seeing the iron's effect on the magnet. But what did it look like before? It just was. And so, well, I think that, yeah, if you want an answer when people start making fun of those who are curious about magnets, you're right. It's ultimately the existence of charge, like the electromagnetic force as a thing in our universe, is a property stuff has. And we know that when charges move, they create a magnetic field. They just do, okay? But here's the thing. Electrons are charged, and they move, in a sense, around a nucleus, but they don't spin, and yet we say they have spin. Okay, we're getting really into the weeds here, because there is no quick answer, but if we accept that electrons have a charge, and that they move in certain ways, some of which don't involve movement at all, spin, I'm looking at you, they create a magnetic field. And those magnetic fields tend to be not lined up in most things. But in certain materials, they can line up and have a macroscopic manifestation. And that's what a magnet exhibits.
In iron, in nickel. I mean, very few things that actually have magnetic properties.
That's right.
And we just so happen to be living on a planet full of the stuff. This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
Dinosaurs walked the Earth 180 million years ago. But did you know cancer was part of their story too? Scientists have found tumors in ancient fossils.
Well, that is a part of the reason why cancer is a big part of our story, right? It's the other side of evolution. It's the most complex disease that we face. There are more than 200 types of cancer in total, each with distinct characteristics, challenges, and mysteries.
And that complexity demands scale. Cancer Research UK is the world's largest charitable funder of cancer research, with more than 4,000 scientists, doctors, and nurses working across more than 20 countries in the search for answers, and then sharing their discoveries beyond borders.
And the impact of this collaboration is clear, because over the last 50 years, the charity's pioneering work has helped to double cancer survival in the UK. That is more people who are living longer, better lives.
Fossils can show us the past, but research is shaping the future. And for more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/restiscience. But how did the Earth get magnetized? I remember being a kid doing the magnet thing in like 4th grade, and you would take a paper clip and swipe it over a magnet over and over again, and now the paper clip is a magnet. Did someone do that to Earth?
Well, the Earth is sort of doing it to itself inside, within the Earth's. If you go down into the centre of the Earth, you have this solid iron core, and then you have this sort of magma, right? This sort of swirling metallic substance, and because the Earth is spinning, but also because it's very, very hot in the core and cooler at the outside, you have these currents. So this magnetized metallic liquid is continually moving around. That's one of the things that supports and continues the fact that the Earth has this magnet within it.
So what we don't know is where it started. We know, or at least there's the theory, the geodynamo theory, that says that moving conductive liquids can maintain and even grow a magnetic field. Do they produce one by themselves? I don't think so. But if there's another magnetic field around, like say from the early sun, the sun may have been much more magnetic when it was young, and the Earth could have been in that stronger magnetic field. It's sloshing around this molten iron, and that magnetic field gets kind of ripped and stretched, and it can persist because of this rolling motion, and it still persists today.
Because I think this is it, right? Okay, we started off by joking about how no one knows how magnets work. But why is the Earth itself a magnet? I mean, this is a very strange thing, if you think about it. That north and south, magnetic north, magnetic south, which, by the way, are ever so slightly different from geographical north and south, that they are there and can be sensed by aligning magnets floating them on water. Like, why is that? Where did the Earth's magnetic field come from?
Yeah, we don't totally know. It's not like the Earth has a giant horseshoe-shaped Wile E. Coyote magnet inside of it. What the Earth does have inside of it, though, is a lot of metal. It's got a solid metallic core because pressure is so high. A little further out, it's got molten metal, mainly iron. There's some nickel, there's some sulfur, there's other stuff there, but most of it's iron. and iron has a property where its atoms can get lined up. But the iron in the outer core is too hot to be a magnet. Okay, like a magnet couldn't even survive down there, and yet it's magnetic. So there's this whole theory called geodynamo theory, which says somehow a spinning planet that's cooling, that has molten ferromagnetic metals in it, will have swirls of this fluid because of its own rotation, and a moving, electrically conductive fluid can grab onto a magnetic field and hold it so that it persists and can even grow. And so at some point in Earth's history, it grabbed onto a magnetic field, maybe from our young sun, which may have been more magnetic in the past, and it's just been holding on to that. I mean, it's not like there's a battery down there that's sending current through wires. It's just that deep inside the planet, there's molten metal that's moving, and somehow that motion amplifies or holds on to magnetic fields, like a dynamo that keeps this magnetic field alive. So the solar wind can stretch it and shape it, but the source is within. We're carrying it with us. And that means the entire Earth is just this big magnet covered in light.
Because the fact that the Earth is spinning is key here, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that the Earth is cooling down is also key. Because you have this temperature difference between that really, really hot center, the central core, and then it's much cooler at the outside as you get towards the Earth's crust. That temperature difference, it's sort of like, imagine a pot of water. As it's boiling, you have this circulation currents that happen from the very hot bottom to the much cooler top, which moves the water around in the same way that it's moving the liquid inside the Earth around. But then also the spin on the Earth is helping as well. You have this Coriolis effect. So you get all of these little eddies, these little currents, these little swirls inside of the Earth, and that is what is perpetuating this magnetism that somehow or other initially arrived on Earth, that the Earth has grabbed onto and kept going for all of these billions of years.
You know what's exciting is that just recently we managed to create a geodynamo in a lab. Some researchers took a 2 cubic meter vessel of molten sodium, which is really electrically conductive, and they spun it up like a giant blender so that parts of it were moving at like 15 meters a second. And sure enough, it took the existing magnetic fields in the room, one of which was from Earth, and held on to it and magnified it. And even after they stopped spinning it, it maintained that magnetic field. That's probably what Earth does.
But this is what's so strange, because it's like, okay, well, where did that original magnetic field come from? Because it's not there anymore. I mean, you used to get a little bit of magnetism from the sun, especially when you have solar flares and so on, but it's, I mean, not enough to have, that there must have been some seed somewhere at some point that originally, this kind of intergalactic bar magnet, that sort of floated past our planet, that gave it the original magnetism.
I know. Like some aliens came by on their bar magnet ship 4.5 billion years ago, and they were like, oh, crap, we just made a mess of that planet. They tried to clean it up, and they were like, it's not going away. Oh, just get out of here and don't tell anyone. But thank goodness our planet is a magnet, because that magnetic field interacts with charged particles that fly at us from the sun and protect us. They redirect those particles so that our atmosphere isn't just obliterated by them.
This is where you get the Northern Lights, right?
Exactly.
But it's where the Earth's magnetic field is concentrated, sort of exiting from the north and south, and then that is where you see these Northern Lights as interacting with the sun's magnetic.
Yeah, the charged particles get funneled into the atmosphere there. They create these beautiful lights, but that also protects our atmosphere as a whole from just being peeled away by this powerful radiation. Mars, not a magnet. And guess what? Tell me about its atmosphere. Does it protect the Martian surface from ultraviolet light?
Absolutely not.
Think again.
Serious sunburn on the surface of Mars.
Serious
They call
sunburn.
it the red planet for a reason.
That's right.
Well, one other interesting thing about the fact that it is this geodynamo, right? The fact that it's the swirl of the inside of the Earth that is creating this magnet, or that is allowing this magnet to exist, means that it's nowhere near as stable as you think. And the really nice thing is you can see in rock, especially when you have volcanoes, for example, as lava ends up solidifying, if there's iron inside of that lava, the iron will line up with the Earth's magnetic field, then cool and then get frozen in place, which means that you can go back really, really ancient lava flows and you can see the direction that the Earth's magnetic field was pointing in. And it's not always that north is north and south is south. This thing has flipped. It's flipped many, 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 many times over the history of the Earth.
Do you think it's bad when it flips?
It'd be pretty confusing, wouldn't it? If you were out on a sailboat.
That would be a hilarious, public announcement. Hey, everyone, compasses still work, but, opposite the way they say they do.
Exactly.
The end that's painted red is now going to point south for maybe only 12 years, maybe for another few million. We think Earth's magnetic poles flip on average about every 450,000 years.
But we're in a long stretch of stability.
Yeah, it's been about 800,000 years since they flipped. So some people say we're due for a flip and it's going to be catastrophic. But
it probably takes about 1,000 years for the flip to actually happen.
Oh, it's not like an instant
It's not
thing?
like you wake up one day and north is south and south is north.
Oh, bummer.
That's not how it works.
I think that sometimes these reversals might be just another consequence of something else terrible that happened, because we can find that extinction events and pole reversals might line up. It could be that an impact creates a lot of volcanoes and change in Earth's interior that can lead to a switch. But really, the animals all died, not because of the magnetic switch, but because of the ash in the air, because of the impact. Also, Earth's magnetic north pole is actually Earth's south magnetic pole.
Oh, really? Is it upside down?
Yeah.
Oh!
It's upside down because we made up a rule of how to name the poles of a magnet. And we use the right-hand rule.
Sure.
If electrical current flows this way, from my palm to my fingertips, using my right hand, my thumb points in the north direction.
That's up.
Yeah, so we make magnets, because we had to arbitrarily decide which one's north, which one's south.
And this is the field that you can see if you put in iron filings.
Exactly.
Which way round is it wrapping from?
That's right. And so, yeah, you turn some current on through a coil, it goes this way, that way's north. Oh, shoot. When you make a compass using this mechanism, the north points to the north. But they should repel since they're the same, which means that actually, as a magnet, Earth's north pole is its south pole.
Tell you what I don't understand, and I've actually, until literally this conversation, I have never thought to be curious about it. When it flips, right, on the occasions when it flips, it is that north and south swap. It's not like suddenly north is at the equator. And presumably that must be because of the spin. That must be because of the Coriolis.
It can. There's a thing called an excursion where the North Pole doesn't just flip, but it goes to the equator and back.
It wobbles.
It can wobble quickly.
But it's stable along that axis, right? Of the
It's
north-south
most stable
axis.
that way.
Right.
Yes.
Because of the Earth spin.
Because of the Earth spin.
But why doesn't it exactly align with the geographic north? Because geographic north-south is if you put a skewer through the Earth on the axis that it spins around, that would be the geographic north-south, and then the magnetic north-south is ever so slightly off.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know.
I don't know either. They're different by about 11 degrees. And the magnetic pole keeps moving. It's moving from Canada to Siberia right now. It's actually quite close to the geographic North Pole, the actual pole that the Earth spins around. But it used to be much further south, down into Canada. It moves at about 40 kilometers a year, about 25 miles a year at tops from what we've observed. I've always wanted to go there and watch a compass needle stop pointing in some direction, on the surface, but just point down. That right there, that's it.
Here you go. Okay, because you basically have this kind of boiling blob of liquid metal that is wobbling around all over the place, and it just wobbles roughly in the same place as this kind of skewer through the Earth in the way that it spins.
I don't know what causes it to drift around and not keep lining up with our rotation axis, but there are a lot of factors that affect Earth's magnetic field. Even the tides and the motion of the ocean changes it, because salt water is electrically conductive. And so it's a mess. If you want to be really precise by using a compass, you're going to notice that it's just not, it's all over the place.
Also, the Earth's spin is not absolutely consistent.
No, it isn't. It isn't. But why 11 degrees?
But then I think maybe we're just thinking about it as though at this moment in time it's 11 degrees, but we shouldn't think of it as static in time. It's something that's
right. And
if you sped it up and watched it over the last 4 billion years, it's kind of all over the shop.
Yes, and it and reversals seem very random. They don't seem to correlate with any known other process.
Okay, I tell you what else would be different. If it did flip, not only would sailors end up going in the wrong direction, but there is one paper that came out about 10 years ago that talks about dogs pooping. Have you heard about this?
I have. Is it true?
I don't know.
First of all, tell our listeners what
all right, so this is a paper. It was called Dogs Are Sensitive to Small Variations of the Earth's Magnetic Field, published in 2013. Peer review, right?
Sure, yeah.
Frontiers in Zoology was the journal. And I mean, credible researchers over a 2-year period. They followed 70 dogs from 37 different breeds. They recorded the directions of the dogs' spines during their defecations and their urinations, and they demonstrated statistically that they appeared to align with the Earth's magnetic field direction
when they pooped.
Yeah. One thing I will say is that there've been replication studies on this. People have tried to repeat the experiment and have not found a statistical correlation.
I'm not surprised. I believe a dog could maybe sense Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah.
However, why they would want to poop facing north, I don't know. I can't think of a helpful evolutionary reason.
No, I agree with you. But that's interesting, though, that you wouldn't be surprised if they could sense it. Because I mean, you and me sitting here, how's your sensation on the magnetic field of the Earth?
I can't feel it.
No,
I'm not aware of it. No. It's happening. It's going through my body. I am in it, and yet I don't feel it.
It seems as though other creatures can, and that is what we're going to be talking about once we come back after this break. If you happen to be listening to this podcast while out on a dog walk, just whip out a compass and take note of which direction. Maybe we should turn this into a citizen science experiment.
That, an experiment. Take photos of your dog pooping, send them directly to Hannah, right? Yeah. We need close-ups, guys. For science.
My email address is vsource@therestofscience.com.
Welcome back. Good to see you. Hannah, we were talking about dogs. We were talking about defecation. Let's change the subject.
Okay.
But not totally. I want to keep talking about animals, because there's evidence that many animals, many living things on Earth can actually sense and feel Earth's magnetic field.
Of course there is. I mean, if you take migratory birds, for instance, how on earth, this has been a long-standing question for hundreds and hundreds of years, how do robins, for example, know where they're going? How do they move around to different climates, fly south for the winter? And there was always this question of how on earth do they know where they're going? And it looks like actually is the operative word here, it looks like they are seeing the magnetic field of the Earth.
It looks like they're seeing it.
Looks like they are seeing it.
Tell me more.
Okay, so back in the 1960s, they had some experiments where they put robins in special cages which had sort of like a type of paper on the outside. So if the bird wanted to fly, its wings would just hit the paper, leave ink on the paper, and you could tell which direction they were aiming for.
Right.
Okay. Now, these particular cages were also sort of cone-shaped, so the bird was sort of sitting in the middle, and as it would fly up, you could tell. And then what they started doing was they started messing with the magnetic field around this particular cage. Measure with the intensity of it, measure with the direction of it, measure with the inclination of it, which direction the field lines are going in. And they demonstrated that the birds would change the direction they wanted to fly in based on what was going on with the magnetic field. So this is like back in the 1960s, and people are like, okay, cool, right? So robins are using the magnetic field of the Earth, or magnets somehow.
They have some form of magnetoception.
Exactly.
Sense not just light and sound and touch, but magnetism.
I mean, honestly, magnetoception makes it sound like it deserves its own superhero series, right?
Because we use it to describe superheroes. Because it's just unbelievable that you could sense this thing that we did not evolve to sense.
Totally. But here is where it gets even wilder, because it looks like the sensing is all going on inside the eye of the robin. So there's a very particular protein that appears in a robin's eye. It's called a cryptochrome, and when blue light hits this protein, it forms this pair of electrons whose spin becomes quantum entangled. Okay, so essentially what happens to one happens to the other. I mean, that's the most ridiculously oversimplified explanation of quantum ever, but just go with me.
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay, so here's the thing. The Earth's magnetic field, which is incredibly weak, when you're talking at this scale, but it's enough to really subtly change the probability that pair of electrons will either recombine or separate out. So, I mean, effectively what's happening is it has this protein which is so sensitive to magnetic fields that where the magnetic field is present or stronger, or in which direction it's going in, it changes the chemistry in the retina, essentially. And that pattern, that chemical pattern, is interpreted by the robin's brain. So what we think it's actually seeing is this sort of faint ghostly pattern that aligns with magnetic north. So it's not like a metal detector. It's not got like a compass inside it. We think that it sees the magnetic field of the Earth as a kind of directional glow within its field of vision.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
So it's probably a visual phenomenon.
Probably a visual phenomenon.
Either things are glowing a bit more north or south.
It's not like its head's sort of like to a magnet.
It's not like the eye is being like pulled a little bit all the time, say north, and they're going, oh, once it gets cold, I need to start following that pull. But maybe it's when it gets cold, I need to follow the glow. And I don't want to say brightness or color, because it could be a third thing.
Absolutely.
That's also visual that we've never seen. Wow.
Isn't that great? And here's the other thing about it. I mean, well, okay, there's many, many great things about this. For starters, that idea of kind of quantum chemistry wizardry, like, normally it doesn't really work when you interact it with sort of squishy bits of flesh, you know? Like biology and quantum it's very, very difficult to get these effects to work. And this is something that's happening at, you know, bird's eye temperature, you know, within a biological being, which is really extraordinary.
A being that literally has a bird brain.
Literally has a bird brain. And it brings a whole new meaning to bird's eye view too, doesn't it? Because
it does.
Suddenly this particular bird's eye has got a quite an interesting view. We also now know, because of the experiments that they've done, that it's not the intensity of the magnetic field that it's sort of seeing or being drawn to, but the thing that makes it know where it is, north or south, is almost certainly the inclination of the magnetic field. Let me explain that ever so.
Yeah.
It's like, so if you imagine the Earth as though it's like a bar magnet with iron filings around it, those iron filings would go in this sort of a direction. So they kind of come out, they spurt out from the top where the North Pole is. From now on, I'm going to use inverted commas.
Sure, fine.
Do that. They spurt out from the north, and then they go around the Earth and then re-enter
in like a hoop,
pole.
like ears on the Earth.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, if you think about it, at the equator, those lines are effectively going parallel to the line of of the Earth itself. Whereas when you're up at the pole, they're coming straight out. They're going they're coming perpendicularly out of the ground.
Yeah.
And so you will be able to tell how far north or south you are by looking at the angle that those field lines make with the ground that you see beneath you. So what we think that they are doing is they are sensing the inclination of those field lines. And the reason why we know this is because once again, you can put the robin very safely and ethically in this particular cone-shaped cage with the paper around the outside, and you can rotate the inclination angle using something called a Helmholtz coil, essentially a big electromagnetic device. Let's say the bird wants to be in South London, okay? This particular time of year, that's where it wants to be. If you change the angle of inclination of the magnetic field so that suddenly it believes that it is in Scotland, for instance, then the robin, will demonstrate something called Zugenruhe, which is German for migration anxiety.
Nice.
Which is like, okay, get me the hell out of here. I do not want to be here. So you can trick the bird into believing that it is at the wrong spot on the Earth, which is something that it is seeing with its eyes.
Sees with its eyes.
Isn't that amazing?
We've got to teach birds to paint. And get them to go, oh yeah, here's what an apple looks like. But then they draw all of these lines on it. And we're like, what's that? And they're like, well, that's the magnetic inclination. You not see that?
Come on, you dumbass.
Yeah, right? How do we do that? Okay.
Isn't that good?
That's really cool.
It's not just robins that have this, by the way. There's a number of different creatures that have this same protein. But there are other animals that do these long migration patterns that appear to be using magnetic field of the Earth to navigate, but that aren't necessarily doing it in exactly the same way. So whales, for example, if you look at blue whales and humpback whales, their paths along the ocean, they follow these magnetic contour lines, essentially lines of constant magnetic strength, of the field strength. It's almost like they're sort of reading this invisible map on the seafloor, so they don't choose the shortest path, they don't,
They're not just going perpendicular to the motion of the sun.
No.
It's correlating with the magnetic field line.
Exactly. And so the theory is about whales is that there's sort of this hierarchy of things that they're following. So number one is the magnetic field of the Earth. Then they're also using things like the ocean soundscape, things like the smell of water chemistry, but the coastline, the seabed depth, that kind of thing. But then something that can muck it all up is the sun and the stars. And if the sun has a bit of a hissy fit, by which I mean chucks out some unexpected magnetic nonsense, it can mess whales up.
So when there's a lot of sunspots, because sunspots are aberrations in the Earth's surface where areas become cooler because of a bunch of magnetic flux right there that's stopping convection from happening. And by the way, sunspots are not dark. They look in a photograph like a big black spot, but they're really still extremely bright. They're just so much less bright than everything that's hot around them. They look dark.
Right, exactly. Or solar flares, anything like that. Anything that's really sort of...
magnetically noisy.
And there was a very famous pilot whale, a mass stranding of pilot whales in the Canary Islands. This is in 2002. And everyone was like, how on earth did this happen? These poor whales that have shown up. They shouldn't be here in the first place. And then a team of scientists later worked out that there had been a large solar storm that had hit the Earth's magnetosphere. Again, sounds like a superhero character, frankly. But had hit the Earth's magnetosphere exactly the same moment that the whales went off course. And again and again and again, when whales end up being stranded, people can usually tie it back to some kind of disruption in the Earth's magnetic field by a solar event or even a further distant celestial event that's going on.
Wow.
One of my favourite stories about animals getting lost because the sun's having a hissy fit is in 1997 there was this big race because there's still like pigeon fanciers in the UK. Right?
Sure.
People who raise pigeons.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I'm one of them.
Do you know what? I absolutely believe you.
I do too.
I'm sure there's some who are listening. In fact, I would love to hear from a pigeon fancier, a real one.
I could talk your ear off all day about pigeon fancying, pigeon racing.
Pigeons in general, actually. I'm quite into pigeons. Anyway, 1997, there was this big race that was being held in the UK, and in that one day, 60,000 pigeons were missing. And it was because there was this intense solar activity that no one had spotted. I think in the pigeon fancying community, of course you'll know this already, it's got a particular name, this event, right?
When the birds get all messed up by a solar event.
But
Yeah, we call it going berserk.
You've given yourself away now. You were telling the truth all along.
Did I? Oh, I just... Well, that's what we call it in my bird circle.
Yeah, it's called the Great Pigeon Race Disaster of 1997.
Ah, yes. See, I'm part of the Pigeon Fanciers Reform chapter, and we call it the day the pigeons went berserk. But go on.
I just love that idea, though, that we are existing in exactly the same world as these pigeons, as the robins, as the whales, and yet we have no idea.
No idea. It makes me feel really sad for them that on a day of heavy solar activity, I'm just like, this is kind of a boring astronomical event for me. But the whales are all like dying.
Yeah.
They're freaking out. The sun's louder than usual. Whatever it is that they see is different. Like reality has changed suddenly. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't know, I got stuff to do.
The thing is I think there is some evidence that humans do feel this.
Go on.
We have these cells in our body. They've got tiny little iron crystals in them. It's called magnetite. And, I mean, these are, like, responsive to magnetic fields, you know, in the same way a compass would be. So in theory, we do have something in our bodies that is capable of changing according to whatever the magnetic field around us. There was one experiment where they put people, they wanted to see whether anything would change about us if you put us in these really strong magnetic fields. So they got a bunch of people, they put these caps on their heads, the EEG caps, little electrodes that monitor brain activity essentially. And then they changed the direction of the magnetic field inside the chamber at these strengths that are similar to that of the Earth, without letting the participants know that was what they were doing. And they did find something kind of interesting, which is that there was a drop in the alpha brain waves. So it usually means that the brain is processing something.
So the brain might even process it, but it just doesn't tell our awareness.
Just doesn't tell us. Because, I mean, as far as we know, right, we're kind of wandering around unaware of this. We don't really...
That wasn't easy. You did good work there. I don't know about you, but this calls for a celebratory coffee. Get some rest. You earned it.
So this is turn to hub breath. So it's gonna be 100%, right? And then the other is gonna be the sand swept one before I load the what's it called? Whatchamacallit? Nope, 97%, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? Pero... Jesus. So side objectives. Pues bueno, que vuelva a cargar. ¿Será? Sí o no.
That river's flowing smoothly now, thanks to you. Excellent work.
Thank you for that. Brad. Hey, pero no tenía una...
I think it wasn't relevant to our survival like it was for birds, for whales.
Sure.
But we might still have like an evolutionary vestige of the ability to sense it. But we have since stopped listening.
Perhaps, yeah.
Here's the thing though. We don't feel magnetism consciously, but we're very aware of it. Like, we feel it not because of an organ, but because of, well, an organ, the brain. It's curious. We notice things and we go, why is this compass needle doing this? Why is this magnetite, this lodestone, why is it attracted to the other one? Now, animals notice this too, but they don't care. We looked and we cared and we put it to practical use and we studied it and we learned about the spin of electrons, we learned about charges, we learned about the fundamental forces of the universe. And so to what extent do we feel it, not as a sensation, but as a result of an emotion, curiosity that we have? Curiosity is an emotion. It moves us to do or not do things. And when humans see evidence of magnetism, We get curious. We investigate it. We ask questions. How do they work? And in that way, we're moved to learn and study.
In the sense that maybe we can't see it with the same bird's eye view that the robin can, but actually we can see it because we've built technology in order to trace its path, in order to follow it, in order to use it for navigation in exactly the same way as the birds do.
Exactly. Birds use it to navigate and we don't. We do. It's called a compass. But we had to use cognition, driven by curiosity, to do it. It's like curiosity is this sixth sense that encompasses all the things that we weren't built or no longer can feel, but we want to feel.
That we don't have the biology for, but we do have the brain power.
Right.
You know, do you know about the history of the compass? I really love this. It's exactly as you're saying. So it's like, it dates back to like 2nd century BC in China.
Right.
And like, there's lodestones, these sort of naturally magnetized iron ore, this sort of rock that you can find lying around in certain parts of the earth. And people notice that if you put it on water, it will orient itself, float in a particular direction. And this, you know, when they first appeared, I think people weren't using them for navigation. That happened a lot later. I think they were using it for feng shui, for divination, that kind of thing. But you're right that it's the curiosity of like, what is this weird rock? And why is it changing direction when I float it on water?
They use it for divination?
Yeah.
That would be clever. I could be like, all right, look, honey, I'm going to put this rock on this floating pad in some water. And I don't know, if it points that way, you have to wash the dishes. Oh, what do you know?
Yeah. Actually, when they first arrived in Europe, so I think China started using them for navigation.
Okay.
Knowing which way. It's not, of course, if they already knew that there was an object always pointed in the same direction. They started using them for navigation about the 11th century AD.
Okay.
And when they started arriving in Europe, people were like, okay, there is something deeply not okay going on.
Sure, yeah.
Right? This is witchcraft, this is like wizardry, there's like a devil going on here. And they didn't want to use them at all. And I think that is hilarious because the actual answer of what's really going on, you know, that no, it's not witchcraft or wizardry, it's says that there's a planet scale magnetic field that's generated by this, you know, rotating molten iron core of hundreds of tons.
It's almost harder to believe.
So much weirder.
And yes, I mean, we associate magnets with magic. Like, how did that magician do the trick? It was smoke, it was mirrors, it was probably magnets, right? And yeah, we associate superheroes with magnetic abilities because we feel, I think, kind of divorced from it in a way we don't feel separated from gravity. I feel quite close to the weak and strong nuclear forces, but most people don't. But we just don't encounter them. We encounter gravity and magnetism, and we want to know more about why. They seem weird, they seem magic.
I mean, that's it, right? It is weirder than magic. It is more extraordinary than that. And yet, over the centuries, collectively, we've dug into it. Maybe not to the point where we can fully explain it. There comes a point where you have to just accept it. But nonetheless, we have uncovered this thing that is weirder than magic.
So at the end of the day, like, we don't feel magnetism. We don't feel Earth's magnetic field, but we do feel curious about it. And I really mean feeling in the sense of an emotion that causes motion, moves us to behave in certain ways. It causes us to build compasses and navigate and study animals and put them in boxes and point magnets at them and see what they do. And so we have come to navigate using Earth's magnetic field, not because it's an instinct, but because we're curious.
Well, if you're a curious person, you've come to exactly the right place, because that's what me and Michael are here for.
We are magnets for the curious.
Hey, we'll
tagline that.
As ever, we really want to hear from you and the things that you're curious about too. So you can email us at therestiscience@goalhanger.com.
Or sign up for our newsletter at therestis.com/science.
See you next time.
Next time. See you then. Bye.
Bye. welcome to The Rest is Science. I'm Hannah Fry.
And I'm Michael Stevens.
Michael, I want to talk to you about dirty air.
Ooh, okay, this sounds good.
It is. It's not about pollution, though. It's not about smog. It's not about the environment. It's about how hard it is for Formula One cars to overtake each other. Because I think this is a perfect example of what this episode is about today. Not cars, not aerodynamics, but the idea of whether engineering perfection, optimizing for a team, ends up ruining the sport itself.
Excellent.
And this is the thing, right? We wanted to do a Rest is Science episode on the Super Bowl to sort of celebrate, to take part in this like really great moment. And we were thinking about the ways the science and sport interact with one another. And I think that actually there is an argument to say that there's this paradox that is lurking behind almost every sport. The way that data analysis and science has done amazing things for each individual player, each individual team, but that overall has sort of changed the amount of fun that is out there. What say you, Michael? What's your immediate reaction to my theory?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to congratulate the Seattle Seahawks for winning the Super Bowl. Fantastic game. Great job, guys. Just to go on the record, I'm rooting for the Broncos because I live in Colorado now, and the Chiefs are not in it, so I feel fine. But if I had to guess, the Seahawks are incredible. I mean, they're playing an amazing kind of football, so it's going to be hard to beat them.
I mean, sure.
But you asked me about optimization and beauty in sports.
Yes, I did.
All right, well, Hannah, I want to start by talking about defensive shifts.
This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK.
So when most people think of naked mole rats, their unusual relationship to cancer probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind.
But maybe it should be, because it is incredibly rare for them to develop cancer, which could be partly down to their unique immune system, or it might be the way that their cells respond to damage.
So scientists are studying their biology for its cancer-fighting secrets. It's a reminder that discoveries can sometimes come from places you don't expect.
Cancer Research UK is the world's largest charitable funder of cancer research. Thousands of scientists, of doctors and nurses work across more than 20 countries to help turn discoveries in the lab into new tests, new treatments, and new innovations.
And the impact is clear. Over the past 50 years, the charity's pioneering work has helped double cancer survival in the UK, meaning more people living longer, better lives, free from the fear of cancer.
For more information about Cancer Research UK, their research, their breakthroughs, and how you can support them, visit cancerresearchuk.org/restiscience.
Okay, we're gonna get really baseball-y right now. I'm not much of a baseball viewer, but I think this is a good way to start. Let me tell you a story. It begins in the mid-90s with, of all things, the internet. On the internet, people can nerd out with abandon. There are no restrictions. You're not going to bore anybody. They're not going to change the channel. On these little Usenet groups, people were investigating the statistics behind baseball players. And it was noticed that there was one player in particular whose name was Rob Deere. And he had this really weird stat, which was that he achieved half of the time what they called a TTO, one of the 3 true outcomes. And that's this really big pompous name for 3 things that can happen in a baseball game. And those 3 things are a strikeout, a walk, and a home run.
Okay, look, I'm the British voice on this podcast, right? So I've played Rounders. Okay, I don't know if you have played Rounders.
That's a movie.
That's my impression. I think it's like a British version of baseball. But essentially, you're chucking a ball at somebody who's hitting a bat. They've got to hit it as far as they can and run around before they get out. So that's essentially the rules, right?
That's essentially it. The pitcher throws the ball at the batter, and if it's a good pitch, and the batter does not hit the ball, it's called a strike. And you only get 3 strikes, and you're out. and you have to go and sit back in the dugout, and the next batter comes up, and your whole team gets 1 out. After 3 outs, the next team is up at bat. Anyway, a walk occurs when the pitcher is throwing balls that aren't being hit, and they're not considered good balls by the umpire, okay? There's all kind of different definitions, and they change over time, but that's called a ball. If the pitcher throws the ball and it's just not where it should be for the batter to get a good hit on it, then that's called a ball. After 4 balls, the batter gets to walk. The batter gets to put down the bat and walk to first base. And a home run is when the batter is able to hit the ball and go all the way around all 3 bases back to home plate to score a run.
So Rob Deere had this strange statistic that he would always end up with either a walk, a strikeout, or a home run.
Yeah, well, not always, but half the time, which was really unusual because at the time, the league average was just a quarter of the time. So 3/4 of the time, a player comes up to bat and they get something besides a home run, a walk, or a strikeout. They would get a single play. They'd get onto first base, a double play. There's something would happen that was arguably more exciting and athletic to watch. But this guy was managing to do these 3 true outcomes half the time. And they're considered true because they're just so pure. They only involve the pitcher, the catcher, and the batter. The rest of the defensive players are just like, he struck out. He walked. He hit the ball out of the park and went all the way around. I didn't have to do anything.
How was he doing it then? What was he doing that was different?
Well, one theory was that the angle at which he was hitting the ball was better. So that led to what's been called the launch angle revolution, an idea of, hey, when you hit the baseball, try hitting it a little bit lower to give it more loft. Now, yes, that might lead to more strikeouts, but it also leads to more home runs. So as you can see, there was a bigger focus on the 3 true outcomes. Not only the athletic game, but the strategic game of sacrifice bunts and sacrifice flies and stealing bases, and let's just try to slam it out of the park. Doing this was called doing a defensive shift, okay? You took all your defensive players who were in their traditional spots and you said, okay, Michael Stevens is up to bat, and according to all of our statistics, he's gonna hit the ball somewhere over here. So we're gonna do a shift. And the players all moved, and it worked. And in a lot of ways, it may have made the game quite boring.
Suddenly there's no one running anywhere.
Exactly. I want to see players being tricky. I want to see bases being stolen. I want to see sacrifice bunts and flies. These things were beautiful.
Even that last minute slide to the base as someone comes in, the drama of it. That's kind of what you want.
Exactly. Even if shifting the defense was optimal for winning the game or controlling the outcome, it wasn't beautiful to watch, and it felt less like a competition of athleticism. Ultimately, not everyone, felt bad about this, but it is a deep question, what's more interesting, a problem or a solution? Regardless of how you feel about it, defensive shifts, powered by the statistical data coaches had, was a game changer. So look at these stats. In 2010, the number of times coaches had their players shift because they knew what to expect from the batter statistically, that happened 3,323 times in the 2010 season. But by 2017, it happened 33,218 times.
Wow, factor of 10. Amazing.
Factor of 10. We're talking an order of magnitude change. And this freaked people out because baseball ticket sales and viewership were dropping.
I guess the part of it was that you stop looking at what's going on the pitch and you start looking at the numbers themselves and look for the patterns that appear in the spreadsheets rather than in what you're seeing and watching. I saw Michael Lewis, who wrote the book Moneyball, I saw him at an event last year, and he was talking about how there was one day he ended up at a team where they had really tried to optimize for these particular outcomes, and in the changing room, doing his research, and as all of the team came out of the shower, he was shocked at how fat they were, basically, how out of shape, how like squidgy around the edges. He was like, these guys do not look, I mean, they look like normal people. They do not look like professional athletes. And he was really shocked at this. But it was the kind of the end logical point of the thing that you're saying. If you are not caring about athleticism, if you don't care how fast somebody runs, you just care how well they can sort of whack it out of the stadium, how well they can tune the angle that they're hitting the ball at, well then it doesn't really matter if they're a bit squidgy around the edges.
Here's something I've been thinking about a lot. I'm not a basketball watcher, and I'm definitely not a basketball player, believe it or not. But in basketball, being really tall can give players pretty big advantages, right? Like Michael Jordan, extremely talented athlete, but even he can't dunk against a brick wall that's 20 feet tall. So, can we optimize just the bodies that we hire to make basketball something that's like solved? Pablo Torre wrote this article in 2011 for Sports Illustrated where he pointed out that if you are an American male between 20 and 40 and you're 7 foot tall or higher, there's a 17% chance that you're in the NBA.
What?
How many people in the United States are between the ages of 20 and 40 and are over 7 foot tall? And he's like, there's only like 70 people who fit that description, but there are 13 players over 7 foot in the NBA. That's how he calculated this number.
Incredible.
And it led to some questions that like, oh shoot, maybe basketball is going to reach a limit where coaches realize just get the tallest people, regardless of their even interest
from around the world.
And that's all you need to stop the really fun, amazing Air Jordan techniques. As it turns out, I don't think we're seeing that, although it's true that, you know, finding the like super tall guy from China and bringing him to America to play on your team can help. It's still the case that the players in the middle, in terms of height, have the most ball time. And just breaking, sprinting, or long distance running, where it's like we've done it. Like any further, and it's not even a human anymore. Like we've reached the ends of human optimization, and that's kind of the end of the sport. Like no more records can really be broken.
I mean, you sort of get that in a natural way with swimming, right? Michael Phelps, who has this extraordinary body in the sense that he has quite short legs in comparison to his torso, and that's sort of what you want, right? That's what you need for swimming. You need extremely strong, muscular upper body. Your legs doesn't really matter so much. He's also his wingspan, as it were. He won the genetic lottery in the sense of having a body that is so perfectly tuned for optimizing his swimming effectiveness. I've really noticed this in the Olympics, for example, because you have the different types of competitions have very, very, very different types of competitors. You know, you take somebody, a sprinter, and compare it to a long distance runner, and their frames are totally different. It's not just a fluke that the sprinters are much chunkier, have much greater cross-section of their muscle mass, and that the long distance runners are much leaner, much skinnier. Actually, if you work out the optimal shape for those different activities, that's what you end up getting, right? You end up sort of running the maths through of like energy consumption and weight to strength ratios, all of that stuff, and you end up basically describing the people who end up being the perfect competitors for that particular environment.
Yeah, they wound up being the typical competitor shape. But then we can use math to be like, oh wait, we get the same answer, so let's push this further and let's find the exact absolute shape. Olympic records are being set at a slower and slower pace. There's this great paper, it's a fantastic read, that has estimated humanity's physiological frontier. And the authors make a pretty good case for the fact that world records are pretty much at 99% of their potential. And so all that's left, all that we can really expect as people who tune into the Olympics to see history being made is, yeah, records being set, history being made, but we're talking about like improvements in records by about 0.05%. And you can see this in any Olympic sport. Look at the marathon, okay? In 1908, the world record for running a marathon was 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 18 seconds. And then over the next 50 years, that record was beaten 22 times, and people got 40 minutes faster. Over the next 50 years, it only dropped by 10 minutes. And since then, by less than 4. And so we're getting down from like, whoa, you blew it out of the water, to, oh my gosh, the gravity caused by the granite under that stadium gave you a microsecond advantage, and that's how a new record was set. The way the wind was blowing, the humidity of the air on that day, the air pressure on that day, because we've reached the limits of what human bones and muscles can do.
I remember reading something about how the depth of the Olympic swimming pool ends up making a difference because of the rebound of the waves of the swimmers could end up causing. I mean, when you're down to that level, it is exactly as you say, so subtle. The marginal gains are practically non-existent.
That's right. And but 100 years ago, there were still so many things we had to learn about nutrition and biomechanics and sports medicine that there were huge leaps and bounds to be made. And now we're getting down to what kind of swimsuit am I allowed to wear? Because that's going to mean the difference between setting the world record or not. And so much of it now comes down to the rules and how we define the game really precisely. That's what determines the limits, the records, and what to expect next.
Tell you what I also like about that, though, is that's noticeable in the way that you describe it. Really, in terms of like publicly coming together to view sports, this is actually quite a modern human invention. And maybe partly it's about the advent of television, the ability for us to be able to broadcast it to wide audiences. Because it's certainly, of course, humans have always been interested in games. But exactly as you say, this like focus on sport and being able to optimize it to get better and better and better. That is a really recent thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is we're all able to like share data and collect data and analyze data so well nowadays that we can actually feel threatened by data ruining a sport.
We've been so anti-doping, understandably, anti-steroids, etc. But, you know, there is a little bit of me that's like, maybe we should just create a sort of Super Olympics where it's like anything is allowed, right? You are allowed to.
I think
you're allowed designer human babies. I'm joking, by the way, but even so, you're allowed to like genetically engineer your babies. You can give them any steroids, any growth hormones you want. Let's just see how far you can go.
Yeah,
I don't actually think that, by the way.
You don't think that we should? Do you think that we will, though? Do you think we'll reach a point where we're like, I want to see more records broken. Let's go ahead and allow more drugs. Let's allow more genetic engineering, because I want to see people high jump higher. I want to see people run faster. I think it's not going to be as cool as it sounds.
Hang on a second. Lauren, our producer, has just sent a message in the chat. People have come up with exactly this idea. It's called the Enhanced Games. Controversial, understandably. They're going to be in May 2026 in Vegas. Of course it's going to be in Vegas. And they are going to allow performance-enhancing drugs. Okay, so you're still not allowed to have cocaine, right? You're still not allowed to have heroin. So there's still some limits. Also, any drug that you take has to be FDA approved. But beyond that, knock yourself out. Off you go.
I mean, obviously, it sounds like there could be some pretty unsafe things where people feel like they're now required to use drugs and techniques that have been banned for maybe rightful suspicion of danger. But it'll be interesting to see what they're able to accomplish. What they're going to run against is a problem where some of the more talented athletes don't want to put themselves through that, and they're happy to not be enhanced. So you get more of like mid-tier athletes who actually do the enhanced games, but the enhancements don't get them up to the level of the naturally talented athletes. So you don't actually see the best of what's possible for a human.
I think it taps into something else, which is the sort of central idea of this episode, which is the idea that when you have competing incentives, for the individuals who are taking part, they're going to have to balance the incentive of winning with the incentive of their own health, perhaps, in certain circumstances. And I think that, you know, for the games overall, it's like the incentives of creating something fun versus the incentives of winning as a team or as a group or an individual. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. I strongly suspect they may not last that long.
That's exactly how I feel. I think it's not going to be as cool as it sounds. I think that ultimately we're going to run against what Bernard Suits described as the definition of games. I love this quote. He said, "A game is a voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles." And when you start removing the unnecessary obstacles and you say there's no obstacles, it's less fun. At the end of the day, a game is about unnecessary obstacles.
Like that sentence was for you for that brief second.
Yes. I mean, yeah, even this podcast is a game. I've got obstacles here, like you have to speak in a normal way. And if I take a pause because I forgot the word, then I'm losing the game, right? But that is what makes all this stuff fun.
I am going to give you a point score at the end, Michael. That's it's important for you to know that.
And again, we're not there yet, but there are concerns that if we're not careful, we can figure out strategies that are so optimal that there's no reason a team wouldn't choose them, and we're going to have to change the rules to not allow the thing that helps you win but is boring.
And that actually, I mean, that is precisely what happened in Formula One, right? With the introduction of aerodynamics.
Yeah, why is it called dirty air? Let's revisit this.
Dirty air. Okay, so in the 1990s, this massive revolution. I worked as an aerodynamicist, by the way, in Formula One. This is like my sort of specialist subject. This is all very close to my heart. This guy, Adrian Newey, he came in, he designed this car. It was phenomenal. I mean, it just blew everybody away because he had worked out that if you want the car to take corners at incredible high speeds, you need to stick it down to the road as much as you possibly can. And you can do that by essentially turning the car into an upside down airplane wing. The problem is that when you do that, if you are driving through clean air, right, nice and still, no one's gone before you, you get what's called laminar flow. You get this incredibly neat, slick streamlines that flow off your car. And then behind you, it's just a junky old mess. It's like this low pressure area. It's just turbulence all over the place, which means that as a car comes behind you, as a car tries to overtake you, in particular, the moment when you should really be at for the spectator anyway, this is like the most critical moment, the moment of an overtake where you have a faster car following a slower one, and you want them to be able to take them, particularly on a corner. You want them to be able to have more grip, more ability to take them on a corner. But because these cars over from the 90s onwards were so perfectly optimized for aerodynamic performance, it meant that when you're following in this turbulent air, you can't get the same performance, right? You can't get the same slick, laminar, streamlined flow over your car. And there are some analysis that show that these modern Formula One cars, their downforce drops somewhere between 20 and 60%, depending on the track and the corner, when they're following a car in front of them.
Oh, wow. Okay, so dirty air refers not to pollution in the air, but the turbulence of it. And
turbulence of it.
We're now building Formula One cars that just can't achieve the potential that they're built for if the air is dirty. But the air's only dirty because the ones in front of them are also optimized.
And it's the opposite of Mario Kart. You know, Mario Kart, when you're behind, you get an advantage. That's the thing that makes it exciting. That's the thing that makes it just fun to play, fun to watch, fun to be around. But in Formula One, for many years, it was the opposite, where actually, if you were ahead, you had the advantage. What they have tried to do over the years is they've tried to sort of shake things up over and over again. So the regulators will bring in a whole new redesign of the car. They'll say, okay, get rid of all of the aerodynamic devices that you've previously had. You need to redesign brand new ones. They need to fit into this shape. They need to have these dimensions. Off you go. And then it becomes basically a race off the track, an aerodynamics race of who can optimize their aerodynamics the quickest. There was a big thing about a double diffuser where you hide an aerodynamic device under the car to sort of stick it to the road and get around the regulations. Ross Brawn did that and had a real era of dominance as a result of it. But again and again and again, there's only so many times that you can do this. So in 2022, they were like, we've got to do something here. So they had a massive overhaul. They redesigned the car so that it was the underneath the car where the main aerodynamic devices would be, to try and mitigate this problem of dirty air. They added these deflectors on the wheels that would allow the air to not go back to the car behind them, but to go up in the air, sort of like a rooster tail. And it made a bit of a difference. It did make a bit of a difference, but it's the incentives are wrong. The incentives for the regulators is to make racing more exciting. The incentives for the individual team is to make it so that the guy behind can't get anywhere near you. So, you constantly have this battle between the two. So this year, 2026, this is the first year where they've effectively put in a boost button. The fans are, divided, shall we say, about this, where when you are following someone on a straight, the output of the electric engine is artificially limited for the leader. And if you are within 1 second of the car in front, you basically have literally a boost button where you get an extra oomph in order to try and flip this dynamic upside down.
Wow. That's a bold change.
Isn't it? Yeah, we're going to see how it plays out. They've tried things like this before. They have DRS, which is basically a little flap on the tail of the car that would flip up and reduce the drag reduction system. It's sort of like a mushroom boost in Mario Kart, right? So they have had those before using aerodynamic devices. That still remains actually. The aerodynamics devices that they have on the cars now are not sort of static across the entire course of the track. They can change depending on when you're in a straight, in a corner, etc. It is this constant battleground. And I said right at the very beginning that Formula One, it used to have, wait, tell me your definition of games again. It was
a voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles.
Yeah, and I think that there is a certain group of people who follow racing and love it very dearly, who look back at the old days when you had so many more unnecessary obstacles. You had like refueling. You had there was one point where the drivers were using like an H pattern gearbox, you know?
Yeah.
Their engines would blow up. There was just like so many more things that would be thrown into the mix. And I think when you combine all of those things together, of course it's brilliant for the team, especially the ones who come up with this in the first place and race ahead of everybody else. They find this little tweak of an advantage. But there does come a point where the entire field is doing it, and all of a sudden it's like it just kind of maybe takes away something of what made the sport fun in the first place.
Yeah, so we have to bring in new rules like the leader is limited. And it seems unfair at first until you look back at the definition of a game and you say we need unnecessary obstacles. And so you're right. It's a bummer. It's unnecessary. And yet we need those kinds of obstacles to keep it fun. We're going to limit the defensive shift in baseball because it just gave too much of an advantage to the defense. And it meant that we were getting too many of these three kind of boring outcomes. We want to see more small ball. We want to incentivize people doing the fun things that are exciting and thrilling to watch. So yeah, it's happened in Formula One. It's happening in baseball a lot.
Happening in basketball in a slightly different way. After the break, I think we should talk about the beautiful game, the game that thought that it was immune from being moneyballed, football, and maybe a few other examples of places where people have used science to their advantage to maybe make the game better, maybe make the game worse.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're back from the break, and we are asking whether every sport is immune from this idea of mathematical and scientific optimization. Will anything escape, Michael?
Yeah, I think some sports are more at risk of the predator of data. And I'm not alone in thinking this. Baseball is in a precarious position because in some ways it's a more simple game. When you talk about the three true outcomes, you're talking about three people. A pitcher, a batter, and a catcher. And when you think about baseball, there are only like 24 states. Who's on what base and how many outs are there? And that's it. But in a game like American football, you've got billions of data points to build up all the possible states. Where is the ball? What down is it? What distance is required to get a new set of downs? You've got all these variables, and you've not got a pitcher, a catcher, and a batter. You've got 11 people on each team. And you don't even know what play one person is going to be secretly doing. So it's a lot harder to just be like, oh, A plus B equals C, do C. With baseball, it's like, okay, we've got 18 billion variables. What does that even equal? And then what is the other team secretly deciding they're going to be doing?
At the same time, though, I mean, people certainly have tried to mathematize NFL. There's a group called Zebra Technologies, or probably Zebra. I imagine they're American, so let's call them Zebra. And what they do is they use player tracking data. So when players are in practice, they'll have little RFID tags on their shirts. But you can also do this where you have like a top-down shot of a field in play, and then get people to go manually say, okay, this player moved from square A21 to B22 or whatever it might be. Incredibly boring work. But what you can do when you have all of that data, and I'm talking, you're sampling this sort of 10 times a second, right, over the course of not just a game, but a player's entire career, you can essentially get an AI model to learn the unique data footprint of a particular player, the way that they move, how fast they can run, how much, force and energy they can put into the particular play that they're making. But then what you can do is basically run many millions of simulations of what might happen in the game. So this is essentially what they do. They sort of like create this kind of fantasy version of the game that may be coming up and simulate it 50 million times, try every possible combination of strategic choices, every different, attack and so on, and come up with a probability map of what they expect to happen in the game. And I think this is sort of taking the whole idea one step further. I mean, Moneyball originally was about finding undervalued players based on past performance. But this playbook simulation is about predicting the future performance of the future calls, the different way that you're going to play the game going forwards. I don't know, like, you're a big NFL fan, right? Does that ruin the joy for you, or does it add to it?
The idea is really exciting, but of course you can imagine an end result where the coaches have this AI on a tablet and they're able to use quantum computing to go through so many options that they know exactly what play to run. And all of us at home have the same app on our phones and we go, oh, it's going to be a screen pass to the left, you know? And we all just know. And we start to just know so well, it just feels so automatic that we just don't really even need to have the games anymore. We can just have a computer simulate the whole season and we can go, oh, cool. And then people might still want to put bets on them, and suddenly American football becomes a slot machine. Right? Now, we're not at that stage, but I think we won't get to that stage, though, because we will just keep changing the obstacles and adding new ones so that it doesn't become automatic. And that might mean that we'd make some decisions that seem kind of like fuddy-duddy and boring. Like, no, you cannot use quantum computers to calculate your next play. All right? Like we could even Amish the whole thing and say no electricity is allowed. All right? No microphones, no RFID chips. Like,
you gotta stitch those players' shirts.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta weave the cloth.
Yeah, I think that would be a very fun game to watch. I'm not against the optimization because I think that we always need our games to be subjected to the efforts to solve it. But at the same time, we want to watch problems, not solutions.
You know, I thought it was interesting how you said that the idea itself is intriguing, right? The idea of, like, can you do it? Is it possible? Is the scientific challenge of it? And I sort of feel the same way. There's been a lot of work of analysing football, soccer I'm talking about here, right? The one true football. So, although I have to tell you, actually, my ex-husband, who's still a very good friend of mine, was a sports writer. And we had a rule while we were together that he was only allowed to watch a maximum of 8 hours of sport in a day. Right, when he wasn't working, this is in his free time, and he would regularly break that rule. So since as soon as we separated, I've gone on a football hiatus. I haven't watched even a single minute of football since then. So I'm slightly out of the loop, right? So all of you listeners who are experts in football can write in and tell me all of the things I'm about to get wrong. Don't know anything about soccer. Do know a lot about maths though, and there's quite a lot of maths now going on in football. This really started with Ian Graham, who is this theoretical physicist, Cambridge theoretical physicist, who in 2012 joined Liverpool and set up this basically data analysis team where they were initially trying to moneyball football, right? Try and find players who were undervalued. But what they did that was extremely clever was there was this idea floating around about looking at expected goals, calculating your probability of scoring a goal from a particular position on a pitch. And what that does is it separates out the actual result from the process itself. It kind of gives you more of a sense of how well the player is doing. Because whether you score or hit the post or the goal is behind just to get to it, it often comes down to luck, but getting yourself into a position from which you can have an attempt on goal, that is something that's much more about skill. This idea of like mapping out from many, many thousands of games where goals are scored from and from which positions on the field you should try and take shots at goal. But he took it further, right? So what he was doing actually is not completely dissimilar to what has been done in NFL since. A full data picture of where every player is across the pitch and the way that they're moving, and sampling this many times a second, and then calculates the probability of a goal being scored in the next 15 seconds. Okay, but then crucially looks at the next decision that the player chooses to make, whether the player then chooses to pass the ball and move into a particular area, and whether or not that increases or decreases the probability of a goal being scored in the next 15 seconds. Okay, so it's all about like looking forwards. And suddenly when you do that, you have access to this whole new level of analysis for what makes a player good. You're no longer just looking at the number of goals they scored, the number of passes they completed. You care much more about what decisions did this player make that added value to the game, rather than just what were the end kind of outcomes. When he started doing this, he says in his book, he says that he realized that the football scouts were like getting loads of stuff wrong. They were way too obsessed with the aesthetics of play. They cared a lot about people who looked really good, who looked kind of comfortable when they were handling the ball, who were like very athletic and moved really beautifully. And they didn't care, scouts didn't care about people who were totally effective but looked really awkward.
Yeah.
Joel Matip is an example. This guy was like, he was a free transfer, so he didn't even need to pay for it. And he looked clumsy as hell. But the data demonstrated that he actually advanced the ball more effectively than almost any defender in Europe. So kind of Liverpool, like, went in and swept him up. So at this point, this is like sort of 2014 or so, maybe a little bit further on, Liverpool has this like secret sauce. They've got this mathematical model of a way that a game unfolds that allows them to analyse players. They take themselves from this sort of, I don't know, maybe this is a little bit harsh, I'm sorry Liverpool fans, but like this team of faded glory to right at the very top of the league. It has definitely changed the game. Now other teams have caught up. Brighton in particular are doing some amazing stuff at the moment with finding, really incredible players that they pick up for absolutely nothing and then selling them on for, they've made genuinely millions and millions and millions, maybe even hundreds of millions by doing it. The thing is that this has definitely changed the game. So the first thing is that people don't take wild punts anymore. You used to get people from the halfway line be like, oh, sod it, just whack it, boot it down the pitch. May as well see if you can get a goal. Just doesn't happen anymore. You also don't really get mavericks anymore. You used to have people who would play in this very sort of unhinged way, right? Unpredictable, just kind of very bullish. You don't really get those as much anymore. There's still a few of them around. There's Cole Palmer at Chelsea, who's still a little bit of a maverick. Everyone could disagree with me. Frankly, I wouldn't recognise him if I met him in the street. But my sports writer ex-husband told me that Cole Palmer was a current maverick that still exists. It has shown that there is this optimal way to play, right? So you don't get this same diversity in play that you perhaps had before. On the flip side, it saved us from this monopoly. It means that it's not just like the rich teams buy the expensive players and that's it, and they're up there and it's the end of it. Actually, Brighton being an example of a team that can get really good players for nothing anymore. And I think you could also say that the standard of play has increased as well, right? They're making fewer mistakes. The defenders are moving much smarter. But maybe that's part of the problem, because maybe the mistakes are the things that makes it fun to watch in the first place.
Yeah, I think they are. So I think the data analysis can make some things so automatic it's not fun, but they also keep things really fresh. They, like you said, they help the smaller teams, and they also give us new challenges to overcome.
Maybe we just need different leagues, right? Maybe we just have, these are the leagues that are doing it as we have at the moment, and then you have the Enhanced Performance League, and then you have the Amish League.
I think at a certain point you can only optimize humans so much, especially in certain sports. Like, you can tell a player, hey, this is what you should do in this circumstance. And they might still not do it because they'd rather do something fun and be a hero. And this isn't even by choice, right? There's this well-known phenomenon known as action bias, where humans are psychologically biased to do something as opposed to do nothing. So when it comes to goalkeepers in football, right, when a penalty shot is taken, they've got to make a decision about what they're going to do. Because the ball comes so fast. What is it, like 11 or 12 meters away? That's it. It's kicked like super fast. They cannot wait and watch where it's going. So they need to decide, okay, am I going to stay right where I am in the middle? Am I going to dive left or dive right? And so in 2007, a group of psychologists analyzed what happened in hundreds of penalty kicks. They found that standing still allowed the goalkeeper to stop the ball about a third of the time. But if they decided to dive left or right, like before they even really knew what was going on, that dropped their chances to just 13%. Despite those statistics, goalkeepers still dive 94% of the time.
Oh.
Because to not move looks like you're a lazy bones.
Yeah, you've got how many thousands of people in the crowd shouting your name with probably swear words attached
That's right.
to it.
And so if we come up with optimization strategies that look boring or lazy or disinterested, even if they are optimal and are better, that doesn't mean it's going to make for the story of the hero.
Yeah, because that is it, right? Ultimately, we are talking about stories that involve people, and mapping the kind of coldness of statistics onto it might give you some advantages, but there's a limit, really. There is a limit, because you're still talking about, like genuine people in all of this.
That's right. In fact, I thought about this a lot watching football lately. I think that there are some teams, especially the Chiefs a few years ago, who succeeded because they played really smartly. But it wasn't necessarily a jump up and scream and shout and have a lot of fun game. They would do things where I'm like, whoa, that was definitely the optimal nerdy choice. Get out of bounds, or, don't score that point. You need to run the clock down. It was just smart. And they won a lot of games by like a point, but there weren't the big, deep, risky passes. There wasn't the what happens when humans test the limits of their skill. It was instead, what if we do exactly what mathematically gives us the most optimal chance of winning the game? And I appreciated that. But a lot of people didn't.
There is something interesting in that, though. This idea of like testing the limits of what humans are able to do, which I think is the reason why most people are drawn to sports. I think there are other ways that you test the limits of what humans are able to do, though. There are sort of like optimization strategies, but just maybe not mathematical ones. So there's this story about, this is a cricket story that I really love, about reverse swing. I don't know if you've ever come across this. How do you know the rules of cricket, Michael?
No, I don't. I mean, it's...
Correct answer. No one does. There's far too many.
Being it is like baseball. You've got a cricket bat. What's a reverse swing? Does that mean like swinging?
No. So the swing is all about the ball itself. Okay, so it is. I think the grandest of sports. Actually, I'm not really a sport fan, but I do love going to Test cricket. It's really, really wonderful. There's something so like gloriously slow about it.
Yeah, I've never been to a cricket match, but I used to live by the Oval, and I kept saying, I want to do this. I hear it's so chill.
Oh, the Oval can be not chill. The Oval
okay.
can get pretty spicy as far as cricket goes. But it's enormous fun. What happens when you are throwing a cricket ball? The cricket ball itself, you have this seam that's running down the middle. I'm doing the American version for you. Okay? So you have these two sides. It's very, very hard, this ball. And the amazing bowlers can do lots of very clever things with the ball in the way that they hold it in their hands, the way that they spin it, and in particular, the way that they get it to bounce on the seam or otherwise. And the fact that you have a bounce before the batter hits it adds this whole layer of complication to cricket that you do not get in baseball. Because when it bounces, how predictable is its trajectory from that moment? Now, the thing is that also because of this seam, you can create this swing on the ball where it ends up sort of bending round. You're basically using aerodynamics to your advantage. It's like curling a ball, right, in football. You are creating areas of laminar and turbulent flow on the ball that change its trajectory from being a straight line. You're also with the spin. Now, reverse swing is something that the Pakistani cricketers worked out in the 1970s. It's sort of credited to this one particular cricketer called Sarfraz Nawaz. And he realised that if you have your cricket ball and you absolutely brutalise one half of the ball, right, you smash it to bits, okay? You like mess it up until it is so rough.
How do you mess it up? Do you get to do this
great question
before the game or just while you play?
No. No, because you're given the game while you play.
Okay.
So you could do it during game if you just like deliberately hit it against that side every single time when you're bowling. But there are cheekier ways to do it too. And people have been accused of using all sorts of tactics to mess this up as time has gone on. The key point about this, though, is that if you do this where one side is roughed up to hell and the other side is slick as anything, you get something called reverse swing, which is where after the ball bounces, it bends in the opposite direction. And now when that happens, it's like, what the hell just happened to that ball? Right? It's an aerodynamic trick, and it's one that was found through trial and error, and that actually the mathematicians and aerodynamicists have spent many days, weeks, months writing academic papers trying to work out how the hell this is even possible. But it's like you're making the ball do something that seems like it shouldn't work, and people get out, the batters get out like that when it happens. Okay, so for 20 years, right, the Pakistanis, you would go and play Pakistan, and they would do this. And it would be like, what the hell is going on? They could not figure it out. Eventually, they worked out that what they were doing was roughing up one side of the ball. And this is the English and the Australian cricketers. They started accusing the Pakistanis of cheating. They accused them of like using bottle tops to scruff up the side. Right. They accused them of like using their teeth to bite it. There's actually some footage of one cricketer in 2010 literally biting the ball, right, like it was an apple, trying to rough it up. The thing is, the British and the Australian teams, they by this point they knew that it was something to do with roughing up the ball on one side and keeping it smooth on the other. They knew that was what was going on, but they couldn't replicate it. As hard as they tried, they could not make the ball do this thing that the Pakistanis had worked out. And so instead they just frequently accused the Pakistanis of cheating.
Sure.
Right? This is like over and over again. They just couldn't do it. They even tried illicit tampering. They even tried to like do really tricky things to the ball to try and get it to do it. They just couldn't do it. But then what happened is they finally worked out how to do it, and they had to do it by cheating. They worked out that they could get this reverse swing to work if they ate Murray mints, right, like literally sweets, and then shined the ball using saliva and the stickiness from this Murray mint. Okay, so this is like proper ball tampering.
Right, okay.
But this is like the biggest scandal you can imagine, because it's like the sugar in this mint is acting as this binding agent. It's keeping the saliva on the side. It's allowing the kind of artificial weight imbalance. That's what makes the ball kind of hoop around corners. And at that point, then that was genuine cheating. At that point, this starts to become banned.
Okay, because there was an existing rule against tampering with the ball in that way.
You cannot tamper with the ball. Yeah, you can't be tampering with the ball. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Murray mints. That is, it's clever.
What is a Murray mint? Is that a kind of candy?
Yeah, it's a kind of candy. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It is, as they say, not cricket.
Sticky